That man is playing Galaga. He thought we wouldn't notice, but we did.
I understood that reference.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CSC Critics Podcast, where today we are covering the end of Phase 1, sort of the MCU, the Avengers. And I am one of your hosts, a Geeky Writer.
I'm Curmudgeon Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And hey, with us today, we have a very special guest on the podcast. First time, Curmudgeon Critic.
Hello, Podverse.
Oh my gosh, and then I gotta go to the socials. I always forget. I always trip up. Sorry, I was thinking about Ryder saying this is the end of Phase 1. And
150 of these.
the maybe. Yeah. I didn't. Is there something after this? It's still in Phase 1?
Maybe for us, there'll be something after this in Phase 1.
Oh, I see what you're hinting at. I still don't know if that's true, but got it. Hey, if you're listening from Stark Tower, you can find us over on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, as well as LetterBoxd, where we have our averaged out numbers and graphs of whatever we have done and covered. We also have Jeez Louise. We have a visual side of things over on YouTube and Rumble, if you're interested in that, where we have all the artwork that Crimson has lovely done for us, and a slideshow of what we are covering. But if that's not for you, don't worry. We have tons of audio platforms out there as well.
Yeah. So we're doing the Avengers, and as always, it would be I think good of us to start with our histories, possibly with the film itself, and maybe a bit of a summary of the MCU. Let's start with you, Sprinks.
Sweet. Before we do, I have a question to throw at you, Ryder.
Oh.
And this isn't coming across as hostile, just a clarification point. Oh boy.
Starting out
Ryder,
off the bay.
why have we decided that you're the one to host this episode?
Oh, yeah. So when we were doing our Decades series of the podcast, I had only put one movie from the 2010s that stood out as the one that would obviously define the decade of film. And I stand by it. This is the film I would pick for that.
Good pick.
Yeah.
Strong.
There we go. I think we did a supplemental for it for our first anniversary of what we recorded of us going over the decade picks. So that's out there. Yes. But just seemed only right. Let's go with history. Let's see. Avengers. I know like 90% sure I saw this in theaters. I was introduced to Avengers from Earth's Mightiest Avengers animated show, I believe, was like my first initial introduction. I have a various amount of Avenger comics, like actual titled Avengers, not just the characters involved in it. I have I know I have the Lego set based off of Hulk jumping on the jet with the ejector pilot. I have collectible exclusive trading cards of the characters from this movie. I have seen this movie probably over 20 times, maybe. And I think that's it. Oh, and Avengers video game stuff. Played Lego game. I've played the Square Enix game. That's not great. I've played Marvel Rivals. Played multiple Avenger stuff.
Alrighty. Crimson. Got histories?
Maybe I do. I've seen this probably 8 to 10 times, somewhere in that range. I don't really have any merchandise of the Avengers movie. I do own it on 3D Blu-ray, even though I do not have a 3D TV, but I own it. And like Sprinks, I have played the Square Enix Avengers game and Marvel Rivals. That's pretty much it. I don't have too much to go with it. I don't have any Avengers comics as far as I'm aware. That is it.
And I know you've played the Lego game too.
Yes, Lego Avengers.
I'll go next. Save our guests for last. I probably saw this movie 3 times in theaters, maybe even 4. It was kind of getting up there in the range. It was one of the movies I went to go see more frequently. I have a distinct memory of this film where I remember talking with my dad, and he was explaining to me that The Dark Knight Rises was a better movie than this, and we got into a couple arguments over that, which is kind of just the one little side facts about me regarding this movie. Like everybody else here so far, I've played the Avengers Square Enix game, I've played the Lego game a bit, and I've played, surprisingly enough, also Marvel Rivals. We should team up one time soon. And yeah, I don't really have any merch from the film. I do have a couple Avengers t-shirts that aren't really movie related. And I think the closest one I have is like the black t-shirt with Tony Stark's arc reactor kind of poking out underneath from the shirt. But yeah, I've seen this film quite a lot as well outside the theaters. And I guess last but not least, Curmudgeon Critic. History.
Hello, everyone. History. Well, obviously, I've been around a lot longer than these very spry young men. So I am a child of the '80s. So I actually watched the original. Well, not the original. It was the second Captain America live action, made for TV movie live as it came out on television. So that was my first kind of induction into the MCU. I have always been a superhero geek, but I was more DC obviously when I was younger. Really, my biggest exposures to MCU came from the movies, from Iron Man, Hulk, and Thor, and I was like, oh wow, this is really cool. I'd never really collected comic books. I never really watched any of those. I was more when I was younger. I was more into X-Men. So those are the big like I actually collected. Well, don't say collected. I bought a set of trading cards. Was not a collector still, and I did do stuff with X-Men, but I never did anything with the MCU. I never really got into Captain America or Iron Man. I was not a fan. And actually researching this, I kind of maybe realized why. The way the comic books depicted Iron Man was not very appealing to me, anyways. Obviously, Captain America was the big draw, I believe, when it came to the this part of the MCU. But yeah, I've seen this movie probably many times. I probably saw it in theaters quite a few times. It is a great movie, and also I'm a Joss Whedon fan with Buffy, because I did get to watch that as it aired week to week and had to wait, no binging. It was awful, but those were the times.
Well, you can rest easy
Yeah.
that Crimson's getting me through that in a much slower rate than week to week.
Very slow.
I don't know how you don't binge that. That to me, it's some of the best like content on television for nerds back in the day. The just the way he made something very simple, very the universe made it bigger and more complex. I thought Joss Whedon did a great job with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and of course then Firefly.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Joss Whedon. Buffy, Angel, Dollhouse,
Yeah.
Firefly.
Justice
Oh
League.
yeah, Dollhouse. Yeah,
Yeah.
love those.
Definitely, my work I'm familiar with him is obviously the 2000s Justice League animated series. That's where I know his.
Oh, yes,
That's-
that to me was.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
That's kind of how I was introduced to his work.
I had no idea that was him. I even as an adult, I was watching them like, this is great, because it was kid enough to be kid, but then there were like speeches, and you're like, holy crap, these they're very adult. I mean, my favorite memory from that is Superman, who is not my favorite DC character, talking to what's his name, with a big Armageddon guy. I can't remember his name.
Darkseid.
Darkseid, yes, and they're about to do this big battle, and Superman has this long speech of like, I've been living in a world of tissue paper and cardboard, I've never been able to really fully exert myself, but you, big guy, you can take it. and you kind of get that whole gravitas, like, oh, gloves are off. That was one of those moments you remember, even in like an animated show. That was like, wow, this is great.
I couldn't agree more. But yeah, for looking at Joss Whedon's history, it kind of makes sense that he was given the role of director for this film, because he had the job of bringing them all together and making them bounce off each other in a reasonable way. And I think he had the history and the writing chops to do that, which is one of the reasons I think he was picked to head this up.
Cannot agree more.
All right. Any last bits of history before I move us over into some fun facts about the film?
Well, before we stray too far away from it,
Yeah.
Curmudgeon, I'm curious, who is your favorite X-Men character?
For all of us, or me specifically?
Oh, for you, since you brought up that X-Men was your big thing.
Obviously Wolverine. Everyone, likes Wolverine. He gets broke many times and gets back up and does it again. I love characters that have that kind of arc to them, where they get beaten up constantly but still get up. That's why I like the Dresden Files books too. I think it has a kind of same kind of feel to it that Wolverine and a lot of other those characters do.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotcha.
that makes sense why you said Cap was kind of a draw then for at least the early MCU, because of the whole he has that
I could do
sort
this
of
all day.
Yeah, he has that mentality.
Yeah.
All right. I shall move into facts now, if that is all. This movie, if we haven't said already, is directed by Joss Whedon. Has a runtime of 133 minutes. Has a budget of 220 to 225 million, and it has a box office of 201 billion.
Worth every penny.
Needless to say, it made its money back.
Do you know what position it is in highest grossing films of all time?
I do not.
Currently.
I know it was up there. It was in the top 10, right? I think
at one point, yes. I don't know if it still
was.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Probably with inflation accounted, it's probably still there.
Yeah, I don't remember. And all right, so that's the basic facts. I'll move us over into some more fun niche stuff. This is kind of one that's kind of an open secret. Robert Downey Jr. kept food hidden all over the lab set, and apparently nobody could find where it was, so they just let him continue doing it. In the movie, that is his actual food he's offering when he was eating. It wasn't scripted. He was just hungry.
Oh, wow. Fun.
On brand.
Yes.
Very much so.
Very much so. There were a few times everyone was in town at once, but on one night when they were, Chris Evans sent them all a text message reading "Assemble," the tagline to the movie, prompting a night out to town. Clark Gregg has stated that this is his favorite text message that he had ever received.
That is cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I like that.
I mean, I could see that. Having Captain America text you "Assemble." I mean, how do you not go?
You can't. Yeah, you're not going to easily turn that one down.
Yeah, you can even look at your wife or significant other and say, "I'm sorry, baby. Captain America needs me."
Joss Whedon explained that 2 of the founding Avengers members, Ant-Man and Wasp, were cut from the script because the film had too many characters. Also, the screenwriters didn't want Ant-Man in the Marvel Cinematic Universe until his movie was released. I think I agree with that choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
They somehow still later on made that work.
I mean, they had to change a lot of the comic book, which I have some information on. But yes, definitely. I agree. Again, it's like whoever. I mean, I understand. Like once you have that many characters, it's very difficult to balance. 2.5 hours of screen time for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. Samuel L. Jackson's Nick Fury is from the Ultimate Marvel Universe, created in 2000 to reimagine and update the Marvel heroes for the 21st century. Fury's likeness was actually based on Jackson, who gave Marvel permission to do so. Subsequently, based on his likeness and his star power, Jackson was cast as Fury for all the Marvel Cinematic Universe films, starting with Iron Man.
As it should be.
That's true. I think the same kind of went for Ryan Reynolds with Deadpool. A comic panel.
I believe you are correct. I can't confirm that, but yeah, definitely sounds like that would be the case, Sprinks. I know he was, I know notably when I've read some stuff about Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds, he made it very known that it was one of his favorite MCU characters and, was more than happy to play the part.
Yeah.
Gwyneth Paltrow is noticeably barefoot in all of her scenes in Stark Tower, while Robert Downey Jr. is in 3 or 4 inch platform shoes, so he looks taller than her.
That's funny.
Yes. There was a Robert Downey Jr. was talking about how Gwyneth Paltrow is much taller than him and how they had to work around that with a lot of their scenes.
I think they should have just gotten rid of Gwyneth Paltrow altogether, but that we can get into later.
And I think I'll end because obviously I could just keep going. There's a lot. I'll end a wedge into one of the space worms. Josh Whedon talked about how originally there were people who wanted to cut that scene from the film, and he responded with, "No, I don't think so, because otherwise, why are we here?"
Good point. That's one of the
people we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's one of the shots in the whole movie.
Yes.
Avengers working together to stop an invasion force. I mean, why would you cut that?
And that is it for my facts. I shall turn this over to you guys if you have any you would like to add.
I don't have anything.
I did a little research. Sorry, is it okay, Sprinks, if I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Obviously when I was looking to this, my thought process went to alternate universes and who else could have played Iron Man, and I was looking into who actually was offered or was given serious consideration. And I'm like, can you imagine? First of all, Tom Cruise was a serious consideration for the iconic Tony Stark. I'm glad they didn't go that way. Timothy Olyphant, which I think is a very good actor, very accomplished. He was on Jon Favreau's shortlist from what I saw. Sam Rockwell, who of course eventually got the role of Justin Hammer, was also in discussions with Marvel and stuff about possibly playing that role. But funny enough, the role was pretty much given to Clive Owen, a British actor. When I looked up his movie biography, there's nothing really stands out as, oh yeah, that guy. But if you look him up, you'll know his face. He's visually, he probably does look like a Tony Stark. He definitely has the gravitas and the chops for doing it. But back then, in its infancy, the MCU, Clive Owen went, no, I'm not going to ruin my career playing that role, and turned it down. But funny enough, they were so sure that he would take the role that Kevin Feige, I think his name. Feige, sorry. I guess he was the president of the Marvel Studios, was so sure he was going to take it that he had him announcing his involvement in being Iron Man in a commencement speech to the University of Southern California, which he then had to scratch because he turned it down.
What an idiot.
I mean, hindsight's 2020. I mean, he's probably looking at superhero movies. Those won't go anywhere. And then, said no.
True.
Sam Raimi's Spider-Man was a flukes.
I don't think it's as bad as Matt Damon, though, turning down Jake Sully in Avatar.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I would much rather see Matt Damon, I think, in that role.
Than Sam Worthington?
Yeah.
Who?
But yeah.
Exactly.
The fact that I have... Oh.
I wouldn't
Sorry.
Breaks. Calm down.
One more.
But anyways,
Floor was
looked up Captain America. Obviously, besides Chris Evans, who they were thinking of, one was Chris Pratt, who auditioned. Sebastian Stan actually also auditioned for the role to be Captain America, but eventually got Bucky Barnes. And the one I think they were really looking at was John Krasinski. I don't know if you guys know him, but he is from the show The Office.
Yeah, he's Mr.
So
Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic, yes. So yes, he is obviously in the MCU, Mr. Fantastic, but he was probably the first choice they think they had for him, and then or second maybe possibly, because Chris Evans to me very much embodies physically the persona of Captain America.
Oh yeah.
And
I believe in an interview, John Krasinski brought up that he was in screen testing the outfit for Captain America, and outside his green room door, Chris Hemsworth walked by, and just looking at the physique of Chris Hemsworth, John Krasinski said, "No, this role is not for me."
Wow.
That's fair, I guess. I mean, what are you going to do with looking at the God of Thunder, you know? And was that your fact, Sprinks, or did you have one you were...
No, I have one. Just want to make sure Curmudgeon's all good.
Oh yes, I have finished my little add-on. Thank you, though.
Yeah, of course. The fact I have is that I believe, again, taken for a grain of salt, how true this is, the red carpet premiere of the film did not have the end credit shawarma scene in it, and it was decided upon all the actors, all the Avengers actors being there together at the red carpet premiere to record it, or it was Kevin Feige's idea. So it was someone's idea to record it, and they went and filmed it with a small film crew just to get it done to be added in for theatrical release, I think. And Chris Evans at the time had facial hair and did not match the look of Captain America for continuity's sake, so they had to quickly make him a prosthetic jaw, which is why his hand's covering his face in the scene.
Oh.
Yes,
Yeah.
that makes sense, because if you look at that scene, you can see Chris Hemsworth trying not to laugh at him.
Was it for Snowpiercer? I'm trying to remember, because I remember hearing about this.
May have been
TikTok.
Snowpiercer. I thought he did like a firefighter thing where he had a mustache, and I don't know if that lined up with the time.
Hard to say. I know he did quite a few movies, obviously, after this one. He's a decent actor, so who knows?
Yeah, he definitely
True.
got
But from
around.
our little facts coverage of Captain America: First Avenger, Chris Evans wasn't that big of a name before Captain America.
I thought he did fine as Johnny Storm, but I don't really know him much beyond that.
He was in
Scott
Pilgrim versus the World. Yeah, I liked him in that one too. He's
Those are the
egotistical actor. Yes.
Yeah, those are the two main places I knew him from.
Big fan of him in Not Another Teen Movie.
I don't think I've seen that one.
All right. And I guess if that is it for facts, gentlemen, we will jump into our coverage. We're doing an act structure today, where you will be free to popcorn around in the act as you choose, and feel free to add on to anyone else's points or jump somewhere else entirely within Act 1, which will be from the start of the film to the end of the forced fight scene when Thor, Cap, and Iron Man are all standing together. And we shall start today with Crimson.
Crimson. Oh no. Let's start with just a question I had overall, like a statement. And that's regarding Loki getting found by Thanos or the Chitauri or whoever stumbled across him, I guess. Did they really clear-cut define how he did come across them at all?
No.
He fell through a Bifrost wormhole and just floated in
Came out
space
some other
and
end.
across him.
Yeah. No, they did. You forget. After I think something in Thunder, when the Thor movies went comedy instead of all seriousness, and him and Loki and Thor teamed up with the Hulk, Bruce Banner, in that world, off-world.
Yeah.
In a bit, in a bit, Loki does talk about how when he was fell through that wormhole, he ended up in that place, that planet where the Einstein Rosen was like in the sky, and he had to deal with all of them, and he was able to save himself. I think, if I'm correct, that's where he said he ended up.
Oh, so he wound up on Scar.
Hmm. But that doesn't explain how he met the Chitauri, how he met Thanos, and everything else. But
which I feel is kind of a missing element to this, because it's kind of a big thing of how he got to the position he is now to be the villain of this movie.
I mean, just to add to Crimson's point, at the end of, I want to say, Thor, you see the end cut for the credit film where Loki seems to be like somehow being invisible, and speaking for Dr. Selvig, as Fury's offering Selvig a job at their institute to further investigate the tesseract and everything else. So nothing to me never really came of that, because it seemed like he already had control of Selvig, or maybe he was just hiding in the shadows and trying to learn secrets. It really never came to fruition what the purpose was, except for the fact that there's another movie coming.
And to show that Loki survived.
Yes, and Loki survived.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement, Crimson. We don't really know how Loki rose to enough prominence within Thanos' core group to be heading up this mission. It might just be that he had the most experience with Earth specifically, which is why they selected him. So I can buy why he's ending up as the one to go, but I don't know how he rose to his particular position of power or how they found him and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it starts off with a little plot convenience, I guess.
Yeah. Let's go with Curmudgeon next. You got a point you want to jump to?
No, actually, I mean, there's the opening scene with the Tesseract, I guess, and then I'm trying to think, because I've rewatched. Actually, I rewatched all the movies that led up to this movie, because I know there's a lot of stuff that kind of goes back to Hulk and first and second Iron Man and even Thor. So I try to watch everything before this one as it led up to this. So I mean, I feel that Disney and Marvel Studios did a very good job of creating these separate stories and bringing them all together. And obviously, I will say that in my research, I did notice that in the comic books there is a big difference between obviously Loki. In the comic books, Loki is the one that brings the Avengers together by, I guess, influencing Hulk into a rampage. But the reason for that is because he was hoping Thor would be called, and then that the Hulk would kill Thor. That was his plot in the comic books. So in the movies, I guess they kept the framework of that as Loki being the catalyst to bring the Avengers together. But that was pretty much the biggest similarities they had between the comic books and that one, since obviously there were different characters fighting in the comic books than there are in the movie.
And on, I guess, the beginning point, I agree that they did a good job combining all the movies leading up to this, to where if you just watch Avengers like it's your first MCU film, they do enough to where you can watch it in isolation, and it's not, you don't really get too lost. But seeing all the supplemental stuff beforehand definitely boosts the enjoyment level of already establishing the characters and knowing how they tick.
It adds a
So when they react
big,
in certain ways with others, it makes sense.
yeah, it adds a big emotional value to it. A lot more care to the characters.
Like with Phil.
Yeah.
If this was the only movie, this was the first one you saw, Phil's death wouldn't probably mean too much, maybe a little bit, but not nearly as much as if you've seen everything leading up to it.
Yeah,
I agree.
because you've definitely, at this point, you would have seen Phil in Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2. You definitely would have seen him in Thor. And while he doesn't make an appearance in Captain America, you know he's still working with S.H.I.E.L.D. at that point in time.
Right. And like a head person in S.H.I.E.L.D., not just a, what do I call, foot soldier, but he definitely was someone of interest, of interest in S.H.I.E.L.D. as well.
Yeah.
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 I'd agree
Although
with that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, going to Phil itself, when I was watching this, I was kind of keeping track of how Joss Whedon, because really in the movies, like you guys mentioned before, to me, anyways, it seemed like he seemed more robotic and straightforward. And I mean, a military man, if anything. And as in the movie, they really, I think Joss Whedon wanted to humanize him and did it to me subtle enough where you were like, oh, so the opening scene where you see him, not the opening scene, but like when he goes to recruit the
Stark.
Iron Man,
Yeah.
yeah, that little arc of like giving him just of humanity of where Pepper Potts is like, oh, Phil, and if you have like, what? He's a robot. He's an agent. He's not a person, and it kind of really starts from there, I think, too. But you also see that in the big opening scenes when the tesseract is imploding, and that little short scene he had, I think Joss Whedon added where they were trying to shuffle out all the weapons and they all fall to the floor, and then all the foot soldiers are trying to grab the weapons, and he's like, no, no, run, leave the weapons. It gives him that whole of like life is more important than things, and I think they're starting to give you, I mean, trying to make you, appreciate and like him that little bit more throughout the movie, so they can, pull your heartstrings at the end.
To
I agree with that.
Yeah, to add a little bit onto that, one of the things one of the also kind of similar to the scenes that we see his reaction when they're driving away from the Shield base and the ground is sinking behind them. Like you can see his rational brain is still trying to comprehend what's happening in that way. So you can still give him that human element. And additionally, one of the other things that they think to build his character on a more subtle level is he has a relationship with somebody that he talks to with Pepper and Tony Stark at different points in the film. And the first mention of that is here when he visits Stark Tower, when they're walking away, like Pepper Potts and him are walking away and Stark is looking at the Tesseract hologram. You can hear them talking about like where is his girlfriend staying. And so you are getting bits and pieces of who he is as well on top of the like character building, because Joss Whedon's really building up his character in the background, which is I think to great effect.
I agree.
Sprinks, you got somewhere you want to jump?
Sure. I think at the time of this movie, the MCU was on a path that they then changed by the time, I guess, Guardians of the Galaxy came out. So, and this one's more subtle, unlike Kane the Conqueror story being torn down later thing. I think from the end credit scene of this movie, sorry to jump ahead, that the idea of Thanos was to flirt and court, as stated, with death. Because I see it as odd in his character for Thanos to be in charge of the Chitauri, and that of Loki being kind of a foot soldier to him, or a general to him, to give Loki an Infinity Stone in the staff.
In just this movie, without Thanos actually being a character, I have zero issue with that. But going forward, once we do have Thanos as an established character, that is an issue I would have with him. Is I don't think the Thanos we know in like Infinity War would just give up an Infinity Stone to Loki.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat within the context of this film, knowing nothing about the character going forward, because all he does is smile at the camera. I think that's perfectly fine for him to do. It'll be inconsistent though when we get to something like Infinity War.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you're also right about him courting death, because correct me if I'm wrong, Springs, he loves death, right? In the comics, that was something I remember reading about Thanos.
Yes, death in the comics is an actual physical being, and, well, I guess, quote unquote, physical being. And Thanos, to win the heart of death, his goal is to wipe out half of the population of all.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I mean that checks out with how the end credit scene is, because to challenge them is to court death, and the idea that it would be something he's interested in because that's what he loves in a way.
True.
So,
Which is interesting now that at this point in the MCU, not the point of Avengers, but the point of us now at the point of the MCU after the new Fantastic Four coming out, Death is a character in the MCU now.
Yes.
Where does this person show up? Because I maybe have missed
Agatha, all
Agatha
along.
all along.
Oh, okay. I have not seen that one yet. So Agatha all along, she is now Death. Interesting.
Yeah, Death is present in that. So, which is interesting because in the comics, Thanos is trying to court Death, but then also Deadpool can't die. So when Deadpool gets close to Death, dying, he flirts with Death, and it's interesting. And I think Silver
getting into
Surfer maybe had stuff with Death. I don't know.
But without getting into specifics, I do like who they casted as Death.
Yeah.
Yeah, no spoilers. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. They did a good job.
So
yes, I don't see it as breaking for this movie about giving the Infinity Stone to Loki, because, as I said, those weren't created in the MCU until Guardians, where James Gunn did it in 3 minutes, as he says. But I just see it as this going forward idea of Thanos being incorporated for the end credit scene is the direction of courting Death versus the Infinity Stones.
Probably going towards the comic angle, I suppose. I mean, just watching this movie without knowing comic stuff, I don't think anyone would really come to that realization. But a comic person, I could totally see connecting those dots. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys heard anything really, but was the comic book, scene people, that group, were they really upset with these movies, or do you think they're accepting of how they were interpreting their comic books, beloved comic books, in film?
With how much this movie made, I think they were accepting.
Yeah, I wasn't really a superhero guy yet when this came out, so I didn't have my ear on everything.
Okay. Well, I just wasn't sure if you had friends or knew people who were, there's always people who complain about a movie when it's not like the book. I mean, they're Harry Potter fans who are like, this thing sucks. Like, seriously?
Well, yeah, it's Harry
Oh,
Potter.
wait.
Of course it is.
You know someone here that's kind of like that.
Yeah. I'm like, if you're talking about like who to go for comic, it's me. But I was also the one when we covered 4 Christmas carols to cover the accuracy to the book.
Wow, that's dedication right there.
Yeah. I will jump to first interrogation scene. One of the little bits that I like about her character in this is when we're introduced to her and she gets hit on the side of her face and she's kind of looking down. Yeah. She looks bored. And then when she, turns to face the people that she's interrogating, she, puts the mask back on and pretends to be scared. Which is very effectively building her skill set and how it will be used later on in the film. So
I did like the fact they showed how she interrogates people, and and when you see it again later in the movie, it's like, oh wow, it adds another layer to her ability to manipulate anything and anyone. But sorry, I just know that I love that recruitment scene when they move from here and then they start doing the recruitment scenes and stuff like that. There's so much to me to grab from just her interrogating someone, and her talking about Stark nonchalantly, and then he's like, no, the big guy, and you see her, and her character just has abject fear just in her eyes, like, oh crap. And to me, it just really adds to where they're going with the Hulk, what he's going to represent in this team eventually to everyone else. So he is the nuclear option.
Yeah, it made me curious her line of when Banner says, "What if I say no? That I'll persuade you."
Yeah.
I mean, of course, what her persuasion would have been.
I mean, That is true. She is. I mean, like I said, the whole scene of the little child, saying "Help my daddy," and hugging on the string. And I'm sure that the actual character on point, what Banner would do, go running off in some remote part of the city, and then them as a little girl escaping through, and he's just. I love that whole scene because it adds to me. It's so much of the Hulk. It shows like he's an intelligent person. When the person runs through, he immediately knows trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just added like the whole scene to me is great because he's not concerned at all, really, that he's just fallen to a trap. You see, the great manipulator trying to visit there and work with him and nicely and slowly, but that one little scene where he gets angry for a second, the mask comes off.
Yeah. You were gonna jump in and say something, Crimson?
I don't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, don't worry, Crimson. I can point at you to say something. I know you're not the biggest fan of Mark Ruffalo in general. Do you think, from covering up what Ed Norton did with the Incredible Hulk to here, how do you think he did? I guess.
This is, I think, his best portrayal of Banner in the MCU. This version of him, I actually think, is fine. It's everything past this that I start to not like as much. But comparing him to Norton, we kind of talked about in Incredible Hulk how they're two different Banners, and how none of us could really see Edward Norton in the MCU conversing with these other characters because he's just got this different vibe. He's got this like stern groundedness to it. Meanwhile, Mark Ruffalo, he acts stern, but he doesn't feel like he's stern, at least to me. So it kind of gives off a different vibe with him than Edward Norton.
I feel like Mark Ruffalo's Banner is the type that in like a temper tantrum is like a kid to an adult, like just constant pouting, but it's not even bruising. Like that's what he comes across. Like he can be stern and aggressive and angry if need be in situations, but he is no damage, which really makes the Hulk and him a bigger usage of the Jekyll and Hyde approach, I think.
Sure, puny Banner.
Also, his body language, I think, is very well acted in this.
Yeah. I thought it interesting that the Banner or the character, Mark Ruffalo went with like a very timid, you know, very like don't touch me, like almost germophobic personality, where he's always wringing hands, he's like nervous, he's just
Averting
out of
eyes.
place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like he's autistic or has this severe social anxiety, and we don't know, honestly, as an audience, if it's just a normal thing that he's like that anyways without the Hulk, or is the Hulk making him just always be trying to control his timid, or just give off the persona of timidness before he becomes the Hulk? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's done a lot better at controlling it because Natasha brings up that it's been over a year since the last incident, and then even him with the interrogation with Natasha, like doing the test of yelling at her, I think shows control in him. And then when Tony like zaps him in the side, that's more control. So I think this Banner at this point is better at it. And then I guess the secret that he's always angry, if that correlates throughout the film. But
Do you think the year that's referenced is the events of Incredible Hulk or a different thing? Because we see at the very end Edward Norton in the cave. The clock goes back to zero because he turns into Hulk again. But is that something S.H.I.E.L.D's aware of? Did he do more that was more notable
I don't know.
afterwards? What do you think?
Natasha said that S.H.I.E.L.D has been watching him at all times from away.
That is true, and Shield seems to be all powerful in the recruitment scene, which I think kind of is bad. But that's when we move on to Tony Stark. But yeah, I with that I have to agree that this is like they were watching him. I mean, obviously, I don't think he can politely. The Hulk cannot politely move across country or through a city, so there will be some news somewhere if that actually happens to my, at least that's how they're portraying it. Is when the Hulk is unleashed, everyone knows.
Yeah. Is it? I mean, they referenced the last time he changed. He says he broke Harlem. That's kind of getting into Act 2 a little bit. But is that? Are we supposed to take that this is a bit of a retcon to Edward Norton's Incredible Hulk?
I think it is. I believe it is. I think they're trying like not to scrap an entire movie just because they changed actors for the main role. I mean, I think they tried to introduce it without really just consuming the entire movie. You don't need to know what happened in that movie, just the fact that he was in New York and he broke Harlem. Said and done.
Yeah, just remember the Abomination fight was in Harlem.
Yes, that is the Harlem
Okay.
fight. All right.
Then yes.
Yeah, I do think it's their way of nodding, like, okay, something similar happened. That's kind of their way of saying it, but not necessarily the exact same events of the film.
Yeah, because really we don't hear about his wife. He doesn't try to contact anyone. I mean, you figure your Shield's now okay with you. The first contact that Ed Norton's character Hulk would probably be calling his wife, letting her know he's alive, he's okay.
Yeah.
And
yes, I don't think Betty and Bruce are married.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're right. I think they're engaged, though. If I'm correct.
But Liv Tyler does not come back for a very long time.
Oh yeah, did she come back in Brave New World? I heard rumors that she was going to come back in Brave New World.
Do you want the answer to that?
Yeah, I do. I'm not going to watch it.
Yes, she is in Brave New World.
Okay.
It brings up a good point, though, is because Incredible Hulk is before this, they don't really explain her absence to Bruce in this.
Yeah. They bring important characters in, like they bring the important characters that they need to. Like Dr. Seldick is here because he's an expert. They bring in Hawkeye, who appeared in Thor. They bring in obviously Pepper Potts, and they mention at least Jane Foster with regards to Thor to explain her presence and not being there.
That's what I was going to touch on. They show Jane Foster that they're keeping tabs to make sure she's okay on a monitor. Why not do the same with Betty Ross?
Yeah. It might be because they considered that film maybe a commercial failure. I like in the sense that like they don't want to reference somebody that people in these might not get in the audience.
True, but they stayed with William Hurt as General Ross indefinitely until his passing.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what the decision making process on that is. He's granted it's not really relevant to the story at all. Thor's reference to Jane Foster is more of would be a scene between him and Coulson because Coulson also knows Jane Foster, so it gives those two something to kind of it starts their bonding scene almost.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know if that would work with any other characters. Like Betty's point would just be strictly for Banner without necessarily making it relevant to any other characters. So
yes,
it wouldn't accomplish multiple things at once, which is a lot of what Joss Whedon likes to do with his scenes. He wants his scenes to do multiple things at once.
Okay, I didn't mean necessarily like a whole scene talking about Betty, but just like scrolling that they're keeping tabs on these people, and it scrolls over Betty Ross, and then lands on Jane because Thor's in the room, and the conversation starts from there.
Oh, like so they were scrolling through it, and you see her picture, but that's it.
Yeah, it's like a cameo of it. Don't need a sit down with Bruce thing.
Yeah, I think that would be a nice little quick thing if they dropped that in.
But I mean, eventually, obviously, we know Natasha and Banner have some sort of connection, which I guess leaves a door open for that from them not doing this, which I thought was kind of weird as well.
Sun's getting real low.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I mean, there is that aspect too. That will be relevant to their relationship going forward. All right, Crimson, why don't you jump us somewhere?
Where would I like to take us? Let's go with. There was a line that kind of always bugged me a little bit, and that's when the helicarrier is starting to lift out of the water, and it was theorized it was submarine. Bruce was saying, "Oh, put me in a tight tin can underwater, or whatever. Bad idea." But then it starts flying. He's like, "Oh, this is worse." And I was just thinking, I don't think this is worse. This is an easier situation to survive than if the submarine just got imploded in the water, then everyone's dead. So that just a logic thing kind of bugged me on that, but I get the sentiment behind the line.
Yeah,
I
get
agree. A submarine would be worse.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely more, I think, for a bit of a quirky, fun bit, I think, that they were just trying to inject.
Yeah.
It works, but it doesn't, I guess would be the way to phrase it. I'll jump to a small continuity error. Opening scene when Loki gets introduced. Loki is standing in a very particular part of the room, in correlation to where Hawkeye is kind of getting back up, and then he walks kind of sideways into the frame. Loki walks sideways in the frame to kind of brainwash Hawkeye. Loki would have come from a different direction than where he walked into frame. Just a tiny continuity error on where where everything's positioned in the previous shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on it, but I can kind of picture that.
I mean, with all the action happening, it's very easily missed by the audience. Because I definitely have I think I know what you're talking. I know the scene you're talking about, but I really did not notice any continuity error since I was looking for a lot of stuff that too, knowing how you guys work here. And
yeah, it's a small one.
I don't.
It's not a huge one. It's just Loki comes from a different direction into frame than he would have otherwise. So I don't think it breaks the film or anything. It's just
No, I'm not saying it does. It just kind of also shows how much they really try to keep everything in this film as believable as possible. I think too. That's kind of more of a nod to them. This is as much as it's going. As bad as it's going, it's not bad. Although the only thing I really had with kind of like an issue with was the recruitment of Captain Rogers. When you walk in, we see him. He is punching something, and you more or less get the entire Captain America movie in like 15 seconds. And I was like, I mean, I don't know if that was necessary or, I mean, people. It was kind of like introducing Batman and showing his parents getting killed. I mean, I guess there might be people who don't know Captain America's backstory, but if you don't, then I have no idea what you're doing in the movie theaters watching Avengers.
It is interesting because
Oh,
go ahead, Springs.
I was going to say, interesting you bring that up, Curmudgeon, because we tackled this actually last week a bit on the first Avenger end credit scene, because it re-shows this scene, the same one of Cap with the punching bag, but it doesn't have the shots of first Avenger in it, so it's just him aggressively punching. And the difference between the two of just kind of showing like aggression of getting out energy to be recruited by Fury, but this one showing actually what's on his mind, I think is just to the audience the mental state of Cap, of what he's remembering and taking his aggression on the punching bag with.
Yeah. We don't really get a timeline of how long he's been awake, right? But I assume it's still very, very recent.
I would guess so. There's police in this movie who don't know who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. That is very true.
Yes.
To kind of go on a little bit more, I guess, to refresh for you, Curmudgeon, because one of the things I brought up is how I interpret the two scenes, the one where they don't show the flashbacks and the one where they do. The end of Cap, that one's from Nick Fury's perspective, so that's why we're not getting the flashbacks. But in this one, obviously, it's from Cap's perspective, and I think you brought it up earlier, Crimson, where they do a good job of like, if this happens to be your first film of the MCU, they do enough for Iron Man and Cap to where you can understand who these people are without having to see their films necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did say that.
I think the funny enough, I'll jump to another point that kind of comes up off of that was I think the one that wouldn't have gotten enough would be Thor. I think Thor is a little underdeveloped as far as that end is concerned. You get
he's introduced a bit late in this movie.
Yes, but you get
40
enough
minutes in.
Yeah, you get enough from his character in this film to know who he is, but you don't get the full depth.
Growth.
Yeah, you don't get the full depth and growth of his character. Which
a
is,
lot
I guess,
of his stuff is through Loki.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. So
when they're explaining about Loki's origin, that kind of just passes over Thor's a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I believe also, I think the reason for that is the last individual movie was Thor before they go to Avengers. So I guess they're taking for granted the fact that perhaps Thor is fresh on everyone's mind, that maybe he doesn't need quite the introduction as the other characters who, maybe who haven't had a movie recently. So as, possibly our people have very short memories, unfortunately.
I actually think it's a Cap that was the most recent one. At
Was
the
it?
end time of release, I think it's first Avengers.
Oh, yeah.
Time of release, yes. Timeline order would be Thor.
Yeah, timeline order would be Thor. Sprinks, why don't you jump us somewhere again?
Oh boy, let's see. I think it's just a little funny that throughout the movie that this is the end of phase 1, and it's brought up that they need to protect and ship out phase 2 materials.
I knew 100% you were going to say that as a point.
Yeah, within the relevance of this film, I like that they're starting the groundwork for that now because it's going to become a big discussion point later on in the film. And we know that at least Fury highly values it to a degree.
Yes. I just like the little tongue-in-cheek of it, which at the time I don't think was made for that, because at the time of Avengers, I don't even know if phases were a thing that was thought about at that time.
I think
Iron Man 3 came out. Did they know phase 1 was done?
Yes. I think at that point they did know. I think it was in between the end of like the Avengers film and before Iron Man 3, they knew that was the end of phase 1. And the reason I know this is because they have sold a special edition like metal briefcase that Fury puts the tesseract in the first act here before it gets yoinked by Loki. They sold a collection of DVDs of all the movies. So you open the case up, you have all the DVDs of phase 1 in there with the tesseract in the center. You get a model tesseract with it. And it was they sold it as the phase 1 collector's edition that came out before Iron Man 3, I think. So okay. I think it was pretty close. They might have had an idea during this process, but I think it was confirmed pretty much after the film.
I think they were probably waiting to see how successful this movie would be, since they know they're going to throw $250 million into it and see how it shakes out. Because I mean, they're not going to keep doing this if it's not going to keep going. But yeah, I think definitely once they think they got their
realized
money,
they got their cash cow. Yeah,
they're like, okay, we can definitely go with. They probably had a phase 2. And then from there, like, okay, let's just keep going. Then what's going to be phase 3? What's going to be phase 4? And pretty much saturate the film industry with just a shit ton of superhero movies, I guess. So,
I mean, yeah, they have over 50 projects now.
I know it is
wild,
pretty crazy.
And you got to see them all.
I know. I mean. I don't think you guys understand, like, coming from my point of view, where I woke, I was a young kid at, 5 or 10, between those 12 to watching the Adam West Batman and seeing the live action Captain Americas and the cheesy lines and the horrible, the stunts and everything else they had to do to just try to make it somewhat fantastical and the endless explosions, just to see now it all graduating to this point where it is you really are getting yourself immersed in a different whole universe, and it's very, very graphic. It's just it's pretty amazing. It's obviously with technology and everything else, we have that has come a long, long way.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Exactly.
Hey, the shark repellent was pretty good. All right.
It's funny.
I have to share with you guys. So, like, when I was a very young kid, I want to say like probably 10 or 11, and I was watching Adam West Batman, and what I realized I was too old for it was the special episode where I think the Joker was at a lighthouse, and Batman and Robin went in to fight him. There was a bomb, and they were trying to dismantle the bomb before it went off, but they didn't. The bomb went off, but the lighthouse didn't explode, and of course, Robin looks at Batman and goes, "Why didn't it explode, Batman?" And he pulls out a aerosol can that says anti-bomb spray, and he says, "Well, I made a precaution of spraying this around the room before we dealt with the bomb." And in my mind, I'm like, "Okay, I think I'm done."
Yeah, anti-bomb spray. That's a
I
bit
was
Genius.
Who needs
like,
bomb squad anymore?
right?
Bruce
And it
Wayne's
was
a
like,
billionaire.
wow.
He can pay for anything.
And it was just one of those where like I love Batman, but I had outgrown that version definitely of Batman. But
I
to
just
see
need
all
that
this,
anti-car accident spray I can put on my car.
right?
It's pretty funny.
Yeah. That memory, I've never forgotten that one scene, just because it was the catalyst to like, okay, I think I'm too old for this now.
That's fair. Well, Curmudgeon, do you want to jump anywhere in the film?
I would like to
Roll an
probably
act
go
one.
to. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
with
like
an act
one.
one.
Well, I want to hit up on Iron Man's recruitment and the whole. My problem with this scene was, and then besides Gwyneth Paltrow, which I think is one or two things. Gwyneth Paltrow's character before this, the movies before this, I just was never sold that Pepper Potts was in love with Tony Stark. She seemed very robotic. She seemed very cold. I mean, it's like, yes, I love you. It was. I don't know. Maybe it's because she was standing next to her, Robert Downey Jr., and he has this, ability, and he's just out acting her. Maybe, or maybe it was her writing or her lines, but I don't ever felt that connection. This is probably like that one scene is probably the most I think I ever felt her remotely be romantic with him. But I will, flirty and happy, but I still, maybe from the past movies, just never felt the in love part from her, and I feel it's her acting chops. And then the second thing was when Coulson somehow magically overrides Jarvis, the state of the art AI program of planet Earth, like it's some sort of digital bike lock. I mean, just to walk in the front door, I felt that was maybe too much.
No, I have that as a nitpick as well.
Yeah, I found that. Well, yeah.
Yeah, because throughout the MCU, it does seem like Tony, when he gets faced with a situation that he's not prepared for, he learns from the mistake, or takes in a lesson from it and adapts to it. Much like how his fight with Whiplash in Iron Man 2 is damaging with all the electrical damage. In this film, he generates that power of Thor's lightning back into his suit to be outputted. So he learned and upgraded through that. In the first Avengers, Nick Fury bypasses Tony's security of Jarvis to get into his house to talk to him in the end credit scene. And this Phil Coulson does the same to get into Stark Tower, and I feel like Tony would have made precautions for that.
Or at least tried to, I think.
Yeah.
I am in agreement. I think the only way that I could infer that this was possible is probably that Nick Fury didn't share with Stark how he did it, so it's a S.H.I.E.L.D. secret how they can get past Jarvis or whatever. But I still think that would incentivize Stark to try and make new countermeasures. So I still would, even with my best inference and best reading of it, I still think that it's still a nitpick worthy of talking about.
So.
Kind of tricky because they have two like strong things going. You have super smart Tony, And then as of right now, S.H.I.E.L.D. is set up to be this I don't know how to put it, but well put
Super.
together agency, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not riddled with issues yet or incompetency, because a lot happens with S.H.I.E.L.D. here that goes wrong, but I wouldn't really blame S.H.I.E.L.D. for it. I think they played their cards well. Not counting the council, of course, with like the nuke and stuff, but anything Fury related, I wouldn't really complain. I mean, him lying to them makes sense because he knows how they'd react, and he's just a spy. But anyways, I'm trailing off to different points. But I can believe at this point, S.H.I.E.L.D. is resourceful enough
To make it the mistake with Flo Coulson breaking into the Stark Tower to then be the upgraded lesson learned of Tony breaking into S.H.I.E.L.D. on the Helicarrier. Because if it's that big to break into Jarvis, which is Tony's biggest security, how is Tony then able to break into them?
Well, there's like two different ways of hacking, right? You have software, hardware, where you can do it wirelessly. Hardware, you'd have to be tapped in. Tony had to have direct contact with the console at the Helicarrier to get into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s infrastructure.
Right.
So I can believe a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent getting into Tony's hardware and putting in something. I can buy that.
Yeah, they might.
Maybe.
They, like I said, they probably. Well, I mean, Romanoff infiltrated his staff in Iron Man 2, so I wouldn't surprise me that there is other S.H.I.E.L.D. staff members that are not even on his radar that can probably do that. Yeah, I like I said, right now it's enough that it's not a huge issue for me that Coulson can just walk in. I do think an explanation. I'm on the page where an explanation would have made it better.
Yeah, I think a line even from Tony Stark saying, "Hey, I gave you that bypass on this basis only," or whatever, you know, would have at least like, okay, so Phil Coulson maybe specifically, or maybe it would have been. I actually would have been probably about Pepper Potts saying, "Hey, I gave you that access, because of this reason or something. Only in this occasion are you allowed to use it," and at least that would have made more sense of why he was able just to infiltrate Stark Tower so easily. But yeah, to me that scene kind of bugged me, just because it kind of takes a little bit away from what Jarvis is going to be and then what he is, and of course Tony Stark as just a tech giant himself.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I do have I kind of a little bit of an offshoot of this scene in particular. When Coulson and Pepper are walking into the elevator, and Coulson's talking about his girlfriend. There's a moment where Stark looks at the tesseract hologram, and I think on this reading in particular, I realized that's when he got really suspicious of S.H.I.E.L.D. because it comes up later in Act 2 when he talks about why wasn't Tony brought in on the Tesseract project, being that they're the idea is that the cover story is they're trying to make unlimited, unsustainable energy, and I think that's the moment where Stark got really suspect of S.H.I.E.L.D. is when he saw the Tesseract on the files about what was stolen. So that was an interesting
Good point.
That was an interesting read I had in this film, or in this particular watch through.
I have a little nitpick with that. Why is the hologram of the Tesseract making noise? I would have been okay with it if it was a transitional usage to then cut to the Tesseract itself.
Yeah, we cut to Cap and Coulson after this, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
So that means the Tesseract hologram is making noise, which seems odd.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the Tesseract hologram is making noise. I think that's just the editing department putting on the ethereal sounds so we feel, quote unquote, what Tony's feeling in that scene. In the sense
I will
of
say it's
oddness.
not needed.
It's probably not. No, I agree with that. I think, but I don't think it's in. I don't think it's the hologram literally playing the music. I think it's just the editing room playing it for the audience.
So it's non-diegetic noise.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's the right classification of that.
That's the right phrase. Yeah, non-diegetic noise.
Yeah, we went over a whole thing. I forget which recap. The whole music in out around thing.
He's in that Creature Commandos was in.
Yeah.
Crimson, you got a point you want to jump to?
I guess I could.
Crimson, if I could, just for one second, while we're still back in the scene, very quickly, I just
Yeah.
thought it was a fun thing to note. In that scene, obviously, and in the movies prior, Tony Stark doesn't like being handed anything, and I was curious on why that was. I don't know if you guys
Thank you.
know, but it is actually an homage to Howard Hughes, who Tony Stark and his father were kind of based on itself. So he was obviously a well-known agoraphobic and germophobic, so he didn't like hand anything. So they do that kind of as a real life inspiration for the characters. They added that little niche for them. Which,
But we
again,
discussed in Iron Man 2. Well, if it's someone he's comfortable with, then maybe it's fine. So that
I
kind of makes it
Give
an
him his business card.
inconsistency.
Yeah.
Well, the business card, he gave him the alibi sheet or whatever, the script for his speech at the end of Iron Man 1. So he's already been established to take stuff from Coulson, so this is inconsistent in the MCU. You could say it's just Tony being snarky towards Coulson, which I can buy. It makes sense, but if we're not applying that, then it would be inconsistent with how he treats Coulson.
So I interrupt, Crimson. You're up.
No, that's all good. But Sprinks, were you? I heard a gasp there. Were you going to interject there?
No, go right ahead.
No. Okay. Another Loki thing. Maybe I missed it. How did Thor come across Loki being alive? Because we just get like, Odin mustered up a lot of energy to open the Bifrost to send you here. How does he know? We've been established.
Yeah,
Might be in the Dark World explained. I don't know. My best guess is Heimdall.
My best guess is also
Loki
Heimdall.
knows how to cloak himself, which is why I bring up the issue. Because Heimdall can't see Loki if he doesn't want to be seen. Which then brings me, this would have been the great opportunity to answer the questions brought up in Thor of how does Loki get around Heimdall? This would have been the time, because now he actively chooses to be seen by Heimdall, but they don't bring that up.
No, with what Curmudgeon said, I think it would only be for those comic fans of knowing the storyline, because Loki wants Hulk to try to take out Thor, so he needs Thor to be there.
Yeah, I mean,
in this movie, we aren't told anything.
Well, within this film, his idea is to defeat the Avengers all at once because he wants a stage for it, as his interpretation of the plan. I agree, Crimson. It doesn't fix the problem. They don't really define it cleanly how Thor knows exactly where he is to get dark energy dropped in to where they are, but I think it's functional enough that I can buy it. I think it would be easier to say that maybe Heimdall found a workaround, or Heimdall noticed that someone is intentionally blocking his gaze. All right, Curmudgeon, you got a point you want to jump to?
So yeah. So anyways, as I was talking about that scene with the recruitment of Tony Stark, I mentioned obviously Gwyneth Paltrow's, in my opinion, horrible acting, and no one commented. So I wonder if anybody had an opinion. Am I wrong? Am I right?
You're not wrong.
I can jump on this one. So I totally get what you're saying, where she kind of, I've always viewed it this way, kind of, not to your extent to where I'd say she's bad acting or not good at acting, but she does feel stiff. I do get in the like 2 Iron Man films, I do get a building relationship coming through, and it's not just like, and then in Avengers, I can buy it. I do feel it going through, but I absolutely see the stiffness that you're kind of referring to, and robotic nature that can come across.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that as well. I agree she's stiff. I wouldn't say this is the first time I've felt like sort of I've felt that she was in love with Stark at some points in her films, in the previous films, but I admit those moments are kind of small, only bits and pieces. So it's not really like a big. As Crimson said, I see it more as a building relationship, but I do see that her acting is a little bit stiff as well.
Don't hold Gwyneth Paltrow's acting as a phenomenal world-class act. One could argue that her role in Hook is the best thing she's ever done because it's incredibly small screen time.
I just, to me, it felt like I mean that she was scripted to fall in love with Tony Stark, and I definitely didn't feel like she. It was. I mean, even the movies to me, the movies beforehand, where she was Pepper Potts and his assistant. I mean, I understand there was. I'm trying to like give her the benefit of the doubt in case she's trying to be professional, but there was no. Like when they got to the scene in Iron Man where they were on that, he showed up to the party and he took her out, and the dance performer was about to start dancing with her, and she was acting all weird. It's supposed to be drunk. I didn't see her really like swayed or moved by Tony. I mean, maybe it was written wrong, but or I just didn't feel it. And like I was surprised even when I first saw this movie that they were actually starting to hook up, because I was like, what? I honestly thought it was going to be like a joke and they're going to be friends forever. But evidently that's not the way the role was written, and I definitely didn't feel it. So
That's fair.
Gotcha.
Springs, you got something to add, or did you want to jump to another point?
Well, I can add a little, and it's not for correction's sake, just to clarify with Curmudgeon, the Iron Man dance scene with Pepper, I don't think was so much of her not doing romantic interest in the scene for its purpose, but that she was more focused on her public image by looking like she's close with her boss.
and like I said, I agree. I mean, but even so, I think there should have been that. You should have been able to, I guess, sense the fact that she doesn't want to be. Like I said, maybe the line where she didn't say, they didn't give her the line that says, "Look, I'm not going to be one of your bimbo floozies." That something like that at least would have made her, made this scene better. She was just in that scene. She was just acting all nervous and weird and almost breathing hard, but nothing to me indicated. I guess that's how she went with her version or view of it, but I just didn't feel it. It was very surprising to me that she was actually interested in possibly having something romantic with Tony Stark. So
Okay, just checking. Yeah, I can go to something of the brainwashing technique of the Mind Stone. Its control is simply giving, as said, like more information, more perspective to see all. Is it just to show the or like make everyone under the control of it to the goal oriented of Loki, and they go about it their own way, or is it more like actual puppeteering and Loki controls them?
I view it as more swaying allegiances than him controlling their actions.
Okay, so when he's like asking them, like, "Do you know your next target?" and Clint goes, "Yeah, I know what I need to do," kind of thing. That's his decision that he's come up with to get to the same goal they're all working on.
To himself, essentially.
Yeah, I feel like it was more it made them all want to see Loki's end goal to fruition. So whatever that anything that would have impeded them from wanting to do that was somehow muted or removed, so they would make sure that that goal was fulfilled. Which I guess is more advanced than just puppeteering or control, because
They're doing it of their own quote unquote free will.
exactly.
Okay.
And
That
it
I
was
wanted
very
to check.
comprehensive. Yeah.
Okay, so Clint then, under control, did not want to kill Nick Fury when he shot him.
I think so. I think that's because I mean they all talked about being able to see themselves or feel themselves. So perhaps they were able to. That's why maybe Clint aimed for the center of his chest, knowing he was wearing or assuming maybe he was wearing some sort of bulletproof vest. I don't
Okay,
know.
yeah. Because if
Yeah, I
Clint
guess-
wanted, I mean, Clint against Nick Fury, Clint could have headshot him. Could have shot him right through his other eye.
Both eyes easily.
Yeah, it gets into this weird situation where his objective's not to kill Fury, it was to get the tesseract, which just pacifying Fury achieved. So it could just be that simple where that did it, but also I agree. Also killing him would also get the tesseract. So I always viewed that as kind of just a weird thing.
Okay, I was just like curious on the control aspect of like how much of that was Loki, how much of that was Clint. Because if Loki was in full control, I could totally see the power of Clint's accuracy killing Nick Fury there in that scene, but he didn't.
Yeah, I do feel confident that Loki's not controlling him, like his actions. Just
Okay.
he's
I also
controlling his
really
goal.
like the detail that Clint fires a gun like firing a bow.
Explain.
How do you mean? Yeah.
Like he extends his arm out with the gun and fires, and then later when he's fighting with Maria Hill, his other arm goes up like a drawstring, and that's how he gets his accuracy to shoot with the handgun because it's not natural to him.
Oh, if that's true, that's a cool detail. I didn't look for that.
Yeah, the way he throws his arm out like drawing a bow. It's really neat.
Very cool.
I will jump to more bits and pieces for building Black Widow's character. We get a little bit of a. I think it's reused footage, honestly, from the Battle of New York. Seeing on the kind of the visual screen, which in like the Helicarrier with Hawkeye and Black Widow kind of in Budapest or whatever. I think it's reused footage, but I do think it's well-purposed footage, like to show that they've been on adventures together. And we also see that, learning about Hawkeye's fate being taken over is enough to kind of make her like switch plans and change up gears completely. So we get a quick sense of their relationship and how important they are to each other early on.
What scene are you talking about?
When Coulson calls her in her first
Oh,
interrogation
okay.
scene.
Martin's been compromised.
Yeah, and she just
Boom,
switches.
change of expression.
Yeah.
Which brings up later when Clint comes out of his stupor and has a little talk with Natasha is such an important scene in this movie.
Yeah.
I definitely agree, and we'll get to that soon.
Yeah, one of the things this is more of a broad point, I guess, but Joss Whedon was adding on layers to both Hawkeye and Black Widow, who made appearances in previous films but weren't really fleshed out characters. Pretty much the only thing we get from Black Widow in Iron Man 2 is that she's a femme fatale and she works for S.H.I.E.L.D. This one starts fleshing out her story a little bit more.
That's
so much
true.
red in that ledger.
Yeah. Can't wait for that line to come up again as a joke. All right, Crimson, Point, first act. How you looking? How you feeling?
How am I looking? How am I feeling? I'm feeling like I can keep going. I will bring up the, I guess, bet that Cap makes with Fury. I find it just so funny and well executed, the payoff of it, where Cap just pulls out the 10, hands it off. They don't even really look at each other. They don't say anything. It's just, yep, here you go. I think that's such a good choice to do it that way. Say like, well, you got me. I'm impressed. Hands it off, and she just nods or something. I just the cavalier accepting. Yep, I got proven wrong.
Show not tell.
I like it.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of little bits and bobs like that I quite enjoy. Like when Fury thanks Banner for coming, he's like, "Thanks for asking nicely."
Yeah, I definitely feel like you can. To me, you can really see Joss Whedon's fingerprints all over the script on this one. Just how all the characters banter right off the bat with one another, how they're like almost like awkwardly honest. It is very, I mean, very Buffy-esque, very Firefly. You can see where all this like humor. I mean, you can see where his wheelhouse of humor is, and it hits home very well in this movie.
Yep, the humor of MCU before the hit of Ragnarok.
Uh, don't even mess.
Pretty much when it becomes oversaturating.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like the fact that everyone, in a sense, had their own swagger. Uh, even walking in, I mean, even the Hulk, as little as he tried to be intimidating, uh, to me, that first scene when he's being recruited, you can tell he has swagger. He's not worried he's in a trap. He sees the reason why he's out in the middle of nowhere. It's all like, and he's asking, is it just you and me? I was like, I'm assuming we're surrounded. Like, nope, it's just you and me. And he's like, uh-huh. I mean, there is that everyone kind of has a like, I have beaten foes before, and you're not intimidating to me. So it's definitely the meshing all those personalities with all the banter is exactly. I think Joss Whedon did a very good job in scripting the characters, I mean, adding that scripture, maybe letting them be more vocal of how they feel about one another.
Has to show
Yeah.
off that they're Earth's mightiest heroes.
Yeah. There is I guess I have a bit of a question. I had a question mark. I don't know how I feel about it. How do we feel about Banner like pretending to be angry to kind of scare Black Widow into playing her hand essentially?
I thought that was great.
uh, One of the best scenes, I think, for him, that character. It kind of starts to really think about where is Hulk coming from, in a sense. If you like dive deep into it, you know,
Yeah. Okay.
he's like showing you like I can kill you at any second. You need to know this, and he has to make sure that the person knows that, and maybe for their own safety as well.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, that's not how I took the scene.
Mm.
Interesting.
Huh.
I Go ahead.
I don't see it as Bruce. He's not using Hulk as a tool. He wants Hulk contained at all costs. He wants him gone. So I saw that as Bruce is so intelligent, possibly even smarter than Natasha, that Natasha using an interrogation scene calmly, Bruce can already pick up what's occurring. So being that he's being tested, he tested back to see what would occur. But he has such control over it now at this point in his life of keeping the Hulk contained that it was a test.
And I don't think we're actually that far off on our explanation. I mean, yours is probably different than mine, but I think they're still kind of still on the same coin on how we feel about that scene.
Yeah, mine is not too far from that. I viewed that I had to think about whether it was in character for Banner to want to intimidate back at all. And I think I've settled on that was him confirming his suspicions that the place was actually surrounded and everything else.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I viewed it. So I view it as a bit of a test back, but I viewed that as more of him confirming, I guess, his suspicions that already existed.
How many guns do you think were hidden in that house?
For Black Widow
'Cause then it's-
specifically, just
Yes, because then it's coincidental that when he did it, she was at the table where the gun was stored.
I would guess probably one in each room. That would be the safe assumption. And then obviously, one of the details I like is you can see the sonic weapons that are handheld in reference to
Yeah.
weapons that were used against him in the Incredible Hulk. So we know that they are somewhat effective.
Yeah.
Crimson, got something you want to add on to that? Thoughts? Maybe.
The topic of testing Natasha, potentially, I've never really put much thought into it. I've kind of took it at surface level. With what we get of this Banner, and I can't see Edward Norton doing this, like faking out to scare her, tester or however you want to look at it. I don't see Edward Norton
Yeah.
doing this.
No, we just hear his heartbeat monitor keep beeping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where did that go? He should have that actually. Yeah, actually, good point, Sprinks. Where's his freaking watch?
Doesn't need it. He's in control
It's
now.
the same character. It's the same character. So that's an issue I take. Yeah, good job pointing that one out. So Edward Norton, I don't see doing it with what we get in this film of this version. I can buy him because he is kind of jokey. He's got more like a dry humor. So I don't know. There's my very useful conversation.
So did you think it was in Bruce Banner's character to lash out like that?
I don't think it's too far removed from possibility to where I would say he wouldn't. I think it's a little out there, but I could see it within the confines.
Okay.
I will ask you to go next, Sprinks.
Oh boy. Hey, it's not a perfect movie. I'm sorry, just to put it out there. I know so many people think it is. But at 10:38, when Loki's in the truck and they go off road as Nick Fury's chasing him in the chopper, we see, it really looks like Tom Hiddleston is on the back of the truck in like all the shots, which is really good. However, the body double they have in the car for Stellan Skarsgård does not match him.
No.
There are bits where it's backlit through the back window upon the passenger seat, and whoever's in the passenger seat is not the right size.
I'll add a couple more nitpicks onto that scene. Plot armor for Fury.
Oh yes, as he gracefully exits the chopper as it's plunging to the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if the pilot survived.
Well, the helicopter didn't blow up, so there's a chance he made it.
Yeah, I mean, possible. He definitely broke something though, for sure. That was pretty amazing. I mean, it makes you think like, does Nick Fury have a superpower I don't know about? Because that was just
Excellent reflexes.
I know.
I mean, I respect his determination, even though his helicopter is weaponless. He fucking pulled open that door and started taking shots. I respect the determination, but
Yes.
definitely some
That
plot
seems like
armor.
a Nick Fury thing to do.
Yeah, it's definitely some plot armor for Fury.
So
And
it is.
Hill.
Yeah, but he's got to be firing at Loki, right? Not firing his own guys, because it made me question something later in the movie.
I think he was. It's in terms of escalation point. I think he was trying to shoot the engines of the car.
I don't think he was aiming for Loki because he knows through Thor bullets won't do anything.
Oh, he sees at the beginning when Loki leaps like Sabretooth on people.
So
his chest is being lit up.
Plenty of evidence to show Fury that shooting Loki won't do squat.
Exactly. Guns are worthless to Asgardians.
I could see him trying to disable the car, and Fury is just tough enough to where I could see him shoot like Hawkeye if it seemed
thought he was
that
aiming
bad
for
of a situation.
I definitely agree with Crimson. I believe he was aiming for Hawkeye's. My thought is he was aiming for Hawkeye's head. I definitely agree. I don't think he was trying to disable the car. I think he was trying to stop his best agent, who is now turned, to stop him from assisting one of the worst right now things that could happen to humanity this last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can.
Fury is fine being the guy making the hard choices and taking out his man. I could see him doing it if required.
I am going to agree with that. I don't have any issues with him trying to take a Hawkeye in this scene. I think he's that person who would make the hard decisions. Obviously, he has his limits. He won't nuke New York, but
well, he thinks he has a better solution.
Yeah, exactly. In that instance, he would. All right, Crimson, do you have a point?
I do, and it's at the S.H.I.E.L.D facility at the beginning here, and in particular the car chase scene. So Loki is blasting cars, or at least one car, and I was like, "Oh, Marijo's lucky; she's not getting hit with that." And then she comes in from the side and rams the car, and then does the whole uh, bumper to bumper thing
Right.
where they can't shoot each other for some reason. But so there's some plot convenience for both of them in that moment there. But at least that explained away how she avoided getting shot by Loki, which is nice.
Yeah, even though I do think there's an instance of her teleporting ahead of them somehow.
I thought about that, and then I was convincing myself when I watched that perhaps Hawkeye spent most of his time down in there and then took the elevator up, and maybe she spent a lot of her time driving through the tunnels and driving herself around, because that was her duty. So maybe he's not fully aware of all the tunnels and intricacies of how this all works. Maybe she knows shortcuts that he wouldn't. But again, that's kind of like making your audience fill the gaps for you.
Yeah,
I like the approach. That sounds very much something I would say.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there is some inference that you can make there. I'm not entirely against the idea. I think it's just obviously I view it as just as a plot convenience. It's not terrible. Again, it doesn't break the film. It's just adding some intensity to the action sequence.
I do
Can't
have
explain the
though.
bad aiming though.
No, I can't. I can't explain that. That's just plot armor
I
for both
mean,
of them.
Stormtrooper SU, like shots out university, shoot universities.
Oh, shots fired.
Oh man,
But I
I've
miss-
listen. The stormtroopers used to be the top spot, man. Have you seen the First Order? Man, they are just top tier at missing.
Hey, they get electric staffs and jetpacks. Okay.
Yeah, they
fly
fly
now.
now.
Yeah.
My favorite meme still I saw recently. Oh, sorry. Was the Star Wars when Obi-Wan is talking about how they find that I forget what the hell the thing is called, a huge like tank-looking thing where all these people steal all the stuff. I can't remember what it's called, but they find it destroyed and wrecked, and he's explained this to Luke. Obi-Wan is explaining to Luke that like how these blasts are very accurate, and these are obviously not done by sand people. Yes, it is done
Yes,
by stormtroopers. yes, yes, no sand trooper, no sand people can be this accurate. Of course, it cuts to the next scene where he's speeding across, God knows, going how many miles an hour, and some sand trooper with a sniper spear nails him at like 2,000 yards or some shit like that. So it was just like, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
That's. I mean, it's true because that's the prequels problems. One of those.
But we digress. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I find one of the endearing bits in Act 1 is Coulson's trading cards. Obviously, this comes up to add to the gut punch later, but him like being awkward around Cap, I think adds so much more dimension to someone who is typically a robotic kind of character, military man. So they're humanizing him with that, and I think it works to great effect.
Yeah, and it's just another connection to another Avenger, because he's met Iron Man, Thor. He hasn't really met Hulk, but
He's worked
now
with
has
Clint.
Captain America with some knowledge. So it's just another connection to the group, which would strengthen his death.
Yes.
I know. I kind of started wondering when I saw that, and I rewatched the film obviously for the 50th time here. I'm starting to notice that, like, perhaps I don't know if it was intentional or subconscious, but I feel like the writers and people who did this really wanted to have a different array of people that maybe everyone can root for. So maybe Coulson is more appealing to the geeks and the nerds who are really into comic books, stuff like that. Captain America, I mean, there are scenes where he's just very much like America, fuck yeah, hold my beer. I mean, it's just he kind of like has that when in the scene where he stops Loki from killing a Nazi survivor because God knows we're all not all the bad guys are Nazis, and and just and his big shield with the star, and it just kind of gives you that whole America pride, stopping a bad guy. And of course, his line later on about there's only one God, and he doesn't dress like that. Yeah, he seems to be more towards that demographic of people, and I'm sure Thor has a demographic, and I think Iron Man has a certain demographic that probably likes him better. So there's just I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I feel like they all these characters somehow have that trying to bring in that demographic by having them visual in a big movie like this. I mean, is that too much, or do you think it was intentional, or was it accidental?
I think it's intentional to get the interactions we end up getting, especially when they're all like bickering at each other at one
Right.
point. Because having conflicting personalities makes for interesting drama. So I do view that as intentional. As in having stand-ins for audience members to connect to, I'm thinking that's more just a byproduct, but it could be intentional.
It's a tricky question for me because this is not an original story or original characters. It's based off of something.
Right.
So I think the initial creation of the Avengers, yes, of getting all these different forms of heroes to be different than one another, so everyone has someone they can root for, someone they can see themselves in differently, versus kind of all being the same hero look in a team. And implemented into this movie, I think it is done very well, especially with the other movies from Phase 1 of the characters' development of their individual pieces and origin stories to work with, and how the differences of them base off of each other together as a team.
Yeah, I guess my take on that is I can see it both ways. I also think Josh Whedon definitely played up different aspects of their personality to differentiate them in an ensemble cast. Because, I mean, this is going to come up more in Act 2 as a broad point, but I'll bring it up now since we're kind of on the subject. Thor very much didn't talk like this in his movie. Like he talks like a normal dude in Thor the movie. Here he has a little more Shakespearean-esque to him. Like he is speaking more of a ye olde English than he is in his own movie. And I do think that's very much intentional on the part of Joss to help differentiate him even more within the ensemble cast.
Could see that.
I don't
Yeah, it's good detail cut.
Yeah, it's I don't know if I don't think it necessarily breaks his character. I do see it as a tiny bit of a retcon, but it's kind of minor, I guess, in the sense of like it's just I can still see Thor saying all of these things, but it's just not how he spoke in his own movie. And I guess that's the obvious one for me that sticks out. And I guess with that, I'll jump to a point unless that you have anything you would like to add on, Curmudgeon.
No.
I will jump to Loki's. I'll jump to Cap's like introduction, I guess, in Germany, because we see that he's wearing a kind of a more spangly outfit, in more reference to probably how Coulson knows him, which is as the Star Spangled Man, with a plan from all the performances and propaganda to bullet bonds from his own
If
films.
any of that was recorded.
There's probably images
There's
of it.
movies and
There's movies and images.
Yeah.
So I think there are some of those that are recorded. I'm not gonna. It makes sense.
There's trading cards.
Yeah.
I mean, he had
could be made
merchandise and
after the
public
fact.
image. Well,
Like the trading cards could
why?
be from the 60s. I'm thinking things recorded in like 43. Right? And I don't know if that was done on the performance stages. The only thing I know of is the movies he made that went to theatrical release.
Okay, my point still stands.
You
Is
also don't
Coulson
know if
has
the
a look
cards
to
were made
base
in
the
the
suit off of,
60s.
so that doesn't take away my point here.
Yeah.
His entrance, I think works very well. He kind of just teleports into the scene, because Loki would have seen him And if he dropped from the height of, I guess, the proto Quinjet again, uh, lucky Cap didn't hit anybody. He just kind of lands in the right spot to block the shot.
Right.
For the rest of the team, I think it works out really well. It kind of shows plays off as the power dynamic of how strong Loki is, and that they obviously need more than just one person to deal with him. But I also, Loki's speech of asking everybody to kneel, it's very quintessentially in character for him. As much as Cap does teleport into the scene. So there's quite a lot. There's a lot of good stuff here, and I got some nitpicks about it.
My only nitpick about this scene would be, I mean, I like the grandeur. To me, the whole American Shield stopping Loki from killing possibly a Jewish man is so much. It's not even subtle. I just what that all represents.
I mean, that's World War II in a nutshell.
I know, right?
The SSR weren't driving Russian-made trucks; they were driving ours. So,
just the fact that like they really don't mention the heist, of what'll happen, like him removing someone's eye and where that information went from and why they would need it, and like I will say that for the first half of this movie, the bad guys are the most well-run, oiled machine ever. They know exactly how to take everyone apart. They know exactly what they're doing. Everyone's just like, they had no idea they were even there and left. I mean, there's no interaction between Barton and a Avenger. He went in, got what he got out. No muss, no fuss. They all saw Loki and swarmed to him as they did exactly what they want to do.
What happens when you're dealing with the best? The best.
Yeah, this is what competent villains feel like sometimes. You forget that.
Right. I mean, it was like very Ocean's 11. I mean, and even Loki, obviously, we later find out that this was all planned. Loki getting captured is part of the plan. He needs to be there.
Yeah.
He needs to give the staff. This all has to happen in order for their beautiful plan to come to fruition.
Springs. Point?
There are two very good transitional uses. I mean, there's just transitional usages used throughout the movie that I think are good, but two earlier on ones are the councilman conversation saying wars are won with soldiers, and it cuts to Cap in the boxing gym, and then Cap saying his advice to Fury is the tesseract should have been best left in the ocean, and then it cuts to the ocean where Tony's working on the power.
Yeah, and there's actually, since you brought it up, there's more layers to that, because the Tesseract is specifically to be an unlimited power source for all of mankind to share. And we cut to Stark working on that, which is very much what Tony Stark is about and trying to do at this point. Curmudgeon, you got another place you want to jump to?
Here. So I'm looking over my notes. Yeah, I guess my only problem with this whole thing is just how clueless all the heroes are of what's happening. It just they know they all sense something's wrong, but then no one really tries to investigate. Which why was Loki in Germany? Why did he take that guy's eye off? Well, I mean, it seems like it happens later. Like later in the scene, you'll in the next act, we get an answer. But in this point, like no one's even hypothesizing. It's just like, get Loki, got him, cool, we win. Like, did you?
Yeah, I mean, there's an exchange between Cap and Stark, because that's in its act. They meet up in this act, and Thor as well. But there's an exchange between Cap and Iron Man where they talk about that was too easy, So they're sus, but they are distracted by the arrival of Thor.
Yeah.
And also the fact that Cap points out, Fury didn't tell me you were coming, and Stark's very open about it. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of things Fury doesn't tell you. kind of hinting at what Stark's real objective is for being here already.
Digging.
I don't think that's digging much, but
Oh, like he's involving himself to get more dirt on
oh, okay. Sorry,
S.H.I.E.L.D.
you're referring to Stark, not me.
Yes, not you.
What's the difference? But
Very funny. If I had $1 billion Iron Man suit, I would not be where I am. But yeah, so we kind of get a gist of that, and I think it works out really well. Crimson point.
Sure, since this act involves the actual fight in the forest, I think it's pretty well choreographed and uses enough of their powers to not feel like a flat fight. Thor's just using his hammer, his lightning, his flying, Tony flying. Anytime I see Tony like fist fighting, I'm always like, that's kind of strange because I don't see him as an actual fighter. But yet it happens in several movies where he's
But do the boxing.
going hand to hand. Yeah, he does the boxing. So I always find that strange, but it happens. And seeing Thor's strength like constricting Tony's wrists or forearms and actually cracking and stuff is just good to show the power levels at play here. And I mean, this is all new to Tony. I'm sure Tony read Thor's file when he looked at the Avengers file, but seeing it firsthand, probably something big to him.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with that. It does a very good job setting power levels that, like, Cap struggled with Loki. Stark kind of puts him on the ground at least once.
Mhm.
And we see Stark standing up to Thor, but we can see that his suit is being worn down, so it's not something he could keep up indefinitely. And then we also get the specialness of Cap's shield being able to block Mjolnir.
Too bad I can't block a shot from a Hydra agent.
Yeah, listen, we can't fix everything, okay?
Did anyone find it odd that in the scene where obviously Iron Man catches up to Loki and Thor, that Iron Man just hits Thor instead of trying to just push him out of the way to get Loki back? I thought that was kind of weird.
It's weird that they didn't hear him coming. It's weird that it took him so long. It's weird that there's a lot of oddness about the scene. Obviously, the intention behind the scene is to get the heroes to fight a little bit because it shows off the power levels and adds drama and tension. But yeah, there's definitely some nitpicks to have about the scene because they would have heard Stark coming. His outfit is not exactly quiet, at least this version.
Yes, it would have made noise. I think he takes out Thor because it's a third party intervening.
Yeah, it makes sense that he wouldn't hit Thor, but his priority would still be Loki, and I don't think they would leave him unguarded in the way that they do.
Yeah.
I have no idea how Cap got there. I genuinely don't, because that jet is still flying away from them while he's strapping on a parachute.
Not wrong, yeah. So,
he can run fast.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Him running faster than a normal person is kind of his thing, but
He's not the Flash.
He's not the Flash.
He's no Emil Blonsky.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
In future movie, Spider-Man says it best. Your shield does not obey the laws of physics. I don't know if somehow because he had his shield member pointed forward, so I don't know if they want us to make us believe that he shot him. He used the gravity and the to the speed to actually.
That's too wild.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I could come up with off the top of my head for any reason why he would hate it. Paraglided with the shield to get there.
Yeah.
I don't think so either. But
Listen, it's not spinning lightsaber flying, so I'll take it.
yes.
No, I'm in agreement. I do think I think Cap gets there too quickly. I think Iron Man gets there too late because he's flying right after them.
Right.
But
With jets.
yeah, with jets. Uh,
Unless you're
so
saying Thor flies faster than Iron Man.
I mean Thor can Rosenbridge, which is faster than Iron Man, but we don't really get a flight comparison, so I don't have any knowledge to infer on that.
I know comics wise, Thor is absolutely faster, but MCU, I don't have the evidence for that.
Yeah. That would be something they would have to show. But that being said, I do think the scene has a lot of problems, but I do still like a lot of the character content in the scene.
Yeah. I personally love this scene, and again, it's probably because of the banter. It is the showcase of power, even things that like I don't understand why Iron Man's core increased 400% when he got shot by Thor's lightning. That was kind of odd, but you share that with Tony Stark is like, that's interesting, and then he fires it back. So
Yeah, and I think as Sprinks brought up, that's kind of been now used as an example of Stark learning from his previous adversaries, whereas in Whiplash used electrical weaponry against him, he learned how to just have his suit absorb that.
Yeah.
And turn it back out as power.
Yeah, I think his amazement is that it hit 400%, not that it worked.
nice.
My little nitpick with the scene is that Thor's actually using Mjolnir against Iron Man, and it would be denting his armor more. Because when Cap breaks him up, the armor is scratched and a dinged, and Iron Man inside is a bit cut from being jostled around, but it's not like broken, really.
Well, Thor is holding back. He's not trying to kill these people. Cap with the shield hit, that is questionable because he doesn't know that the shield would actually eat that. But he's a friend of humanity. He doesn't want to just go around killing humans. So I have no issue with him holding back his swings.
Well,
obviously,
Thor.
Yeah, Thor with his hammer, because you're saying he's not damaging the suit enough. I think he's trying to do it safely without killing Tony. Outlier being his strike on Captain America.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing Thor, he could just do that classic, just put the hammer down on Tony and then go get Thor or go get Loki.
Yeah. I think that might have been his plan, but he didn't expect, I guess, to be shot at with lasers.
Yeah. Well, I also think we touched on how Tony learned from Whiplash in the fight, but it's also neat that Thor learned from the Destroyer of fighting a giant metal man to this for a fight. So it's kind of a similarity on both.
Maybe. I'm going to be honest, I don't really think Thor fought the Destroyer. He just killed it in one blow after causing a storm.
Well, I don't mean like a learning situation like how Tony did with Whiplash. I mean in a situation of viewing from going through the phase that the interaction between the two is now Tony and Thor, whereas previously shown in the MCU is them fighting likewise things.
Okay. I can sort of see that as a note. My last nitpick for the scene, because I have a few, is Iron Man just teleports to be in the shot with Cap and Thor standing right like across from each other after Thor brought the hammer down.
Yes.
Because Thor hits him out of the way and then he brings the hammer down on the shield and they kind of...
Which blows everything back, yeah.
Yeah, and they all teleport back together for the shot with the three of them in it.
Yeah.
I did think it was funny how that scene ended, though, with just Cap just looking at both of them going, are we done?
Yeah. One of the things I do like about that, even though we get that line from Cap, is I like the look of Thor's expression on his face, because he's looking at the destruction around him and kind of feeling guilty. And I think that's him remembering the destruction his presence caused in the first movie when the Destroyer came and destroyed the whole town. So I get the impression that he's like reminded that that he's more powerful and stuff like that. Then that he needs to hold back because it's Earth. So
Jane's planet.
yeah, like the destruction he caused and everything is kind of what helps pull him back out of the scene.
Oh, that's the other nitpick I had. Asgardians still calling Earth Earth and not Midgard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Especially if their approach for this Thor is to go with that more Shakespearean-esque tone.
Yeah, it clashes a little bit with Josh Whedon's change of dialogue tone for him a little bit. I'd agree with that.
Well, if
I
he's
agree.
But it's
referring
not a huge
to
issue for me.
humans, I mean, talking to people that would understand Earth more than just Midgard. Whether or not I think Thor is someone that would care enough to change his language for that, I don't think he would. But
Thor,
Yeah.
Thor liking the people of Earth enough, especially with Jane, I think would be fine for Thor to call it Earth. But I don't think Loki would say such a mortal word to clarify it as such and would call it Midgard. And I think there could be context clues enough in the conversation between the two that Midgard and Earth are the same if this is your introduction.
I agree.
yeah, I don't think Loki would say it. Unless he uses it in like a derogatory sense, which he kind of does.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't like them calling it Earth when they have a word for it.
Yeah, Earth.
Yeah.
I'm kind of running thin on stuff in Act 1. How are you guys looking?
Not exactly sure because of popcorn style. For me, I had a page and a half, and from looking at my next point, I'm at the bottom of the first page.
All right, so still some stuff to sift through.
Running light.
You're running light. How are you, Curmudgeon? How are
Yeah.
you doing?
I am good. Yeah, I pretty much I think I've hit everything I wanted to talk about.
All right. Then Sprinks, why don't you shoot out another point? I'll pull out another point, and we'll check in with Crimson at the end of that.
All right. 2703, when Tony's going through kind of his homework given by Coulson, spreads the files all across. Is the shot shown of Hulk on his kind of like page, is that Edward Norton's Hulk, or is that a new thing of Banner's or of Mark Ruffalo's Hulk? I couldn't tell. The image of Banner is Mark Ruffalo, but the footage I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell either.
I watched it recently, like right before I watched that scene, and I believe it's from Ed Norton's. And then because I don't know if you actually see, they may have put Ruffalo's face on it, but I believe it was a scene from there because he was fighting the army at that school, and I want to say it was part of that.
It's a looped shot, a looped image, looped film, I guess, of Hulk, but it's from the back, so you don't see the likeness of the face.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I think it's right before he rips the truck in half to use his weapons, but.
Yeah, I think it is that footage from the Incredible Hulk, but I also think that they touched up the Hulk a little bit, so it looks a little bit more like Mark Ruffalo's Hulk. So I do think it's a little bit edited, but I do think it's repurposed footage.
Okay.
I like the referencing to Howard Stark. The transition. I'm gonna jump back to the Stark Tower. I really appreciate the details on Tony's technology getting better. So running the clean energy bit, and also him now having a walking platform to get his armor off, instead of what was used to be the obviously he had to stand in place at the house to get the armor off. But now it's advanced enough he can walk and get it taken off.
Being that he told Pepper to power up the tower, if it didn't work, would he be stuck in the suit, or would they have to just use unclean energy to get him out?
I don't think he'd be stuck in the suit. I'm sure by now Stark's worked out how to get out of the suit.
A manual
I mean,
override.
yeah, he'd have a way, like maybe go back to his, someplace to do it. But I was just curious, would he just stay in the suit until he could get out, kind of thing?
Maybe he
Because
might.
there are bits where he just takes pieces off, like his helmet. He can take off on its own. It's not attached fully to the suit.
Yeah, I mean, he might just stay. He might stay in the suit because he might have to go back out and make sure things were still working on the grid outside, and then work his way back inside. Because I think he trusts his own tech enough to not cause an issue. But I think he'd still be working in it if they didn't turn on.
Okay.
Crimson.
All right. So Nick Fury brings up that it's a level 7 threat, and states like war. And I'm just curious if level 7 is the highest or if it goes to 10. And then if it goes to 10, I'm curious what that means.
Does level 7 have anything to do with Sector 7?
I don't know what's Sector 7.
Okay, maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, I think sectors.
Crimson, I think I'm picking up that you're trying to pry something that you already know the answer to.
I think you're reading into it because I don't. I don't think I am.
Oh, I feel like that was the big line in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. trailer. Welcome to level 7 or Sector 7 or whatever.
Oh, there's the level of security clearances in S.H.I.E.L.D. goes up to 7. Like Nick Fury's a level 7.
Okay, so
agent.
Security 7 is the highest.
Yeah. But
Okay.
in terms of threat levels, that
Threat
I don't
levels.
think has been defined. So I didn't know if 7's a high for that, or if it goes to 10. I don't think it's stated, but it's more like a hypothetical question, I suppose.
What would be above Loki? I guess it
Yeah,
could go higher because he's just one guy.
Yeah, but he's playing
Declared
like it's a
war.
global threat.
Yeah, so he's declared
True,
war.
but if the end game scene of Thanos coming down with his whole army, would that still be a level 7?
A 7 or yeah, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Like, is level 7 just global threat? Because then it would just be the same.
Oh, could be that. Could be size.
Yeah, the threat level, not necessarily the size of the
Yeah.
force.
Wonder what threat level the destroyer was. Wiped out a small town.
Small town. Threat level 3,
Maybe
sir.
2 or 3.
It's possible. I will jump to quick character stuff that I enjoyed was when Banner is very nervous, like avoiding people on the Helicarrier, like he seems out of place and doesn't know where to go. And then Cap meets him and he says, "Word on me, you can find the cube." And Banner goes, "Is that the only word on me?" And Cap clarifies that's the only one he cares about, kind of showing how quickly Cap can make connections with people, and also showing the dutifulness of who Steve Rogers is and what his focuses priorities are.
Yeah.
Not judgmental or anything.
Yeah.
Sees
As
him
I
as the
touched on,
man
they
and
do
not the
very
monster.
good body language acting as well.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
The confidence in Steve Rogers standing up straight and Mark Ruffalo being very timid and shy.
I agree.
So.
It's kind of fun to see the lab experiments hanging out.
Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. Good segue into a line delivery that Coulson told Cap on their way to the Helicarrier that
Yes.
Banner tried to replicate Erskine's super soldier serum with gamma radiation.
Yes.
So it's a little bit of a retcon from Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
Is it? I thought that's what it was.
No.
The Incredible Hulk opening was more to the Eric Bana, what was it, remake, reboot situation fact that we talked about or brought up, and it was more connected to that of the gamma radiation test than the super soldier test.
Yeah.
No. Ross brought up that he was making a super soldier, just like I forgot his word for word thing, but when he was talking to Blonsky. He said it was a Super Soldier Project.
So,
The connection with the original was that this opened looking for a cure, as in the 2003 one ended with him going to look for a cure. That was the connection to the
Oh, I
other
thought the whole sitting in the chair and the scan over the eye was like one and the same to the Eric Bana one.
one. That at least wasn't brought up in the facts.
Okay. It's not the comic one of the gamma bomb going off.
I mean, if there was a scan over the eye, something like that, that's kind of more what the show the Hulk was, the Incredible Hulk, because that was the opening scene, like the intro.
The Lou Ferrigno one.
Yeah, Lou Ferrigno one when they had him sitting like almost like a dentist chair, but leaned back, and there was a scan over the eye, and that and he transformed on the chair into the Incredible Hulk. I know in the Incredible Hulk the movie that Bruce Banner was told by the military and believed them that in fact they were trying to find a way to heal people, and there's supposed to be something medical than military, and then he eventually figured out that in fact had no intention of using it for medical reasons. It was all military. But I don't understand how gamma radiation and super soldier serum connect.
That's true.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think
It's
they're
Just one of the
weird
tests.
avenue to take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're directly connected in the film. It's kind of played off as the super soldier serum is a little bit different from what Banner got induced with. But I think it's a retcon that sort of works with. It kind of helps smooth over inconsistencies that were over the course of the Hulk and the super soldier serum's like later attempts at reconstruction.
Yes.
You're saying that this film retcons
It's a retcon in the sense that it smooths it over. Like I don't think it's a direct like, oh, this is completely different from what happened. Like this is what it means now. Does that make sense?
Yes, it goes hand in hand kind of with the Peggy Carter line in First Avenger, which gives a little aid to it, and I feel like this one also gives a little aid, but the Incredible Hulk is the actual visual side of it and not just words. So,
well, I guess my stance is it's not a retcon because I remember Ross talking to Blonsky about it.
Yeah, well, no, not that it's not a super soldier serum. I'm fine with that. It's the involvement of gamma radiation as a part of the super soldier thing. Or maybe I'm confused what you mean by that.
Well, now I'm confused what you mean with the gamma involvement in the project.
All right, well, we'll table that then.
I guess so.
Sprinks, got another point you want to jump to?
yes, I know. I think it's a Kevin Feige thing more so than a Stanley, but he likes doing these little Easter eggs of putting in numbers that correlate to comic numbers in movies, whether on
Oh.
license plates or things found around. I mean, I didn't go and check the number correlation that I found and what connects to the comic wise, but one of like the big ones to me is like when Cap jumps off the bridge on top of a bus. The top of the bus has this huge number on it. I think it's like 1123. But I noticed that Tony's file for his homework he's doing is listed as 42, and that matches the number of the Quinjet that Cap rides in on to the Helicarrier of also being 42. And I just thought that was a detail connected that could be to an Avenger number 42 comic issue of something connected between the two, of like assembling the Avengers or something. I just didn't look into that side of it, but there's a couple hidden numbers throughout the movie. I think the Helicarrier has a big 66 on the side of it. But things like that, and I believe Kevin Feige's the one who likes to sprinkle those in.
Well, there you go, audience members. You have some research. Go ahead and double check for us.
Sprinks, go through a couple points.
All right, Crimson, you brought up how the difference between software and hardware to hack in, and how Tony had to kind of like hardwire in to hack in to S.H.I.E.L.D. to kind of bypass off of the following that Phil broke into the Stark Tower. How did he? I don't think he hardwired hack into the Quinjet, which I believe is S.H.I.E.L.D. issued, to use the PA system for his music.
Not likely. No. but hacking a radio is probably different than a computer database. But I'm not a tech
True,
guy.
the level of difficulty. I just didn't know if that was another thing prior of software usage to get in through a S.H.I.E.L.D. security measure.
I mean, it could have just been the radio, which probably isn't a big S.H.I.E.L.D. security risk. I don't know.
I'm 50-50 on that.
I don't like
I
any
don't-
evidence towards anything, so
No,
that's
the
just
choice
like
being the choice of music, I think Tony would pick his playlist specifically for an entrance and not rely on the probability of a radio station.
I mean, I could buy him just putting it on the rock, the
Well,
rock channel.
I don't think
'cause
he's
that's
hacking.
kind of his shtick.
I don't think he's hacking a radio system that specifies the PA system.
Yes,
Yes,
on the screen of the
Crimson could
Helicarrier.
say the song he's choosing is still over a radio station that he's playing in his suit.
Oh,
That's just being transmitted to the Quinjet. Could be.
I don't think he'd leave his intro to chance. I God forbid there's a commercial or anything going on. With the radio
Yeah,
station.
that's where I don't think he would rely on a radio.
No, I didn't remember the PA thing, so that is not the point I'm making. That it's radio through his suit. No. I'm not a tech guy, so I don't know the levels of involvement of just hacking to the PA and hacking into a computer database. I don't know. I'd imagine the computer database has more securities put into it.
Okay. I was just curious on that. Another point to go off. I think the CGI still holds up in this movie pretty darn well.
Mhm.
Act 3 has, I think, what holds the worst CGI / green screen part, but overall, just like the takeoff of the helicarrier and the engines coming up, I think still looks really good.
yeah.
Yes.
I think there's a couple parts where it's just
It
blatant
can look
CG.
better than some of the newer stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely some oversaturated
Yeah.
CG bits in Act 3, but for the most part, I think they nail it for the majority of the film. They look really good to passable.
Yes. I find it odd that when Loki kind of wreaks havoc after stealing the guy's eye, which also plays into, are these devices made specifically just to scan eyeballs? Which kind of goes into like the Obadiah stain, the thing made just for Tony's arc reactor
Oh yeah.
feeling. Didn't know about that, but when he exits the gala, a single patrol car comes by that he explodes. No other patrol cars on its way. That kind of confused me. It's
Yeah,
like just because he takes down one cop car.
I thought
There-
there were two. Did one
Or no?
crash into another or no? I remember that wrong.
I thought it was just the one that he hits like on the hood and it flips forward, like drags across the pavement. But
You're talking in the tunnel?
no. When
As
Loki,
Loki's walking out.
of-
And
in
after
the-
scanning the guy's eyeball in Germany, and
Yeah,
walks
I
out, a
don't
patrol car
remember
comes by and he shoots it, and then that's it. So the whole Neil part, no cops are coming. Cap
Yeah.
fighting him. There's no cops arriving.
best.
all right, so I am actually watching the scene right now because I have just popped up on my computer, and there are two, but yeah. So the lead one gets shot, and then the other ones just don't even bother, which I thought was kind of odd.
I'm just
Well,
curious
they're
if like,
busy kneeling.
yeah, I'm curious when, I almost said Scarlet, but Natasha puts down like the Gatling gun on the Quinjet. If prior it was like told to like no civilian like calling off the police
Right.
if they're en route, that way not casualties of firing upon police.
Best
Yeah.
faith
It makes sense
interpretation.
if they established that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
best faith interpretation is that the S.H.I.E.L.D. warned the police off after the destruction of their first car.
So could
Uh,
I
be.
don't think that's
The
Going back to your earlier point, Springside, I did question that one scene where she is in the air, is pointing a Gatling gun at Loki, who is surrounded by innocent
people.
civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah, and telling him to stand down. Like, what are you gonna do? Shoot me? You can't. I mean,
No.
I don't
No,
know.
that thing is not outfitted like Iron Man 1's Tony tracking
Right?
missile shoulder thing. Like
Right?
Yeah.
Just more red to her ledger.
Yes.
Yeah, I genuinely,
Oh, true.
I think I don't think Natasha was going to pull that trigger. I just think she was just laying it out as a clear threat. Though I might be reading too much into her character for that.
Possibly. I don't think she would have pulled the trigger. No.
It's just to show that they're heavily armed, I guess, to bring him in.
Do you think Fury would have?
Oh, if Fury
How far are we
could,
going to push him making hard decisions?
yeah,
I
if Fury
don't know.
could determine with certainty. Well, actually, you know what? I don't think Fury would, because Fury already called him Iron Man. So.
If Loki attacked first.
Yeah.
If Loki attacked first, then I think Fury would.
But Fury already called an Iron Man, so I don't really have any issues with him not giving an explicit order.
True,
to
but
fire.
waiting
Natasha
for
didn't
Iron Man
know
to
that.
arrive. Yeah, waiting for Iron Man
Natasha
to
didn't know
arrive.
that.
If Loki fires upon the Quinjet and Nick Fury's flying it, I don't think he's just gonna fly around and evade until Iron Man shows up. He's a man of action.
Yeah, I mean,
I still disagree. I don't think he'd fire it too.
Sorry, you first, Curmudgeon.
Oh no, I'm sorry. My internet's going in and out, so it's awesome. I'm hearing partly what you guys are saying, but yeah, I don't think Nick Fury would have fired into a slew of civilians unless, I mean, Loki has the tesseract in hand and knows that maybe he can put an end to the whole thing. Then I could probably be persuaded into believing these casualties are awful, but for the greater good.
The greater good.
Yeah, but then that kind of counteracts later him denying a nuke strike.
Right. So,
But like I said earlier, he kind of thinks he has a better solution than that. Like that would be like a last resort thing. But he does have options still.
It also falls into would he call an Iron Man if he was there himself?
true.
Well, I can bring up my last point for Act 1.
All right, shoot.
And it's my very first note. I don't know why I haven't read it yet. But it was with the opening narration describing that the tesseract has awoken, and I'm just like, didn't it wake up in the 40s? Let's go. Why is it now waking up when S.H.I.E.L.D's playing with it?
The Chitauri weren't around in the 40s.
So I found that as an issue already, that this is taking place 60, 70 years later.
I mean, I would try to use, and it's going to be horrible, but try to use the fact that signals can only travel the speed of light. Depending how far they are, it can only travel so far. So maybe it reaches that point. But still, this is an interdimensional thing, so it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to begin with. To actually give it the speed of
The
light.
tesseract can go anywhere in space.
Yes.
That's kind of its property.
Right. So
We don't know what the Chitauri were doing in the 40s on Vormir, of all places, for Red Skull to wind up there. It has a whole story untold.
Yeah, and they didn't explain why they didn't react to the first time it was used on Earth.
We could use,
and it's not like it was a one-time thing. It was actually being used in production. It got used on Red Skull as a teleportation thing. If you're like, it's energy source thing's not enough, that's a clear use of its properties.
Yes.
So they didn't explain that.
Yep, I think it's just a flawed implementation of a MacGuffin, because it's essentially what the Tesseract is.
It'd been funny if just randomly in Norway, a bunch of Chitauri came out of that wooden Yggdrasil, because that's where the Tesseract's hiding.
To attack the Nazis. That'd be funny.
Yes.
There's a what if episode for you. What if the Chitauri showed up when
good
they
one.
should have?
Finally, a good what if episode. Yeah, they have all
Yeah.
the MCU connected. My biggest gripes with that show. Last one I have, I guess I can go over, is just the good use of humor kind of thing of listen careful, brother, and Thor gets taken and I'm listening, or I have a plan for attack, I have a plan, attack. Just the little quips are well written.
My biggest thing with quips is that not only are they well written, they're within character, because it's hard to do that consistently, and I think Joss is one of those rare writers that can do that consistent. Like he can implement.
It makes me want Joss Whedon to tackle something with Spider-Man.
Right?
Kinda,
That's
yeah.
what happens with
Yeah.
like
I
modern Marvel with quips is every character's the same now with the humor.
Yeah.
They don't stand out in any way.
I'm gonna this
It's
jumping
unfortunate.
ahead a little bit, but like in Age of Ultron, where I think there is a lot of quips, they're still very distinctly in character. Because I do think Age of Ultron is kind of where they let Joss Whedon loose a little bit on quipping and his humor, but they never stray to be out of character for the people saying them, which I think is very much to his
Yeah.
strength, even when it can be a little bit oversaturating for the film.
True.
But it is
my
before
point, I
Ragnarok,
would.
so
Oh,
safe.
sorry. So, Curmudgeon here. Yeah, I would say my point is like when Joss Whedon, I think, is writing for these characters, I think he's probably enjoying, or it's probably easiest to write for Tony Stark and his little quibs because that's just so natural for his character. I could probably imagine if there was, he probably had too many lines to cut back of endless quibs that Tony Stark would probably say about anything at any given moment.
Probably Banner would probably be the hardest one, I would imagine, because he is the least.
I'm thinking Thor might be because the way he went to Shakespearean on him. At least Banner, will say things.
Yeah,
I think Banner can have some dry, funny humor, especially with
Yeah.
science jokes and everything. I think Cap might be the hardest to write a quip joke for
Hmm.
because he's so out of time.
Yeah,
it's run on some form of electricity.
I'm gonna compare Cap's sense of humor a little bit to Drax the Destroyer, actually, a little bit. A lot of his humor is generated is that he's not clueless, but he's a man out of time, and that's what a lot of his sense of humor is based off of. And then obviously Age of Ultron kind of moves that into like
Language.
yeah, like
Yeah.
something consistent that where they're playing off him being the straight man, the Boy Scout.
Yes.
You know?
But I think it's better in Age of Ultron because this one is more poked at him rather than coming out of him.
I wouldn't go that far. I will say
It
that
seems one way.
yeah, well, I mean, it's fine being one way because right now he's still a man out of time. It's not out of character for him yet, and it doesn't necessarily damage his character.
No. I'm not
I
saying
get that
needed.
reference.
No, I'm not saying needed of quips to break character or anything. I'm just saying if a joke's written for Cap, it's going to be directed at him, not coming out of him. At least
I
in
see
this
that.
time.
Well, I mean, like I said, the electricity one is that's a multifaceted one because he's not familiar with modern tech yet to the level that Stark is, and this is even beyond modern tech because this is a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. So I don't know. I don't necessarily see it as like I don't know. I don't see that sense of humor in that way for Cap.
Yeah. So I think it's poking fun at him more than he's just making some funny comment.
I think he's trying to be
Yeah.
funny while delivering info that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Well, I think Sprinks is trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the jokes that Captain did have were probably more directed at making fun of more of him
More of himself.
being inept. Yeah, like in a sense, the fact that they kept poking fun at him instead of him actually saying something outwardly funny,
Not
to
necessarily.
a joke. Okay.
More so on if a joke is to be written or a humor element with Captain America is to be written in the script or the dialogue of this movie, it's targeted at someone else to start it up in conversation wise and not Cap to say it.
Okay. Yeah. That
Whatever.
I agree with now that you phrased it that way. I don't think he's the person to start a joke, but he will lean into something that's already been said.
Yes. Whereas I can see any other character being fine in the team to start up the joke.
Yeah, okay. I can agree with that. And I guess that's it for Act 1, which will lead us into Act 2, which will be from Loki being marched through the helicarrier and Coulson's death. So,
Spoilers.
spoilers.
I'd never seen this before.
I know, right? And I guess with that, we shall move on to Act 2, and we shall start with Crimson.
All right. So, something I've always found amusing, and this time watching through, it still is. Them escorting Loki with like 12 dudes, like normal guys. There's no Avengers. There's just like 12 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and I'm just like, why? You went through all of this, and you had 12 dudes. Have an Avenger there. Something.
They're around.
They're around. Yeah.
You're playing with a guy that can create decoys and clones of himself.
Exactly.
If he's let loose once, good luck catching him again.
That is a fair point.
There's not much to say here other than I agree. Unless they wanted to introduce like I know Coulson arms himself with like a specific weapon. If they were like specifically armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to deal with metahumans, like they had kind of like taser-like weapons or stuff like that, I could probably buy it a little bit more. Something that would be more effective than the typical bullets. But yeah, it just looks like 12 dudes.
Yeah.
I think if
Yeah.
anyone would have been in line to escort Loki, it would have been Cap.
Yeah, I'd
Sure.
agree with that.
I mean, just any of them really. Just
Yeah.
the fact that they have no like special security for Loki. Just
Or
12
high
dudes.
tech handcuffs or something, where maybe it's glowing because it's set off to do something in case it's senses an energy surge. I don't know.
The funny thing would be to like have him on a like a not a spreadsheet, but a what do they call the beddings like from that ambulances use?
A gurney?
Yeah, it'd be funny if he was on a stretcher or a gurney and he just had Milner on top of him.
That would work. I was trying to think, what if you put him in a Iron Man suit?
I was thinking more Hannibal Lecter. You know how he got
like
wheeled in, so he couldn't even walk, and he's like mouth is all covered.
talk.
Yeah, no, just that whole idea. You can't bite me. That to me make at least more sense. He's not even walking himself. He's being strolled in, so he can't even move on his own power because they don't trust him.
Yeah.
This to me is like you're begging to just have more issues on a flying ship. It's just no.
The visual looks cool, but yeah, he would have a much stronger escort. That's pretty much the only compliment I'd give this scene is the visual looks neat.
Also, the 50-minute, 37-second walk into focus shot is really nice.
Yeah, like I said, it looks visually it's fucking great.
Yes.
But
and also him smiling at Banner.
Yeah.
Kind of giving himself away.
A little bit, yeah. You can see that Banner's getting a bit of a headache from that.
Yeah. Again, but these villains are quintessentially some of the best villains I've seen.
Pretty much, yeah.
They really do execute their plan to precision. It is amazing.
Yep, this is not Frank Gorshin Riddler.
No.
I will jump to the kind of right afterwards. The scene between Loki and Nick Fury when he's in the cage. Some of the best dialogue in the film.
Absolutely.
Ant?
Yeah, Ant Boot. A payoff as well for the joke. But how Fury is honest about like, you made me desperate. You might not be glad that you did. And then Loki is like poking holes at the story about a warm heart for all mankind to share, knowing that everybody's listening in. And obviously that's meant for Stark. Kind of already poking holes in the lies that exist surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D's usage of the tesseract and things like that. It's incredibly well written as the two characters kind of go at each other mentally.
Yeah. I'm curious who's in charge of the live feed.
You mean for the Avengers sitting around the table to hear it?
Anyone, like Maria's watching on a computer screen, the Avengers are watching on screens.
Did
I
you
don't
get the
know
feeling the
why
whole
it turns
ship was
off.
hearing him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think anyone on the ship could hear that conversation.
I kind of felt that too, but I wasn't like that can't be. I just ignored it because I'd like this. Like,
Yeah, I think it might be restricted to the bridge. I don't think that like people in engineering are listening into this.
I could buy the
Maybe.
bridge.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being the bridge because they would have the clearance to be on the bridge.
Yeah.
Curmudgeon, you got a point you want to jump to in Act 2?
yeah. I mean, I like that scene obviously around the round table. To me, so when everyone's walking around and they find about the heist, they finally figure that out, and then they're just discussing everything. It's Tony Stark who walks in knowing exactly what's it for, what it does, how they're going to use it, what's needed, all those little like extra details. And to me, that I was kind of, I think maybe this is kind of one of the scenes that sets up that from this point on, every point on, when we need to figure out the technology or who's the smartest person who's going to get us through the next fight, it's going to be Tony Stark. It's kind of like, let me see here. He's pretty much going to be the brains of the operation in a sense. That's kind of how I saw it. Is because at this point on every adventure, it is Tony Stark and his ability to figure things out and technology and everything else that gets them to the next, gets them through the next fight. I think definitely maybe argument can be made that Captain America may be a good tactician, but I don't think he's the brains for sure.
I do think Tony is like the backbone for the Avengers. He supplies the funds, the technology, just the resources. So I can go with that.
Yeah, I think I've talked about this before. I think Cap and Star-Lord are actually the best planners with the MCU, and what I mean by that is they're the best. Like, they can put a tactical plan together to defeat an enemy. I mean, Star-Lord. It is Star-Lord's plan that defeats Thanos in Infinity War before, obviously, emotion fucks that up. And
Yes.
I would say that Cap's plans in the Avengers are very, very tactically sound, but I would distinguish that from technical intelligence, which is what Stark is probably the best at. So I don't expect Cap to be in a lab finding a cure for whatever disease that a villain might spread, whatever Hydra poison or whatever. That would be very much in Stark's wheelhouse. But obviously, if you're going to attack a Hydra plant, that's when, Cap's going to be the man you turn to. And I'm kind of in agreement, I guess, with the clarifying distinction there.
In a sense, I was saying though, I think this is the beginning of all of that. This point on, in all future movies and stuff like that, and in a sense that he is going to be the one who is like the brains of the operation. Because even I think in later movies when they go to Banner and say, "Hey, you're a really smart scientist," and you figure it out, it's like, I'm not Tony Stark.
I'm no Shiri, all right?
What?
Yeah, that still annoys me to this day, but we'll get there maybe
I
one
didn't
day.
think about that.
Yeah.
Uh,
But I do. It shows that he did his homework in this scene, and obviously it's playing off in between jokes with the whole Galaga line. How does Fury even see these? And I do like this. He's making a big show of it as well to cover up for the fact that he's planting a device to hack into S.H.I.E.L.D. So it's a multifaceted thing that Stark is executing. Is doing multiple things at once with this scene,
right.
and it is in a I'm kind of in agreement. It lends to Stark being kind of one of the big backbones of the team. I do think he is definitely the spine of getting the brainy parts of the operations done. And I will pick on you to go next, Sprinks.
Oh boy. I just think it was very, I guess also goes with well-written conversation of expressing the points of view of the situation between Banner, Cap, and Tony in their little talk about S.H.I.E.L.D. hiding secrets and how Banner wants to know but is very cautious and keeps to himself. Tony's very much kind of only reason there is to find out what's going on, and Cap is to follow orders and not question authority, and how the three of them just go about the conversation between what their characters are to one another, I thought played very well.
Yeah, I mean, I can just go on and on about the dialogue and I'm going to be talking so much about the dialogue in Act 2 because there's so many great scenes in this film, and this is one of them. Because one of the things I love about Cap is that he's a very dutiful soldier and he does follow orders, but once he realizes that like even Banner is on Stark's side, he starts to realize, okay, maybe there is something actually worth pursuing. He pursues that question and he already knows there's something off, but he gets kind of encouraged to do so from Stark and his conversation in Banner. So this conversation kind of pushes him to do his own investigating and end up discovering, that S.H.I.E.L.D. has Hydra weapons in order to study them and eventually use them for Phase 2.
Recreate them and
Yeah,
pretty much.
And yeah, I think a lot of it's great back and forth because also the scene starts out with him being a little frustrated with Stark because he's concerned about the Hulk being released. Because obviously Stark is prodding Banner to test him and stuff like that.
Literally.
Quite literally, yes. There's, again, it's just very rich with characters. Like, Banner is timid in the conversation because he wants to stay out of it, but Stark forces him into the conversation, and then Banner gives his 2 cents. He's like, yeah, there's something funky about this whole thing. And we learn why Stark has lots of reasons to be suspicious of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because if they're working on an unlimited free energy project, why wasn't he brought in when he's one of the smartest guys on the planet? And that's his company's focus right now,
Right.
So there's a lot being done to flush out not only their character perspectives, but just their positions in the world itself.
I think, and like to add to your point, probably, writer, is that this is also a time where I think Captain America starts to grow in himself, realizing that he hasn't been that long. We don't know how long it's been, but it's been it hasn't been that long since he's actually come back. He doesn't understand the world, and his idea is to he's still a soldier and he follows rules because he believes everyone has the best interest. And I to that naivete, he now is dealing with Tony Stark, who doesn't trust anybody, and he's very upset about that. In a sense, he doesn't understand why he's not on board with him, and then to see Banner also be that way, I think you start to see that character growth where he's no longer this is what Captain America eventually comes up to at a point where he's not going to be the dutiful soldier and just follow orders. He's going to be looking into what exactly is the purpose of his missions, and is he doing the right thing, and is he or is he not?
Yeah, I mean
which I think.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
That's okay, but I think this is kind of where it starts.
Yeah, I mean, we could just keep going. I can add more to that. I think that this acts as set up into Winter Soldier, where he has his falling out formerly with the overhead, essentially the overhead government and stuff like that, and realizing that to be the best, that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government don't necessarily have people's best interest in mind, but he can trust himself with that, and that leads into obviously like that continues forward, I think. So I can definitely see this as the foundation for that as well. This was originally Springs' point, so I'm just gonna turn this over back to you to see if you have anything you would like to add on to anything we're saying.
No, you're tackling it in your own point of view pretty well.
Yeah, well, you got anything you want to add from your point of view?
Just like I'm not one for many words, I think. So just which that was actually terrible. Cut that. That was I hated that. Just like I already put out, like how Cap questions and Banner and how they're expressing each other in the scene and how that evolves into the big argument conversation. So it builds on these three characters more so than Thor, Widow, and Fury, but they have their own conversation bits about the team, so that builds into that scene later. But this is just a nice add-in of these three of Banner, Tony, and Cap to add in to that to build. So it's not out of the blue of like all six kind of just being at each other's throats at one point. It builds into it with this scene prior. So I think it's just good in that. But it also doesn't have to be oversaturated by giving every character who's later in that argumentative scene a time to shine to question something.
Yeah, everything.
Because then I think it's too overhandedly foreshadowed.
Yeah, they're doing enough to establish the character perspectives, why they exist, and pushing each other in a certain direction. In the case of Cap, where he obviously is going to go off and investigate on his own. And then obviously that all comes back to a head, because it's clear Cap and Stark don't, quote unquote, I'm putting this in quotes, like each other in this film up until the end, where they trust each other. But there is a degree of they are unified in feeling something is off about S.H.I.E.L.D. right now. Ultimately,
I do like the fact that it kind of shows that Captain America was not off on S.H.I.E.L.D. He was on board with S.H.I.E.L.D. and then these two kind of sway him into like, okay, everyone's making valid points now. I can't just sit here and be like, no, S.H.I.E.L.D. number one anymore. Which like I said before, and everyone's making a point. This is definitely. I like the fact that this is kind of the foundation where everything grows out of, and they did a good job. Obviously, the people who wrote for these movies kind of really stayed to those characters and let them grow, and followed those paths of the thing. They didn't do anything crazy or stupid like just start killing kids for no reason.
Why would you bring that up? Hey, you've been fairly quiet, Crimson, so I'll turn this over to you, or you can jump somewhere else you want to.
Allah was already stated on it, so I'll do like a more broader topic on it, and that's just the combination of dynamics in this film. It's crazy how many moments there are with different characters with each other. You get several like one-on-one moments with like Tony and Steve, but you also have Tony, Steve, and Banner. You have Steve, Banner, and Natasha. Steve, Natasha, Barton. You get so many combinations with all these characters, and it's not just it's group time to talk. They all have interactions.
Yes, it's not like Zack Snyder where he sits everybody down at a table and says, all right, we are now going to tell each other's backstory so we can trust each other.
Yeah, no.
Thank
no.
God.
This is a very Whedon thing that in a group setting, like a team, they have their one-on-ones and character connections. We saw this a lot when we covered Firefly for having a whole crew, but there are multiple bits of one-on-one characters or small groups within the large.
Yeah, one might argue that Joss Whedon's cut of Justice League is better because he added one-on-one scenes for the characters to grow and bounce off each other. Just saying.
Interesting for you to bring that up.
I know, right?
You've stated before how you see it just as the same as Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
You brought up in quality-wise how the Justice League is similar in quality to Snyder Cut.
Yes, I would say broadly. The problem is that Josh can only do so much to fix that disaster. But there are scenes that are actually good in Justice League that are like original to that film, that I think are actually good in isolation. That's kind of where I still sit on those films.
And I haven't seen.
Neither of them are good. I still think they're both bad, but at least one of them tried.
Yeah, I have mentioned this many times to a writer where I honestly believe wholeheartedly that Joss Whedon walked into a room, he saw the movie, the Snyder Cut, walked out, went to the board of directors and said, I can make it funny. and that's about it. Because I that was just a hot mess, and I watching the Snyder cut after the what Joss Whedon tried to help. This opening scene where Aquaman and one of the opening scenes, early scenes of Aquaman's walking out, about to jump into the ocean, find whatever, and he throws off a sweater, throws it behind him, and some girl starts holding onto it and then starts sniffing it at some point. And we're like, what the actual F is going on? I don't. Why do we need to see that?
Snyder's vision. Snyder's vision.
Yeah, I honestly feel. I know we're sidetracking Curse from going to DC to this thing,
Arthur
but
Curry is not a hot guy. They establish it multiple times in different comic issues.
oh my god,
He's not a ladies' man.
He is in the Snyder version.
It's Momoa.
But yeah, it's
But anyways,
very,
the point I'm saying is like a
yeah. The Joss Whedon one-on-one things for characters is very important in a lot of. I mean, I think it's important generally as a writer to want to do this, but it's Joss Whedon just happens to execute it very, very well. I mean, you can hate him for all the reasons you might want to today, but doesn't take away the fact that he can write characters playing off each other really well.
yeah. And the direction, everything else. I will say that in the scene we're talking about later on, where it's just a Hulk, and I think that's still part of the scene here, but it's just Hulk and Tony Stark, and they get into a little more in depth of Banner's struggle with the Hulk. We start seeing probably the leader Iron Man emerge as he talks to the Hulk, and is sincere with him of his struggles and how maybe his struggles don't have to be viewed as just struggles. And I kind of like that because it's. I mean, I read up on that I read up on Iron Man a bit when I was doing this, and in the comic books, Iron Man was not a team player. Was actually more a team hindrance. He was. I mean, he is pompous, but so much so that he actually was more in the way of the team and had that arrogant "I'm better than everybody else," like unsustainably the whole time. So it was almost like they didn't want him on the team because he just was a big hindrance and was not a leader. Was just pretty much more of a like I said, a detriment than anything else. And they really, I like the fact that they changed that persona him to accommodate here. And I think they did a much better job because he seems more like a Batman DC comic hero instead of a Jar Jar Binks, but I'm really smart superhero.
I haven't read many Iron Man comics, so I don't have any commentary on that. I will say this though, I think they still have that. There's times where Iron Man is a hindrance to the team, and
Yeah.
I mean I'll talk about this when we get more into Act 3 of what I think Tony Stark's arc is in this film. Is that I think he finds a kindred spirit in Banner, but it's very obvious he doesn't play well with everybody else. And one of the things I think he learns over the course of this film is because unlike the other people who had their own solo movies, Cap had a team he worked with. Thor had a team he worked with. Stark hasn't. So it's kind of one of I think his over the course of this film and going into Ultron is kind of finally a culmination of just learning to be a team player. So I do think that he's still on that journey in this film, but I do like that it is a part of his arc because he has, unlike the other two, Cap and Thor, he hasn't really had that experience to be a team player yet, which I think is what a large part of what his arc is in this film.
Yes.
Yeah. Not the one to make the sacrifice play.
Yeah. Sprinks, why don't you take a jump us somewhere?
Let's see here. We touched on when we covered Iron Man 2 how Whiplash's helmet was faster than a bullet. Is the Hulk transformation faster than shooting yourself in the mouth.
Oh yeah, they did a lot of that.
I don't know the logistics of that. That one I just shrugged at because I don't know. Like in the
Well,
sense of like, did the Hulk become invulnerable enough to spit it out or whatever?
is Banner as durable as the Hulk as Banner in the MCU? That's the question to be asked.
It
I
Because I
mean,
know in the
seems like
comics, if you kill Banner, you kill Hulk, but in the MCU,
Yeah.
we don't really
I'm-
get anything.
I mean, I'm thinking of
for that.
Ragnarok, right, where he jumps off a ship and just slaps down onto the bridge, slapstick from high up in the air, and he gets up as the Hulk.
Yeah, like he survived the fall.
True.
That's
And then
future
he also
stuff.
survived the fall in Harlem too, because I'm gonna be honest with you, that was Banner who hit the ground, not Hulk.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. So I guess just Banner is durable. I- At least what we have set up
All right.
now.
So the bullet didn't puncture anything.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of to spring off that, in the movie The Incredible Hulk, his counterpart, I forget his name. Remember, he had 200 bones broken, was in traction, just
Oh
and
yeah,
then
Blonsky
and
was
that's
bones were
pretty
ground
much,
into
yeah.
gravel.
And they're like just waiting for him to die at this point because for some reason they won't put him out of his misery. And then what, half an hour later, it was like, we're gonna go again. At least that adds to something, that Banner has said about putting a bullet in his mouth. I mean, I don't know how
That's with
fast.
super serum though, not with
Yeah,
Yeah.
Blonsky has
gamma.
something else than
Uh,
Banner.
It's true. I mean, but they're also trying to sell that this is later on. This was the next phase or the attempt to do the same thing as super serum. So are they similar? I don't know. But yeah, obviously once the serum one was gamma radiation. I don't understand why. I mean, they never really go on the physics of it, I guess, or biology as it be.
Yeah. So I would say it's questionable. I kind of using future knowledge. I can sort of see the other guy being the one to spit out the bullet, and because in Infinity War in the opening where he's trying to change into the Hulk, we see Hulk pop out of Banner for just a second to scream no. So like we see like he is very
Um,
capable of quick transformations, but this is obviously future knowledge, not necessarily pertaining to this film.
Right.
Don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, as an example of, I guess, potentially how the Hulk could be the one to spit it out, in that there are
Yeah,
these
but
almost instantaneous, tiny microcosmic transformations that take place in the start of that film that could
least so.
explain this retroactively. But
Yeah.
given the knowledge we have right now, it's just we kind of just have to take it at face value. Within the
True.
context of just this film in Phase 1, we don't really have that stuff, So I guess the whole other guy spit it out is pretty much, I just have to take Banner at his word for it.
To me, it just leaves a lot more questions. Like, okay, if you put the gun in your mouth, pull the trigger, the other guy spits it out. What if a sniper shoots you from 1,000 yards away?
Because you don't have any
Do you
mental preparation for that.
right? So do you die? Do you get hurt? I don't.
It's just something not tested is Banner's durability at this stage.
Right. You think they would try to sniper him at some point, right?
If they wanted him dead, yeah.
They
I
tried
don't know if
Incredible
Shield
Hulk.
wants him dead though.
I mean, yeah, or Banner, they could have like maybe winged him or something, or don't shoot him in the head, shoot him in the arm. We want
They
to.
can trank him. We know that.
I
He can
know.
get tranked.
So I don't know. It again leaves more questions than answers. I think.
It's still a good line in a powerful scene, but yeah, I dig
Right.
it. I think examining it, we walk away with more questions.
It's a dark turn, which is a nice beat in the conversation they're having.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I quite like Cap deferring to Thor when After Loki finishes conversation with Fury, Cap asks Thor what Loki's play is because Thor would have the most inside knowledge into Loki.
He had quite a bit of knowledge, I'd say.
Thor?
Thor is the one that tells everyone about the Chitauri. Thor tells everyone about the war. Yeah. Thor tells, you know, they find out that they're about to get invaded by aliens at that point.
Yeah, I think it works because Loki says that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're on the cliffside, so he gets the Chitauri word from Loki during that scene.
Yeah, at least Loki's plan.
Yeah,
Ish.
parts of his plan. Yeah. Crimson, why don't you jump to a point?
The Tony, I have a question on his character. I don't know if I fully believe he would probe Bruce so much with the Hulk stuff, like actually trying to get a reaction. I know he's very full of himself and confident and very like interested in knowledge, but he's read the files. He knows how fearful everyone is of him. Tasing him, probing him constantly, trying to get something out of him, I think it might be too far.
I mean, logically speaking, I can see that, but to me, it's still kind of on brand with his devil may care attitude and persona. And
I think he wants to go to reaction, not necessarily bring out the Hulk. Does that make sense?
yeah.
He doesn't know what that means.
Well, he would if he read the file, wouldn't he?
How comprehensive is this file? If Banner gets tased, then you get to see the Hulk's face, but the Hulk doesn't come out.
Well,
Like
Tony did bring up he was kind of the only one who did the debriefing.
Yeah.
The
I mean,
Yes.
and Scarlett Johansson, not Scarlet Witch, but Black Widow did say, that they're aware he hasn't had an incident in a year, so I'm assuming that would be the debriefing. He knows that he's got it under wraps.
Yeah, but not getting goaded into being angry and then tasing somebody, that's a physical component.
Okay, he's
as
not
well.
he's not tasing
Well, okay,
him. He's not
Yeah,
tasing.
it's not a taser like a taser. It's like one of those trick pens. Just a little zap.
Yeah, Tony carrying his trick pen around.
Well, I'm just saying, like the level of electricity.
You don't know that. You don't know how strong that was.
Okay, now you're all right. You've lost me, Crimson. Sorry, you're pushing it too much.
What do you think he got shocked with?
Oh, I imagine a tool in the lab.
Okay.
Are you asking how many volts we think that tool was?
No, you're downplaying it as it's a trick pen. I'm saying it's not that weak.
I don't
know
think
what
it's
the level
that
is.
strong. I don't think it's used to sedate someone.
He's using it to try to get a reaction out of him.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's got to be significant enough for that.
I mean, I am not that much of a lab geek.
That I
I'm
don't
assuming, I mean, is there like little taser things that people give to rats or whatever to make them move a certain direction? I'm going to go with probably somewhere around that voltage. If you're trying to get like a small animal into a different, I mean, you will still feel the pinch, but I don't think it's going to be, And I obviously that scene is more for comedy. I think I have to believe that Joss Whedon thought it'd be the funniest thing in the world to see, someone try to poke the Hulk to get a reaction. And I laugh every time I see that scene. It's very funny. It's horribly wrong. Captain's right. It's very irresponsible to a very high degree, yet it is still funny.
Yeah, so I don't really care at all the strength of its strength. That's not the topic at hand. It's that Tony doing it in the first place.
Yeah. Do you think Tony thinks he could take Hulk?
At this point, I would go no, but
okay. If you're going no, then I think that plays into Crimson's strength of the point you're making.
Oh, he is arrogant.
Because I think he thinks he does.
I get the feeling he's definitely not afraid of him at all, and so much so I don't know what else he brought with him in his big old box of
Well, I
computers.
can show you, he does not have Friday, and he doesn't have the Hulkbuster armor made.
Right. and perhaps it may be his ignorance that he's right now working with, unaware of the power that is the Hulk. Who knows? Because I mean, for somebody who can crush cars and throw cars, he can do that too. In a sense, I mean, his mind, he can pick up cars and throw them. He can crush things. I don't know how
He
much
also
footage
knows
you
his
saw.
strength is limited. He just
Yeah,
fought with Thor, and his armor was getting crushed by someone's bare hands.
yeah.
True,
Who
but
knows?
well, never mind.
True. What?
I was gonna say, was there a debriefing of Thor? There was, so you'd have to read up on that
Yes.
too.
Yeah.
Which then means he should know what he was facing when he fought Thor in the forest.
I mean, he held his
Yeah.
own. He threw him against.
He
did
would have
stuff.
ended up losing if it
I
kept
mean,
going.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, like I said, I think his armor would have been ground down eventually. Yeah, I'm still on that page, but he still got his point across.
All in all, Crimson, to your point, I think it's within Tony to playfully prod at Banner.
Everyone else agree with that?
Yeah,
I
I think
I
it's
would
in
lean that
character.
direction.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's in character. I don't think it breaks his character or anything. Yeah.
Something else?
Yeah, I think it would be a little weirder if Tony was far more focused on the science in that scene.
I mean, he can multitask. I'm fine with him. We're not necessarily with them for the big sciencey stuff. We're with them for the S.H.I.E.L.D. espionage break-in stuff, and we're with them for the character stuff.
True, but they give the sciencey stuff to Banner.
Well,
Like that's his outlet of trait.
yeah. Well, until Fury says that Stark's going to join him and help him.
True. No. I don't mean. Maybe you're confused on what I mean. I'm not saying. I mean the one thing of Banner's highlight is the sciencey bit laboratory thing. Tony is an assistant to that and can help in it, but Tony's main focus isn't the same as Banner's of science to be portrayed. It's in the charismatic humor that he portrays of his personality, and is far more of like, this is a camping trip, a road trip, thing of just being around these people, but they're for S.H.I.E.L.D. to get the secrets, and they're not two equal parts seen scientists in a room, is what I mean.
Okay.
Like, just like after a scene of Natasha doing choreography in a fight, I don't want to see it go to then Captain America doing the same kind of fight thing. If that makes sense. Like, that was her highlight of what she's doing. It should be different for someone else.
I will jump to Loki and Natasha bouncing off each other. Again, really, really strong scene because Loki kind of plays his cards at the front, or they both have different cards to play during the conversation, and it probably has one of my favorite shots as well in the film, which is you can see Loki's reflection when through the glass when the camera's focused on Black Widow.
1 hour, 5 minutes, 48 seconds.
You timestamp that?
I had it too. The reflection shot, I think, is very nicely done. Also, there's multiple reflection shots in this movie.
That's very true.
I think it's really cool.
There are a couple.
The first one, I think, is the interrogation with Black Widow, and there's like a mirror, kind of mural thing where she's lined up.
Yes. I do like the this scene because obviously they're both like really, really good at what they do as far as manipulating and trying to get what they want from the other person. And I think the important thing about this scene is that they both walk away having won almost. Ultimately, Black Widow gets what she wants from Loki, which is the plan, but Loki also does strike a chord with her, as we find out later with her scene with Hawkeye. So Loki's scene did affect Loki's threat did affect her. And I actually quite like that, as they both walked away as kind of winners from the conversation. And it's because it's very hard to balance that power dynamic when you have two very, very intelligent characters going at each other.
Loki didn't know he won. He had such a great face. What?
The confusion on his face didn't even like hit him. Yeah. There is a brief shot where you can see him realize that Natasha had won, but he didn't realize he himself had won the conversation with her as well.
Mm.
But good stuff. It's just really great scene. Probably one of my top scenes in the MCU in general. This scene, because this is also really our introduction to Black Widow's backstory, even if it's vague. And I can't wait for her solo movie to come out and we get to see Budapest.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
What could have been.
A question I have for the interrogation scene. Is it coincidence that she says you're a monster for him to play up bringing up the Hulk into the conversation? Because I was
No.
like, maybe she's thinking ahead on it, but I don't know. There's no information leading up to this to where he's thinking on using the Hulk to even probe that as a question.
I think there's multiple layers going on. So I think she would have gone through a litany of thing and kept her mask of crying up if she needed to try and see what else she can probe out of him. So I think that's a fine. I think the line makes sense within the context of the scene. Because she was working out whether Hawkeye was the plan or something else. So I think she would have found a way to go through every potential idea. And maybe it was because he did drop a hint about the cage earlier in the film with his conversation with Fury. So she might have had a sticking point already to try that.
It definitely came across in a aha, I now know your plan moment. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but she could have said, "Oh, you're evil, you're cruel, you bad man," but she chose, "You're a monster," which gave him an opening to bring up the Hulk.
Yeah.
You brought the monster.
Yeah, I think, and I think it's fitting because I think he explicitly says that it's an impressive cage, not what I not think I built for me. So he does talk about the Hulk specifically, or at least his knowledge in reference to what the cage is meant for. So I think she has something to work off of as far as trying to bring that up in conversation to pull it out of Loki.
All right.
Crimson, for clarification on your question, is it for the line or is it for the timing?
It's the convenience of her saying monster. Because there's
You
a lot
find
of
it
other
convenient.
words she could use. That was my initial pitch, yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Why do you ask the probing question? You have something to add?
Well, I didn't find it convenient at all. From the interrogation earlier shown of Natasha, how she works, kind of giving the false sense that the other party has the upper hand on her, but she's getting information out of them anyway. I found the same exact thing here with Loki. Is she's working with the strengths of playing off of him to work with it, and I think Hulk was just the next line to pry with to see where that would lean. So she chose the word monster to go with it, and Loki fell into her trap by sharing too much information. I think it was all planned out of her.
I don't, but that's just where I'm at on it.
The art of manipulation. I think it's funny that they had a woman doing that. I don't know if it's sexist or not, but still.
I mean, she plays it up. She knows.
Yeah.
That's kind of how she uses, at least in this movie, her interrogation styles. The weak, defenseless woman.
Yeah.
Works for her.
Well, weak, defenseless, mewling quem.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no, she seems to be the most fit for that role. They're not going to give that to Thor or Cap or Tony.
Yeah, I'd like to see Thor whimper. You're a monster.
Thor's not going to interrogate. He's just going to yell at his brother.
What are you doing, Loki? Yeah.
Loki, you monster.
Yeah, it's definitely. I wouldn't say it's. Yeah, it's very much in her skill set for what she's doing here. So,
I think it's funny. You think they borrowed that line from Taken, or was it just I have a certain skill set? She says that. I don't know. Was that? Do you feel like that was an homage to the movie Taken, or with Liam Neeson?
Could
I
have
think it's a
been.
common
A little bit.
phrase.
Yeah, I don't think it
Yeah,
was direct 1-to-1, especially out of Black Widow.
yeah. I don't know. It reminded me of that movie when she says that. And I mean, it was out 4 years before. It was very popular, but who knows?
Yeah. If Tony was the one to say the line, then I think more so yes, because he's the reference one.
Okay. Uh, but
Yeah.
I agree all around. Great. From like here on, there's so many great scenes.
Yeah. Uh,
Me?
yeah. No, I was gonna say one of my favorite shots. I'll jump to the big argument scene, which I think it's very effective. It's very natural how everything plays into the argument scene. But one of my favorite shots
Yeah.
is the upside down shot with the staff, as we see the rest of the
Oh,
Avengers arguing in the background behind it.
Because at that point, the whole team is upside down and on their heads.
Yeah.
Sure. in a more literal sense due to the shot, yes, but
yeah.
just a good shot in general.
And then also smoothly transitions into the quinjet of the scepter.
Yeah,
Image.
that's what the signature they're tracking, so they can find the stealth helicarrier. Because the bad guys in this
Yes.
show, in this one, know what they're doing.
Exactly. I did like the little homage to Star Wars where they're like, "We don't have you in our thing. What are you here for? Weapons and transport or something like that." I can't remember the exact quote, but that was definitely
Ammo and
Return of the Jedi.
ammunitions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely Return of the Jedi. I was like, "Ah, so perfect."
Yeah. Joss Wood.
It worked for them. Yeah, it worked for them. Why? Yeah, it worked for Luke and Han. Why would it work for Barton?
Sprinks, you got a point you want to jump to?
Sure, on the ship, or the helicarrier, when Cap's going to go investigate what Shields is hiding, he's a strong guy, but how the heck did he break open that door? Because
Yeah.
it's angled in a way where it's indented into the wall, so there's no way to get hands around the side to pry. So he had to do it with his palms and pressure to push and pull it open. But upon seeing it open, the metal, like I don't know what they're called, just
They're
indents of where it goes into the wall to hook in aren't busted or broken in any way.
well, I assumed he was pulling on a handle, but that might just be me because I'm used to when I see doors like that, I think of like submarine hatchways. They could be locked down and stuff like that.
I would go with that, but his hand placements don't match where a handle would be, unless the handles are up on the top left above the window.
Yeah, I think there's.
of the door.
I think he has one hand that's on a handle, and the other one up top. I think he's just grabbing something else that he can move because he has to move it without necessarily because he doesn't have obviously the ability to hack into the door. So I think he does have a hand on a handle, but just one hand, and I don't know. It works, but I agree it's a little confusing. I think.
See, I think you guys are asking the wrong question. Is how did a man from the 1940s bypass a probably highly secured, alarmed door without
Setting it
setting
up.
anywhere?
That's true.
Not even a silent alarm. Not even like a
You know, that's a fair point.
Because let's say
Yeah.
his father worked in construction, or maybe I don't know, whatever reason he figured out how to open this door. Yeah, it's like okay, fine, he opened the door, but no one knows he opened the door that's full of I don't know, super high tech, super top secret phase 2 weaponry at all. That's kind of weird. I mean, I obviously moves the plot further, but
you know what I would want now, just to make another payoff better in this scene, in this film, is he runs into the guy that asks for their authorization on the ship, and he goes, "Son, just don't." So I want a scene where Cap has to talk his way past him, and then that way it would get it more of a payoff in that scene later on. But that would be kind of. I think that would be entertaining, but I am in agreement. I think there would be a silent alarm.
a minimum.
At minimum.
Besides an actual a loud alarm. But yeah, that was kind of like, unless they're
Yeah, I can't. So
hiding
yeah,
it.
yeah, I can't. Do we get a view of the door, Sprinks, where from the other side where Cap's trying to come inside to the room, or no?
Yeah, it's interesting. He's pressing rather than from the top left where the opening of the door is to slide. It's on the opposite direction of him pressing at the top of it to break it open. So against the lock, and that's taken from inside the room, and then as soon as the door slowly opens, it cuts behind Cap's back to open the door all the way and get in.
Okay, so we do have a view of the door. All right, I'm gonna put that as a maybe because I don't remember, but what Curmudgeon said is definitely a problem.
Yeah, that there's no silent alarm going off that a door is being opened without authorization.
Yeah, where all the Hydra tech is stored. It's like important shit to them.
Yeah, all the Phase 2 stuff. Number one, Nick Fury's priority.
Yeah. Or at least the council's priority. I will. Curmudgeon, why don't you jump somewhere?
Well, I mean, we're on that stage where now the infiltration starts, and the helicarrier, I'm assuming, lands at some point. But how many people? Because when we saw the helicarrier earlier, I mean, it was pretty full with all the heroes and everything else, and yet they seem to have like almost a small army inside there. So people were either sitting on laps.
Oh yeah,
It didn't seem that full when they cut to the thing. There was like maybe 8 to 12 men, and yet when we start seeing the invasion, it's I think significantly more people are running through everywhere.
Upwards of 20.
Yeah.
Because inside, showing Hawkeye before firing his arrow, of walking from, I guess, the front of the Quinjet to the back, we're only seeing one side of soldiers sitting, and not the opposite side where the camera is. So I just times it by 2.
Yeah, I think they got, I want to say 15 to 20 people. That kind of makes sense to me. That's how many I guess could fit in that dropship. And I think that's enough to cause a havoc.
Yeah. Especially since they don't all go to the same location.
Yeah, we have some who try to go destroy the engine that Cap and Stark end up working on. And we have
some go to the bridge.
A large portion of them going to the bridge. Yeah, those seem to be the two main locations that they're heading for.
Just when I saw that small people land, I don't think that adds up, but I guess you could be right, or it could be the other side.
I will say okay. One of the little nitpicks I have is the fact that they don't strap things down on top of the helicarrier annoyed the shit out of me. Like, because when the helicarrier is falling, we see like crates sliding around and stuff like that, and it's for dramatic effect. But I'm not gonna believe that logistically they wouldn't have strapped those to the deck. We do that with
Helicarrier is not outfitted with evasive maneuvers.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying invasive maneuvers. I'm saying just the crates that are the crates and stuff that are like next to the ships that store ammunition and things like that. We strap those down on like our aircraft carriers in the ocean. Those would be strapped down and not be like jostling as the helicarrier is falling out of the sky.
Okay.
Sorry, do you got a point you want to jump to, Springs, or did you have a different one with that?
Shoot, there was something I was going to interject with, but I find it weird that Hawkeye's like hacking arrow that starts manipulating like all the screens on the command deck.
One of the engines, yeah.
Yeah. No, not the engine, not the explosion from the engine. The one that like hacks into the computers. It doesn't. It's showing that it's like hacking all of them, but it's not. Because then you have Maria Hill talking to a guy who's working on a computer. That's fine.
Yeah, he's. If I correct me if I'm wrong, he's just turning off another engine, right? That was the point of that, not necessarily to hack the bridge.
It was a particular. It wasn't communications. It was something else. It was something
It
Maria
hacked
told
in.
Fury.
Yeah, it hacked in to shut down Engine 2, whatever, because Engine 3 was the one that exploded.
But it was another thing. It was when Maria was talking to Nick Fury with Phil's cards, not being in his jacket but in his locker. She brought up something that Barton was using to hack. I don't remember what it was, but it will. I don't have it up to look.
I'll go hunt.
All right. In that case, I will jump to small bits and sections of the argument when eventually Fury has to be confronted with the truth, because between Cap and Stark bringing their two pieces of evidence together to kind of make their case against Fury, he's ends up being honest and points at Thor. Thor is the reason that they have had to investigate into Phase 2 technology, because they leveled a small town. Good stuff. I appreciate the continuity, kind of showing that the previous films have consequences in continuing the story.
Yes, it's very strong. So without the Thor movie, this movie wouldn't exist. Oh, Spring said, "Huh." What did
Yeah,
you
I did.
find?
Nothing. Unless it's in a different scene. Whatever you brought up was not in there with the cards of Nick Fury talking to Maria Hill. He just brings up get our
Earlier
communications
scene
back
then.
online.
This was an earlier scene then.
Maybe.
It will.
Yeah, I mean, from what I remember of that particular scene, I mostly just remember that the arrows shut down the computers and they shut down one of the other engines. That's all I really remember reading into that. But Crimson, you got a point you want to jump to?
Sure, we kind of touched on it a little bit. The hacking arrow, but in broad, just Hawkeye as a character. He gets joked on, just like in general, about he's just a guy with a bow. But I think they do a really good job in this movie establishing his threat level and the variety of arrows and how he utilizes them. Like he was able to destroy the carrier essentially with 2 arrows.
Pretty much.
That's pretty wild.
Yes.
That is a threat.
Yeah, and
we would look into that.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that you brought that up as well, because that's kind of something they play up going a little bit further with him, is that he's just a normal dude with a bow and arrow, but he's just really good at what he does.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's not. Gosh, I always forget the question if Clint Barton has the better or equal accuracy to Benjamin Poindexter. But then I forget if Poindexter's a mutant in some iterations or not.
And the character that is
what?
Poindexter is Poindexter.
Oh, Bullseye. Sorry.
That's the popular name. Bullseye.
Sorry.
All right.
Okay.
The man that never misses.
Daredevil. Yes, Daredevil. All right.
Yeah, I don't know that.
So I have a question or something up for debate. So is that okay?
Yeah.
Change it?
Go right ahead.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So obviously the spear of mystical destiny here sets off Banner and he becomes the Hulk. I kind of got the feeling that he was being under influenced by the spear and that's why the rampage happened. Or do you guys think it was just, I'm Hulk now, I'm going to rampage? Because he seemed to be wanting to kill Natasha, which kind of seemed out of character for Hulk. She wasn't aggressive towards him. She didn't try to shoot him, didn't try to kill him. Everything
We're going
nice
with
to
the
him.
Incredible Hulk being canon here. I guess I could see that. He reacts to threats. So maybe.
Hulk
Yeah.
and Banner are not the same person to me. So to Hulk, all these people are strangers.
How does that connect with Incredible Hulk?
To Incredible Hulk, it doesn't. I'm just saying, going after Scarlet, he doesn't know who Black Widow is. It's just someone
Right.
there. and Hulk
But
just being a rage monster.
Yeah. I mean, but we've seen also Hulk protect people, and whether
Like Betty, yeah. I think the enactment of Hulk becoming outward can't be immediately fit upon full change to calmness. The rage is what enacts it, or the anger. So I think that needs to be unleashed for Hulk to go through. I don't know anything in the Incredible Hulk where he changed and was calm. It was all rage and then he got calm.
Huh.
So it's kind of like a temper tantrum. Like, you get everything off your chest in the yelling, not picking up anything that's being told to you or listening. And as soon as it's all out, then you're out of breath and you calm down, rather than saying 2 words and stopping, kind of thing. I think that's how the Hulk kind of works.
because even later on, he does hit something first and then waits to take direction, I guess.
I will see and wait if that's consistent. I have an inconsistency already in my head with that theory, but that's not pertaining to this film, so we can wait on that. I think that's acceptable for now. I think the Scepter, or at least the film certainly implies the Scepter is messing with everybody a little bit, though it's
Right.
very vague to the degree that it might be doing so. And maybe it's just that it's just it's just framed that way specifically to show that the Scepter is being tracked, not necessarily that it's influencing everybody. So there's a couple of readings you can have of it. So I think reading that the Scepter is having an influence on Banner becoming the Hulk is a very valid read because of him not realizing he picked it up. But also you can read that as just the Scepter's being tracked, and it's the explosion that ultimately sets Hulk off. So I do think I lean more that it is the Scepter / Loki influencing him a little bit, but the film is just very vague to the degree at which that's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I understand why the Hulk came out and like the Scepter did that, but I found it very odd that he just focused hardcore on Black Widow.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that to me was like a little out of character for the Hulk, where he's more, whoever hits me first gets hit first.
Yeah.
Huh. That's really fascinating. All the times I've seen this movie, I've never taken it up that the Scepter is what caused the transformation.
I mean, for me, right? It's a part of what causes the transformation. Ultimately, it's the explosion and the additional stress. But I think the Scepter is what was nudging Banner in that direction. Because otherwise, why have it that Banner is suddenly holding the Scepter?
I think because, one, he's the closest to it.
Yes, but he has no reason to pick it up other than if he's being influenced by it.
Yes.
Is it like the locket in Harry Potter, Deathly Hallows Part 1? Where it's influencing people's emotional states?
That's kind of how I read it.
It's definitely making them more volatile. Like I said, I view it a little bit in that way. It's kind of it's vague about how it's influencing people, but I think the clearest instance of it having an influence on someone is just Banner.
Yeah, him grabbing it
pisses people
off. So to get back to the original point, Curmudgeon, I don't necessarily view it as out of character for the Hulk yet. I think because because of the Scepter's slight influence, I think it's totally fine.
But I don't think it's fine that he whacks her and she survives.
Yeah. Yeah. Blonsky got how many? Well, Blonsky took a full kick, but I do think she would be more hurt.
He was in bulldozer mode.
Yeah.
I do think the power level is changed of Norton's Hulk and Ruffalo's Hulk.
Do you have any specific on that, or just
no? Yes, I think Norton's Hulk seems more human control, or what's the right word for it?
Him and Hulk and Banner aren't as
man-minded.
Yeah.
in control. So like knowing what to use for tools, knowing where to attack, the brutality of what to find weak points on, I think is all Norton's. Ruffalo's just seems to be punch. Anything. Like just move, punch,
Brute.
attack, brute. Yeah. Norton seems more pinpointed.
Sure, but you said this one's different strength. I think being like not using tools and weapons doesn't mean that. So, is there a point where you're like,
Go
oh, he's actively weaker or stronger than the other one, or
not shown between either, I think, in comparison. Not off the top of my head right now, but I just think Norton's Hulk could, like, in the factory, grab someone and break their bones. Ruffalo's Hulk here with Scarlet just kind of waves her off and hits her. Sure, I think it still would break bones and hurt her, but not to the point of, like, death of how Norton's Hulk would.
seeing how strong Hulk is during the Chitauri fight, he absolutely could one-shot her.
Absolutely, yeah. So, did anyone find it odd about Natasha's unbridled fear of the Hulk? Because obviously it starts with she recruits him, and he does the anger thing, and they have a big shot of her face, and just like abject fear, and like almost crying that she thinks he's about to change in front of her, and then after the Hulk goes after Thor, and they're fighting, she gets left alone, just pretty much cowering in some kind of small dark corner, like maybe has lost composure. Because that's kind of how I saw it, is where
Yeah, I think
Black
she
Widow
became
was
much.
broken for a second.
I think she came much closer to death than she expected. So yeah, I'm fine with her needing a minute to compose herself, and having it be Hawkeye on the ship is what breaks her out of it.
Shaked
Well,
up
I
in this
think
new
she's
little area of monsters and magic.
Yeah.
yeah, I think she's used to having some power level of control in the situation she's in. Like she can escape or talk out at whoever the situation she's in, like the interrogation scene. She can usually work her way around, but you can't negotiate with the Hulk, at least not yet. Um, and she's not going to fight the Hulk, so she's just in a situation that I don't think she's used to being in with a no way out scenario.
Yeah, I think that leads into some of her stuff. Her scene with Hawkeye is Sprinks kind of hinted at there. Uh, the Hulk is the nuclear option. She just came face to face with it, Because if not for Thor, I think she would be dead.
Yeah, unless she found like a floor grate to crawl through that the Hulk didn't see, so he didn't chase her or something.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think when he hit her, she would have died.
Yeah,
Or something.
barring barring the obvious plot armor that happened, I do think that she would have died in that scene if Thor hadn't stepped in. I quite like the in a situation like this. I quite like they give all the heroes something to do. So like everyone's doing something very important, even if Banner's on a rampage. So it makes sense that Thor would be the one trying to contain him, whereas Stark and Cap are working on saving the ship to save as many lives as possible. And obviously Widow's shocked, but comes out of it to confront Hawkeye and get him back. So I like that all the main characters have stuff to do, so they're not sidelined.
Yeah. This is true.
Good stuff. It's hard to balance and give everybody something to do in situations like this. I think they do a good job of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sprinks, how about you? Jump to a point.
1 hour 18-16 seconds. When Thor gets knocked kind of through some crates, there's a shot there listed in the timestamp that a crate hits a camera for the shot and shakes it.
Okay. Interesting. So I guess it'd be a more, it's not visceral, it's not the right word, but more dynamic, yeah.
Yeah.
Immersive. The Hulk containment unit, the glass cage, whatever. What is the intent of it exactly?
The hint of it is that it's supposed to be an attempt at killing the Hulk, which is what prompts Banner's line, "You can't kill me, I know I tried."
Okay,
Like,
that's what I was trying to get. Is it to get the Hulk off the ship, or is it to kill him?
I
That
think
was
it's
kind of what
going.
I
It
was
would
leaning toward.
as a last resort, it
Well,
would be a way to try and kill the Hulk. It wouldn't work, but that would be their attempt at it.
No, I don't know why that would be their plan after all they know about the Hulk.
That's why I'm bringing it up. I think it's not a very good plan. I mean, even in Incredible Hulk, Ross or somebody would have wrote that Banner jumped out of the helicopter and survived the fall. So just being, Hulk will die from fall damage. Cool. I don't understand it. And same with Loki dropping Thor, because Loki was expecting that to be lethal, I guess. I don't know. The amount of power they're saying this device has, I don't understand why they are putting so much power behind it.
Well,
It's even made out of
I know the
glass.
dropping out of the
Kind of
helicopter.
device.
I know that the dropping out of the helicopter is not at 30,000 feet. That's like maybe 1,000.
Uh,
So there is something to the logic here. It's just I think they should have been a little bit more explicit, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. When I saw that cage, I was like, okay, that's a good cage in the sense of, okay, Banner's in there, he changes into the Hulk, and then you release the cage, so at least he's off the ship and doesn't kill everybody in the ship. Fine, but unless Banner walks in that cage, how the hell do you get the Hulk in the cage?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
I
mean,
don't know. It could be that the plan was to trank Banner and then he would wake up in the cage.
That could be.
I think that, and also we have to remember that this is Banner's inference from what
Yeah.
they were saying. Is like, because Banner assumes the cage was meant to be in case they killed him. It might not be the case, but it could have been Banner reading what Nick
Yeah.
Fury is saying. So there is that little bit too. Though I lean that the intention is to make an attempt at killing the Hulk, if necessary.
Which again, it's a question of how the hell do you get the Hulk in there? I mean, unless someone sacrifices it, like
No, like I said, I think they could shrink Banner and get him in there. I think that's would be the original plan. They wouldn't try to take down the Hulk. They would get Banner and then trank him, and then he would wake up in there, and they would interrogate him or do whatever else they needed or think they needed because he was threatening something or whatever.
Okay.
The whole thing of the device trying to kill doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm saying.
And where was it said that it's to kill?
Explicitly by Banner when he says they were talking about the cage in the argument scene.
Is that inference out of Banner, or is that Banner actually knowing an answer?
As I said, it could be inference.
Okay, so if it is, then there's still nothing stated that it's intended to kill.
Yeah, it says Fury said it was just a precaution, which makes me think, maybe he's trying to sell it as this is just to get you off the ship so you don't kill us all.
I mean, the intent to kill is never explicitly stated, but it's definitely implied. I don't.
Yeah, if you drop
why would you threaten an ant with a boot?
Well, Loki says they think us immortal. Should we test that?
Yeah. So he thinks it could kill at least Thor.
Yeah, that's where I lean that it's not used to kill.
I didn't see it as used to kill, but I also,
I don't have enough evidence
how it works.
I don't have enough evidence for your side springs. Got any other things to present?
Yeah, I think it's a containment to get them off, because when Thor lands, the glass shatters upon impact, and it's not just an overall containment unit to keep whatever's in there contained and just off the helicarrier, but upon the glass breaking, there's nothing above or below, like the roof or ceiling of it, that magnetized clamps or something to squash anything inside. It's just a box.
Oh yeah,
So
the idea is the fall is going to kill whatever comes out of the cage, or the idea is that the
All the
fall is what's going to be what kills them.
Yeah.
but I feel like they have information of Thor and Hulk upon falling that doesn't kill them. So if it's
Hulk,
designed for
no.
either Loki saying it's
Thor,
not
no.
designed for me,
Yeah.
designed someone worse than me. If he's in referencing to Hulk, which it seems like we're picking up, I don't think would work. But if he's also inferring that to Thor, who's also present, I too also don't think that would work.
Hulk, the only evidence they have is 1,000 feet from a helicopter. They're not at airplane height when Banner jumps out of the helicopter from Harlem. So that's 30,000 feet is very different from that height. I'm fine with this being an attempt to kill the Hulk. I don't think that they have enough information on Thor.
Hmm.
It's their best attempt from what limited information they have.
I can agree to that. It might be their best attempt to figure out how they possibly could if they wanted to.
Drop him in the ocean. Sink him
Well,
to the bottom.
That could
that's
be something,
I
but I
forget-
don't know.
I think that's in a comic. I forget where it is. Like if you put cement shoes on Banner, I think it's to a point of exhaustion that he just keeps transforming from Hulk to Banner back and forth through unconsciousness until he's too tired. I think that's it. Can't be for certain.
I guess what's everyone's positions on this trap by the end of this?
All right, I'll start and we'll just go down the line. I think that it's Shield's best attempt to kill Hulk, if needed. I do think they could trank him and drag him in there. I don't have much issues with them getting him in there. It also functions as a means of getting them off the ship. I'm not going to dissuade Springs from that particular point. I think that works as well. But I think there's enough to read in that it is an attempt to kill the Hulk. Going from 1,000-foot drop from Harlem helicopter to 30,000 feet at airplane height is, I think I read that as a blatant attempt to kill the Hulk, if required. So, Crimson, how about you go next?
All right, pretty much in agreement. I think them adding in Banner, bringing up killing Hulk, which it's his interpretation, but the writers intended to put it there, as well as Loki bringing up testing to kill Thor, because why would he bring that up unless it's not a possibility? So I think it is what the writer said.
Springs.
A high maximum containment unit designed to contain someone stronger than human form to be a means to get them off the helicarrier as fast as possible in a safe way so they can't just jump back onto the helicarrier. And if it has the probability of killing whatever is inside, that is a line they're willing to cross, but not the main priority of it.
Curmudgeon.
I'll probably lean more with Sprinks on this one. I don't think it was designed to kill, to get off, but the kill might be
A feature.
unfortunate side effect. Possibly, I don't know.
All right. Fair enough. I guess with that, Crimson, you got a point you want to jump to?
Sure, I guess I can come up with something. Let's talk about, I don't know, maybe the death trap. No, the trap. Thor's hammer, cracking it and stuff. It's, even if it was intended for Hulk as an escape feature, not just like to drop to kill him, but something to contain and get him off the ship. It's not very good containment. It feels weird that they chose glass, even if it's the strongest glass on the planet. I would imagine the strongest metal is stronger than the strongest glass. But I don't know what kind of glasses.
Doesn't matter, Hulk can break either.
Yeah, but if I was to put it on a scale, toughest metal versus toughest glass, I think you would go for the metal. Clearly, it's for the visual of like Loki walking around it, and we get to see him and stuff. That's nice and all. But it's not like the cells Asgard where there's like an energy barrier or something. This is a glass. Blech. I guess end of point. I don't think it's very well designed for its purpose.
All right. Sprinks point.
With the Hulk being loose now and kind of just going wild, wrecking things on the Helicarrier, is that just a green light for Thor to say shit's hit the fan enough for him to cause a whole wreckage with summoning Mjolnir to his hand through the Helicarrier?
Baby. He might have been trying to contain Banner as best as he could and then realized that he needs the hammer. There might be a level of fury he just doesn't care about the internal damage at a certain point if Hulk was going to destroy the whole ship.
True, but Mjolnir could also kill someone on its way over.
That could happen anytime that's used in anything.
That's true, but
It always
in
avoids
most cases,
stuff.
I don't know if
It
that's
doesn't
true.
always.
It's
It doesn't always go in
usually-
a straight line.
Yeah, but it's
actually-
usually in situations that is allowed to be killing people.
God and Thunder, there is a scene where he grabs Loki in his disguised form as their father, throws the hammer out, and puts his head between him and the hand,
Oh, Ragnarok.
and tells Loki, "Yeah." He's like, it comes right back to me, right?" And he's, and Loki in disguise starts watching Nimrod come right back to his hand, knowing what his fate's going to be. So I kind of agree that
Yield.
it'll probably kill everybody.
Yeah,
Anything
it'll go
on its
through
way.
anything.
Yeah, on its way back to his hand.
We also know it has a personality later.
True. Yes.
Not
Ugh.
in this though. So I guess sure, it's possible. I didn't see where it came from. So
Yeah, I don't know where Mjolnir is this whole time on the Helicarrier.
Yeah, I would just say possible. That's all I can say regarding that. Definitely could have killed
I'm
some
sure-
shield agents.
I'm sure Thor probably accidentally killed one civilian in New York. I'm sure that one piece of lightning went off into a skyscraper and shocked somebody. I'm sure something happened.
Yes. There was no evacuation scene. People died.
So, yeah.
And Kate Bishop
it
was here too.
happens. Emma was here too?
Kate Bishop.
Oh, Kate Bishop. Yeah, I guess she
Somehow,
was.
yeah. I will jump to one of the bits I like. It's just, again, actions is a good way to build character camaraderie. So Cap getting to the lever to save Stark after he's in peril and he's kind of being spun around on the blade of the helicarrier. And then Stark immediately returning the favor to save Cap from one of the soldiers that's still walking around with the gun. So just a little bit of neat bit of character dynamicism that I like.
Good. Good point out.
I think there's definitely a lot of good writing in this. I mean, I like the scene where they finally find the tesseract. They have a location on the computer, and a Banner is about to tell the group it is somewhere, and that's where the exact time the explosion happens. It's the timing, the idea of it all. So now their entire efforts are pretty much for naught.
Yeah. And then it's
As a
Stark and Cap in their conversation, they kind of figure it out together.
well, I mean, it's I think more.
I mean, it's
Stark who figures that.
It's Stark who figures
yeah,
it out, but it needs the conversation with Cap to be prompted.
Yeah. Cap definitely inspires that thought process for sure.
Let's see. Coulson's death. Let's go. I'll touch on that a little bit, I guess, for a point from me. I think
Tahiti.
I know, right? I quite like his death sequence because he's kind of been the unifying character that's been consistently showing up in mostly all the other MC movies outside of Cap, but obviously this film has taken the steps to connect him to Cap as well. and so he kind of feels like the glue that's been the connective tissue so far in Phase 1. So killing him off is actually, I think, a really good storytelling tool in order to be a prompting device for them finding their footing as a team. Even though obviously that's, Coulson explicitly says, to Fury that it just was never going to work, boss. Like, they needed something to rally around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's really well executed, well built. The only person he didn't really have any connection to was Banner, and Banner wasn't even there. And we don't really get Banner reacting to Coulson's death, right? Later in the film or anything, it just doesn't happen.
No. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Banner didn't necessarily need to be connected to Coulson because Banner connected to Stark in their lab scenes together. But yeah, I can agree with that.
They definitely try to connect Thor with him, with that, having him be the witness to the death by his brother's hand. But obviously that had 2 points because that's how Joss Whedon works, is saying the death of a human in one, and then 2, realizing how far his brother is gone, and maybe probably at that point it's probably the catalyst that convinces Thor to go, put on the armor in his following scene.
Yeah, I do have on that too is Coulson's also shows up in the Thor movie, so he and Thor do have a backstory because Coulson interrogated him.
Oh, I do.
So he does have history with Coulson to a degree, and it's fitting because Coulson and him, while not friends, they are at least amicable to each other. There's connective tissues.
Yeah. How does Loki's powers work in the MCU?
Good question.
What do you mean?
Next question.
What I'm hinting at is how can he go invisible?
I was going to ask the same question.
That's what I'm gonna say, because
Yeah.
I feel like you're gonna be like, well, in
Yes.
Marvel Rivals, he could go invisible. In
No,
this,
I'm not saying this. I
I
think yes.
don't see them. They don't show that as an ability he possesses.
I don't think
That's
that goes.
that's a workaround to fix stuff.
What
But that's not.
What do you call his reflection thing at the end of Thor?
It's visual for the audience.
But what is that then?
Inconsistency with Avengers.
And what
No,
I brought up, in that was that he was in Selbig's head. So
Okay, so that was in his head.
we talked.
So that was telekinesis.
No, telekinesis is
mind
with
reading?
objects.
Oh, sorry.
Mind reading.
Yeah, I want to say photosynthesis. That's not it.
Photosynthesis.
No, he's telepathy.
Telepathic.
Yeah.
Telepathy.
Yeah.
So it's telepathy. Do you think at the end of
Well,
Thor?
I mean, I think he has Selbig under control. Whether it's from Loki or the staff at that point, because we don't know if he has the staff yet at that point. We don't know the timeline of when he got that. So I'm going to lean he probably already has the staff. But yes, he's in Selbig's head. End of the point. Go ahead. What you're saying.
Okay, I could say it could be invisibility, and the visual of the reflection is for the audience sake to see that he's present. It could be that he kind of has like a mirror dimension situation where he can be in the reflection and not in the physical presence world. And either case of those two could be here in Avengers.
Man, it'd be really cool if they set up the mirror dimension that early on for Doctor Strange.
Right.
I don't read into that because obviously if he's just invisible and he's there, I have even bigger issues to why he isn't with the beginning of this movie is even more problematic. Why is he across the space universe?
And how is he
He wouldn't have been able to use the tesseract to get out without people noticing.
Loki's power is very sporadic at best. I mean, I read it when I saw that scene that he was actually invisible. He was in the room. The reflection of him was just to like let you know he's also there, and just the fact that him and Selvig said the same thing was just coincidence because I don't. He didn't have the spear in order to influence anybody's mind, and we've never seen him ever influence anybody's mind ever without the spear that I can recall in his powers. He's tricked people. He's called the
Yes.
trickster, but he's never actually
Directly
planted
influence
thoughts or
people.
ideas. Yeah. So
Does
and he had
Loki take in information off of his clones?
I would say yes, because I think he can control the clones to do whatever. So
And he's
perhaps he can
interacting with
see through
others?
the clones. Yeah, I think he can see
Okay.
through the clones, from what I can tell.
My possible pitch then to Crimson, your question of the invisibility, Loki may not even be in the room. Possibly.
I mean, maybe, but I completely count that as a failure for the film not to portray that as an ability he has.
Yeah.
We know he
To
has
walk out of a room?
clones. No, to be invisible or not around, see through his clones, or if he has to see his clones to do stuff, they don't define it even a little bit. Not even enough to infer stuff.
I'm trying to think the usage of it in Thor. Yeah, all the clones laughing at Thor.
Which were all within his sight for sure.
Yeah, but was there other instances? I don't think so. Everything that was one of my complaints. It was too much physical combat out of Loki now. Oh well, there was the clone. He made the guy jump off the cliff, ice giant.
Yeah, but again, that's not invisibility
Yeah,
though,
that's
right?
one. I'm not
No, that was
touching on
just an around the
invisibility.
corner.
No, I'm touching on Loki's
Oh, projections.
interaction with his projections.
Yeah, no,
So
he's
if Loki's not in the room, can he still retain and like the conversation with Thor? Does he have to be present to see that projection of himself to interact with?
I'm gonna say no, because in Thor he projects himself into Coulson's interrogation room to speak to Thor.
But that's not a clone.
Well, that is a clone because he didn't physically go to see Thor, right?
Right. So he's projecting himself.
That is a good point. It's not Bifrost usage.
Just as him
I feel
projecting
like that's a
himself,
whole
touching.
different power.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he can travel light years. I mean, or
Yeah,
whatever
projection
distance
seems to
how
be
big-
like his number one usage of power.
right.
You know what? Just in case anyone's confused in the audience, like the reason is how Loki snuck up on Coulson to kill him. Is that the whole pitch here, Crimson?
It's two
Just to make sure.
pronged. That's one.
Okay.
The other of him walking out of the containment the exact moment Thor was walking in to trick him to go in. Both of those are in tandem with this point.
I think the walking out could have been timed for Thor. Well, then that could be if Loki's not in the room, he can see when Thor's going to enter it to make
That's
the projection
what I'm saying.
move.
We're trying to define this, and I don't think they leave enough to define it.
The only thing that gives me a defining is I think the two in the room, like the first one he loved to trick Thor goes in. I think that's a projection. I think the one also near the console's a projection because I think the real quote unquote Loki went to go get the scepter because he uses the scepter to kill Coulson, but neither of those projections of Loki have the scepter in hand.
True.
That's the only visual cue I have of him not being in the room is that he's just not holding the real Loki is the only one holding the scepter.
And his projections have physical properties, right?
Yeah, I think they do to a degree because we see a projection in Thor pulling at Thor's hammer or trying to. So they can touch things physically. I'm just not sure like the degree at which he has to super. My interpretation is this, right? Because we see he can project multiple versions of himself at once, but he has to really focus on a particular projection in order for them to interact with the world around them. So, like, he has only the one projection that he's intending to use with the cage to kill Thor, because that's at least at first, anyway. But again, that's me inferring from what I have. I don't know if the film defines that enough for us to pick that up.
Yeah. So I guess where my stance is, I think it's a failure for not defining enough, anyways, to even infer it. Doesn't have to be a hard rule because I know that makes it more difficult in the future, but I don't think they do enough to even really do inferences that make sense.
I mean, because if that's the case, first of all, we don't even know how Loki got out of the cage to begin with to trick Thor to go through it,
No,
because no one released him.
there's a soldier there that released him. Yeah.
Oh, is
Yeah, he walks out of screen.
And
He walks off screen pretty quickly, but he's there with the real quote unquote Loki. He's like, "Are you never going to fall for that?" There's a soldier behind him walking away.
oh, okay. So we're inferring that the soldier had pressed the button and let Loki out. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if that's the case, I mean, if it was no soldier there, then it infers that pretty much Loki could have been wandering around the entire ship the entire time with a projection in the
I was
actual
just about
room.
to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Someone to have let him out.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but why couldn't a projection of himself let him out from outside the cage?
True. If it could touch something physical, why would it be able to touch the unlock button on the green panel
That-
screen
Yeah, the
Might be a red con.
the benefit of that, right, as far as I'm concerned, is that he wants to be captured. So I feel
Right.
like he's playing into that until he doesn't have to. But
there?
But he does get out.
yeah, yeah, like I said, there's the only defense I have of that is that he wants to pretend to be the prisoner. And I don't really have enough strong enough base of how his powers work in order for that to be enough.
Do any of the projections actually touch anything in this movie? Because I don't think they do.
I think they kept that constant. I mean, in this movie, anyways. I don't know about other ones because I'm trying to remember. I don't think he touched anything in the other movies either.
Well, he
At
touched
least in
Thor's
Thor.
hammer. He pulls Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
So he does.
That's
He
what
is
I
a
was
you're
thinking of
right.
red con in this one.
Yeah. Does he not touch the cage? Does not the first projecting him touch the cage button or whatever? Because
No.
he doesn't flip the panel
It's
up and
about
then
to.
he's interrupted by Coulson.
No, he's about to. He doesn't touch any.
So is that assuming he knew Coulson was there then? Was he just going to press the console in front of Thor and be like, full jet's not me? That seems weird in of itself.
I don't know.
Well, then maybe they can do physical.
And this is the core of my issue is that we're having a debate this long on it.
Yeah, no, you're not going to feel any pushback from me. I do think there's definitely issues at hand with regarding Loki's powers.
I mean, yeah, we know all the heroes' limitations to a degree. You know
Yeah.
what they can and can't do, and how strong
I'm
they
in
are.
that gray camp. That I know we've touched on multiple times, but it's like it's not shown either way to set in stone one or the other.
Yeah, it's inconsistent in this film based on what we've seen previously if his projections can't interact with physical objects. I think it nerfs him a little bit and makes him a more, beatable target, but it's still an inconsistency with what came before.
Definitely.
I
mean, I guess they never felt his character needed to be more defined by his powers than what they showed. I just
that was your point, right, Crimson?
Yes.
All right. I will jump to the Natasha Hawkeye fight. I quite enjoy it. It comes across as them utilizing their skill set against each other, obviously until it involves them like pulling each other's hair and biting each other. Which is funny. The idea that they've exhausted all their previous options, so they just resort to that kind of amused me.
Well, it also goes to show that they know each other very well, that they could probably negate any, professional move of the other.
Yeah, it's safe to say they've probably sparred each other more than once.
Yeah. She's probably never bitten him before until then. So
Yes. I'll give props to Alan Silvestri, who composed the music here, of including this jungle vibe beat to the music of their fight that's unlike any other music in the movie, and it just gives them their own like themed fight in that way, and I think it fits very well.
Yeah, I don't know if jungle, at least for me, jungle thing wasn't the right word. It kind of came across as kind of more like spy thriller fight almost, but that might just be me.
Oh, that's the type of music you related to?
Kinda, yeah.
Which thing again?
Interesting.
When Hawkeye and Widow fight in the Helicarrier.
On the catwalk.
Yeah. The
I
music
didn't
is
get
definitely
jungle, but I
unique
don't know
to
if I
that
got
scene.
spy either.
It's different enough
Yeah.
for these two characters.
It does stand out. I'll agree with that. It's different.
Yeah, the usage of there I go. The usage of drums really made it stand out in that way of the I guess that tribal sense or jungle feel to me.
How are we looking on Act 2 notes, gentlemen?
Low.
Low?
Yeah,
Low?
yeah, definitely.
Curmudgeon?
I really don't have much else. I mean, other than the fact that the action was great. I mean, it's to me very well balanced, and as we said before, it still holds true to now. It's just really great.
All right. In that case, Crimson Springs, while you scrape together a point or two left over, I will jump to the argument scene again. I love the Cap and Stark exchange about, because this is clearly setting up what their arcs are. It's like, you're a laboratory experiment, Rogers. Everything special about you came, out of a bottle. And obviously, they're returning that onto Stark with, you're never the guy to make the sacrifice play, to lay down the wire and let the other guy crawl over you. I think those are very, very biting remarks, and I think they both prove it wrong by the end of the film. But I think it's very, very in character as a means of insulting each other, because they've had a growing frustration with each other throughout the film up until this point where it's boiling over.
Yes. I'm happy. I thought about it a couple times. I'm happy Cap never relates Tony to Howard.
Yeah,
Like, never has that talk.
You're just
And
like your father.
or your father was a great man, or
Yeah, your father was a better man. I don't know where he went wrong raising you or how you became who you are with what I know. Like, just that conversation never occurred. And I think that's better for it.
I think that
Hey
conversation
Tony,
should
you
have.
fondue with pepper?
Yeah, I think there's conversation that should have occurred at some point. I don't think it had any place in this film. I do think it's something that should have
Yes.
happened later on, though. I don't
It
think
might
there's
be
no.
more of a Civil War thing.
yeah.
I think it would have taken place before Civil War, honestly. But I think it had no place in this film because he and Cap aren't close until the end of this film. They don't have a quote unquote friendship till its end.
Not close enough for
Oh,
personal attacks.
Sorry, I meant for a negative sense, not a positive one.
Oh, you wanted that dick.
No, I didn't. No, I not the sake that there will be friends for that conversation to arise, but that they're not friends for it to happen. But I didn't want it to happen.
Oh, so you didn't want the conversation to happen while they were not friends? Like, you didn't want Cap to use it as ammunition against him?
If the conversation was ever to arise, I'd want it before they became friends or they're at each other's throats. I am glad in this movie it didn't occur. If it was to ever occur, I think Civil War would be an appropriate place to put it.
I guess that'll be future stuff because I'm not sure I agree with you on that. But I agree that it had no place here. Yeah. So Sprinks, did you find any points in that time?
Yes. There's a shot at 1 hour 26:40 where the helicopter. It's very interesting. It's a stationary flying camera, so the camera's not moving, but the helicarrier is falling out of the sky and going down towards Earth, and we see Tony going through the engine spinning and Cap hanging off the wire as the helicarrier is going down, and that whole shot I think is shown for just great scale on how small or as Thor puts it, puny, Tony and Cap are, and the grand scheme of everything in the shot. And I think it's just really good to show sizing.
I agree. A point of contention I have is that nobody else on the ship is listing like that. They're all
Nope.
just walking around normally and stuff like that, which annoys me. But I think with Cap and Stark, it was important because they're the two that are working together to save the ship.
Yeah.
Crimson, last point potentially for Act 2.
Well, it was going to be what you brought up, but I guess just a little thing. I like, because I haven't really talked about Thor all that much so far, and I did like his. I don't think he meant it as a joke, but it was definitely meant for the audience to be a joke of he's adopted. Because I think he was just being like pushing that off. Killed 80 people in 2 days. He's adopted.
Yeah.
Very funny
Thor was
for
an
the audience.
excuse, audience joke.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that was pretty good because like we said, in character, Thor would say that makes sense, and it's funny and quippy.
Yeah.
I agree. And with that, we shall move on to Act 3, where it's essentially from Fury talking with Cap and Stark on the bridge of the Helicarrier to the end of the film. And I will jump to, I think, the worst filming, I would think, in the movie. And I think that's the bit of Loki and Thor's fight after Loki stabs him, where we have like really overly zoomed in shots in their face and we can't see any bits of the fight, and we get no sense of what's going on outside of Loki's getting hit. Probably my least favorite.
I suppose. I mean, part one of the fight, yeah, you can clearly see
Yeah,
the whole fight.
yeah. Just this part specifically was what bugged me.
Okay.
Thor's last ditch effort to turn Loki back.
Yeah, I think that's all fine.
Yes.
It's just once Loki stabs him, we get like very, very zoomed in on their faces, and we get no sense of the fight going on anymore. Other than that, Loki's getting hit. I think it's probably the worst looking parts of the film in terms of like camera for me.
Oh.
A small bit. Well, in that case, Springs, why don't you go next?
Sure, I got a question that's pretty big. Is every jet on the Helicarrier outfitted with a nuke?
I'm gonna go with probably not.
I don't know shield procedures.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they had a strike team they carried a couple nukes on board like a nuclear submarine would. I wouldn't be surprised if they had nukes outside of the one.
More than one. They had at least two. Because one jet's about to take off and Fury stops it, and then a second one takes off.
Yeah, they have at least two. I'm fine with that.
Is it wise to shoot an RPG at something armed with a nuke?
I'm actually gonna go with yes, because nukes have lots of armed safety procedures on them. You'd be able to like call it off at the last second.
Yeah, may not be the wisest, but I agree. I don't think it should set off the nuclear weapon. Although,
I mean,
so
it's not. Listen, it's not like he's a Hydra agent, okay? I think he's probably
No, but Fury would be the one to take the step to save Manhattan to blow up the Helicarrier.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't. Absolutely, he would make that choice. But
Also,
I don't
do
think it
we
would set off
know-
the nuke. No.
Do we know the one he shot had a nuke on it? I mean, that could have easily just been an escort for the nuke.
that is true.
I mean, they're flying towards a city invaded by aliens. Having an escort makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think it's confirmed, but if we were to assume both are armed with nuke as a backup plan to the other, I'm still would be fine with Fury shooting one down.
mean, I can see having a backup one, both of them having nukes, and then making in case something malfunctions on the way there or gets shot down by not even the Avengers themselves, but by one of the Chitauri or something. You don't know. It is an active war zone at the point.
Yeah, and it comes down to I don't know how nukes work. You're splitting an atom. I don't know if you shooting a nuclear warhead in and of itself would blow it up as a nuke. And, I don't know if that's how that
Just
works.
curious on point of detonation.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think that that airplane's going to survive after the nuke goes off, but yeah,
With how close it was,
yeah,
probably not.
Yeah, I
Probably
mean,
been
it depends on the
irradiated.
size of the nuke as well. It could be a small megaton nuke for all we know, but I mean, it fries in a space armada, so fuck it. What the fuck do I know about megaton sizes when it comes to this?
I mean, if they're trying to take out an entire city, I guess.
Yeah.
I
I would
mean,
imagine
Hiroshima.
5 megaton at least, because they plan on detonating just New York as a
Yeah.
means of destroying the aliens.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
And is it also only the Chitauri foot soldiers that are hive-minded?
I haven't. Well, no, we see they're
No,
like
the
worm
worm
drop
goes
ships
down
or
too.
yeah.
Yeah,
True. I'm just going with I don't think it's everyone because the end credit scene would debunk that.
Well, I mean, each
well-
faction or whatever might have a hub or something. I don't really get the species at
Okay.
all.
Yeah, I think there's. Oh, this is gonna sound so weird. In the sense of the droid army from Star Wars, right? They all have something similar. When they destroy the control ship, they all just drop down, shut down. In this instance, maybe their localized hive mind was destroyed, so all these particular Chitauri drop dead. There might be other localized hive minds that aren't present here, because theoretically, this army would be more expansive than the few ships that we get to see, but I genuinely don't know. We don't have any confirmation of how the Chitauri work. Even later on, it's very vague. Though we get Rocket making fun of them.
Okay.
Interesting bit I had
Yeah,
in. Oh,
I was gonna be like, there's certain ant colonies that have multiple queens, so the Chitauri could be like something like that, where there's multiple queens in air quotes, whatever controls them on the ships. So
Could be.
however, maybe.
I will jump to a small thing, which is the Thor looking like he's having trouble taking his hammer back.
I think it's weak. One of the worst kind of things to do with this movie. I see its purpose, but I think it's weak.
Out of curiosity, why?
It's designed for the pacing of the film, so it's not felt like Thor vanished. It's to sprinkle in 2 shots of him questioning his worthiness to get his suit up. So he's still prevalent in the audience's mind of being around. Otherwise, I think it's upwards of 20 minutes of no screen time for him.
Yeah.
Mm.
I have an inference about well, I had a new kind of realization about this scene of what it could mean. I think it wasn't a question of what Thor was questioning his worthiness. I thought for a moment that he actually was unworthy. And my reading of the scene that I had on my recent watch through is that because of what Loki did to him, he's now 100% and I'm just going to kill my brother. And the hammer doesn't find that particular thought process worthy. So that's what, even after all this time, why Thor tries yet again to bring Loki around in the tower. Because he would have normally no other reason to do that at this point in the film.
Yes.
That's a good take on that.
That is my new take on this particular scene as to why because I'm kind of in agreement with you, Springs. Every time I've watched the film, I always thought that scene confused me a little bit. It's like, because we go from that to him picking up the hammer again. So
No, I think it's just poorly edited.
yeah, my new reading of that scene is that he actually is unworthy because he's ready to just kill his brother. He's committed to it now because of everything that just happened. But the hammer finds that thought process unworthy, and that's why he can't lift the hammer in the scene. I would have edited it differently, obviously, if that was the intent behind it. But there's still enough there for me to read that in if I want that, and I think that's my interpretation of this scene now after this recent watch through.
No, it's fine. That makes sense to the character motivation for the writing aspect for you situation. I just see it as the film pace and editing tone. It should have just been its own scene, fully interspliced between two other things, rather than cut up.
Oh yeah, okay, because it is cut up. I will agree with that. So you would rather have it all in one go.
Yes, that's my definition of weak for it.
Okay.
Because the scene of Natasha and Clint talking, and then heading out with Cap and getting the Avengers to go out, and then Hulk kind of talking to the guy about you have a condition. The thing with Thor isn't it one scene; it's cut up into pieces. So it's to the audience. It's like, oh, Thor's still here, but I feel like it would strengthen if it was just one contained thing to focus on Thor himself rather than sprinkled.
I can agree with that.
It just feels like he's lesser among the cast for some reason in that bit.
It's definitely a pacing issue I can see with that as to why they split up the scene. But I do think he would be stronger if it was just him and the hammer.
Yeah.
Crimson, go.
Sure. After the Thor Loki fight, Loki rolls off the ledge and lands on a Chitauri bike. I would have loved if there wasn't anything there. He didn't even look to peer over the edge. He just, with faith, is like, all right, there's going to be a guy that's going to fly by right here.
And if not, then that was a fake Loki.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep doing that because during the Thor fight, you could just have multiple Lokis fight him from behind and stab him. I mean,
that's a ploy of how the movie will get away with Loki things. They could just be a fake Loki.
It's not going to get away with me, at least. So, I mean, we follow that Loki, the one that rolled off, flying on the Chitauri thing. Hawkeye shoots at him. Seems like he's legit as the one.
Oh, I agree. I think that's the real one.
Okay.
I'm saying in a situation, in your example of the bike isn't there, I think they would, if that was filmed that way, that Loki wouldn't be real.
Yes. Instead of showing him face plant on the ground, yes, they would make it a fake out.
Or taking a dagger to slide down the building or something. I don't know.
It would be. I mean, the only thing I would change about this scene is the sliding down with the dagger and him waiting for a ride that catch up to him. That would be cool.
I mean, he could do the roll off thing. Thor would peer over, see that it's a fake, turn around, and Loki's running away or something. You could do that.
I wouldn't do running away but it would be funny to have him turn around and see the real Loki running towards the edge of the building to jump onto a bike that he's called for, you know?
Or that. I mean, something. If we were to put a clone in this fight, that'd be a way to implement. But there isn't, and he just guesses there'd be something.
If one rolled off and when Thor peers over to look, Loki's actually behind him and kicks him off. So then Thor falls and has to call upon Mjolnir to fly, and that gives Loki enough time to get on a bike and leave without actually having to jump on one. Like one actually comes and picks him up without the threat of Thor being there.
Also an option.
Yeah, there's options. We got
all
options,
of which
people.
Better than what we have.
I will jump to. Well, I'm gonna jump to Stark's. Actually, you know what, Curmudgeon, you go first.
All right. So, anyways, when I did a little research on these last scenes, the one where I thought it was kind of weird to have Banner just sitting there in an open. That whole exchange of him landing on the building, and you missing people, and looks like he had control. But when I looked that up, it was saying that was one of Joss Whedon's. He wanted to have that scene because he wanted the character Banner to feel like he has someone who can accept him as he is. He's a person who turns into to a beast and then turns back, and they're perfectly fine with that. So somehow he felt that was necessary to have that scene for Banner to be okay to unleash the Hulk later on. So I'm not sure if I needed that much, but that was the thought process behind that one. It seemed like he maybe could have thought of another way, but I don't know if you guys felt it was a good scene or a bad scene or
I
think it's a little lengthy of a scene, but I do think it's good, especially for those who might be this is their first introduction to Hulk.
yeah.
Curmudgeon?
I guess
Oh, sorry. See,
I
was just
I
fighting
was
to speak.
it's okay. No, I was just like I don't feel like I felt like he needed to be accepted in order to continue on. That didn't seem like the problem to me. So
Yeah. Again, if this is someone's introduction to Hulk, I'm kind of in agreement with Sprinks. I think this scene is more necessary, but in terms of being accepted, I think Stark already demonstrated that acceptance.
right.
It would have been odd. I think it would have felt off if we see Hulk blown off of the jet and falling, screaming, and then next time we see is Banner riding in on a moped.
Yeah,
That feel weird.
it would be.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think the necessity for the scene is kind of just to show where Banner is right now, where we last saw him. So we have him in our head that he's somewhere, but we don't know where. But Stark is expectant of him showing up. That's all we really
I
got.
mean, he's in New York somewhere because it didn't take that long to get there.
Yeah.
I suppose so.
He was in New Jersey.
Yeah, it's an odd scene. I think if that was Joss Whedon's intent behind it, I think they could have changed up the scene a little bit. Because from what you described, Curmudgeon, I think that's what Stark and Banner accomplished already. Like in their scenes
Yeah.
together, of having somebody accept him as he is, I will jump to Hawkeye and Natasha's scene. Get the payoff of how Loki won his bit in the interrogation scene. He got into her head. And we get a sense as well of their camaraderie, of how these two important are to each other, which is good, and just more fleshing out of what were two side characters in previous films.
Yes, but I think the importance of the scene is certainly needed for the development of knowing the reason why Natasha's here is because Clint is compromised, and the relationship the two of them have is not established anywhere prior in any means. We know of these two characters from Thor and Iron Man 2,
Yes,
but we don't know their interactions with one another until here.
Yeah, it's all been talked about before this. Like, it's clear they have a history together. They're important to each other, but this is kind of the scene that caps that all off, more or less. Like, it's the scene that shows it.
Yeah.
And imagine if that scene was just like Natasha going up to him like, "You ready to beat him up again after what he just did to you?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm ready." And then
How
they
do you
go
feel? Pissed off
fight.
and ready for round 3.
And then that's it for the two. That
What
would
do you-
suck.
What are you guys?
That's
what are
weak sauce.
okay, what was I gonna ask?
That
What are you
would
guys
be
referencing right now? I had no idea.
The scene
Better
I
be
just said
sarcasm
in
I'm
a
hearing.
hypothetical.
Yeah, the scene that you're
I bet.
having a hypothetical over. Yes.
What's the one where they connect about? Do you know what it feels like to have someone in your head and whatnot? But if they simplified it to where they weren't really characters.
Oh, okay. I thought you were referencing something specific, like another movie.
I was referencing Incredible Hulk with General Ross and Mayo Blonsky.
Yeah.
Yes,
He's like, how do you feel? Pissed off and ready for round 3.
yes.
Yeah.
That reference I got. I didn't get Crimson's reference. Okay, you were doing a character of the scene. All right, I was so confused and lost.
Because we were talking about the strength of the scene, and I think if we watered it down to where it didn't have personal stuff, then the movie would be missing a lot.
Yeah,
I think it would make a lot of Hawkeye fans pissed.
I mean, you still got cool action scenes and stuff.
Yeah, but if it's someone's
also
like
got his
favorite
But-
Avenger,
brain.
and this is what they get in the Avengers movie
yeah,
of their character, especially since over half of it he's brainwashed.
yeah. I mean, yeah. If they, I'm in agreement. Like, if action scenes are worthless unless you care about the characters beyond the surface level stuff. So this is very important to making you empathize with who Hawkeye is, because he's an Avenger now going forward.
I like it. It's very weird, and it does throw me off, I think, every time I see this movie. But Clint coming out of his mind thing, and the saturation levels are so high in the shot. Whoever decided to do that, I think, was very wise to show a visual aid to how Clint is in the situation, versus, especially from his perspective, compared to Natasha just looking at him trying to like blink his eyes to get it out of his head, kind of thing.
Okay, so you're not talking about the moment he got unbrainwashed, but when they're sitting together in the room.
Yes, but the high contrast of saturation edited over the
Well,
shot.
there's that, and then there's like this blur effect, kind of. There's or motion blur thing. They have some stuff happening to depict his mental unease or whatever you
Yeah.
want to describe it as. I didn't really say it earlier, but her like cracking his head on the rail was pretty good, very solid.
Satisfying.
Well, there's also the punch in the end too. So it was just after he's like, because he said her name and then she still punched him in the face.
Yeah, I wrote double tap on
Yeah.
that.
Listen, wasn't gonna risk it.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
I also forget in this movie how much screen time Ashley Johnson has in this film.
it's all in the deleted scenes.
It
the most
is a lot in the she's cut out a lot.
Is Ashley Johnson the
Yeah.
waitress?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she almost had a character in the deleted scenes.
Yes, I know.
Really?
Almost.
Yeah, she.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen the deleted scene, Curmudgeon, and the others can add on, but she actually meets Cap because Cap visits her cafe, and she's a waitress at the cafe, and they have an exchange. And
After the events? Or
no, this is before the events. So when she's being brought out of the building after Cap saved
Damn it!
them. What's
That's
wrong?
a good Cap joke.
Yeah, you're welcome. So after Cap saved them at the because she's one of the civilians in the building.
Right.
So you're supposed to get something from her, like when she's supposed to recognize who Cap is when he's helmetless because his mask got ripped off and he's kind of like tired and standing outside.
Mm-hmm.
So she's a subtle character, very secondary, tertiary, but she was going to have a through line in the deleted scenes.
Yeah, but the whole joke thing with Cap I talked about, that one in the deleted scene of him at the table was actually good. I think it was like a coffee tab or something that he didn't understand because of the times. Forget exactly what it was, but it was out of him and not followed up.
It's been a very long time since I've seen the deleted scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the Cap joke. I just remember the meat of the scenes being her being an important secondary character. Relatively important.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys want to even need to touch on, but like when Tony Stark returns to Stark Tower with Loki already having set up, the tesseract and everything else. I kind of just, I still kind of love that whole scene. It's one of my favorite scenes because Tony Stark is pretty much going to go in there with zero weapons, just him and his mouth,
And
and stall.
He's gonna stall and intimidate Loki.
Yes, I mean, it's to me, nerves of steel is when you're doing that to someone who literally can just point a stick at you and dissipate you in seconds. So I don't know. I did like that. I mean, it's a good iconic scene. I think.
Oh yeah.
The kind of person that he is.
I agree.
No, yeah.
I mean, what else is there to say? It's one of the iconic scenes of the MCU, and I love it because it's just so well written. But the Stark brings up Thor specifically at the start of it to kind of tick Loki off and make him hiss and look away. And once he looks away, that's when he gets the bracelets for the Mark 7. So he's playing the scene really well to his advantage. And obviously it's also to intimidate Loki because Stark can do that. And Stark is pissed off because that's the culminating scene of it's such a human moment when he says his name was Phil, but it's one of those things that really hits in terms of who Stark is as a character, because Stark is very, very dismissive of Coulson in his 2 movies, but he learns his name in this film. He's seen with him in an earlier part of the film when he's talking about flying Phil out to see his girlfriend in Portland, and so you can see that he's gotten close to him in just these few scant scenes. Right. So it hits all the harder when it shows why he's very angry.
So it wouldn't have been very good if he said, and someone named Agent. That wouldn't have been as good.
Probably not, no. Wouldn't have hit. I would have been pissed off as a kid if I heard
that. Yes. But yeah, Tony planned this very well. I mean, even while taking his suit apart, he was telling Jarvis to set up the Mark 7, even if it wasn't properly ready. So he knew what he was doing walking into it.
And in terms
of there's a lot of luck involved.
Yes.
In terms
of
a
lot of luck involved.
Yeah, I think Loki wants to gloat, which is where a lot of the benefit is. But I would say the luck part is his arc reactor in the chest being of a foreign enough, similar tech to the tesseract to kind of ward off Loki's mind spell. That's probably where I pull the most luck from.
I think it's because he touched that and not Tony. Like, I think if he touched a part that's
skin,
not that, yeah, or something that's just shirt, because the tip of the spear could go through the shirt.
Yeah, that's where I line up as well.
So I think that's incredibly lucky that after the first fail ding, that Loki didn't try to go anywhere else on him. So that was a lot. And lucky that he chucked Tony out the window instead of just
killing him,
stabbing him.
Yeah. I agree with that. That's where the bits of luck come in. And in terms of directors inspiring other directors, Joss Whedon was inspired by the suitcase suit up sequence in Iron Man 2 for this one.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, so that's what inspired this particular transformation sequence. And Mark 7 is my favorite Iron Man suit, so thumbs up. Love to see it every time.
It is a good suit, and comparatively to the Mark 5, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The circle on the chest looks far better than the triangle.
The Mark 5 is the suitcase.
Oh, what's the one he was? Mark 6 is in this one?
Yeah, Mark 6 is the triangle one.
The beginning?
Yeah.
My mistake. Mark 6.
But yeah.
Yeah, circle's better.
Yes, circle's better.
Also, right before the suit up when he's falling, and before the suit gets shot out. Tony falling off Stark Tower, I think, is the worst CGI/green screen in the movie.
Also, it's a weird cut because you have him tumbling, and then the next cut he's like arms out, legs out, ready for the suit.
Yeah, I think they could have spent some extra time on the green screen. I agree.
It's something about how in focus Tony is doesn't seem to match up to the background. He seems to be falling slower than the camera going downward against the building movement. So he just seems very out of place somehow.
I think I think the green screen is serviceable, or like the CGI usage of it is serviceable, but I agree. I think you can tell, I guess.
Yeah. It's a very quick shot, so I get that. A lot of movement happening for it to be covered, but just in isolation of itself, it does look off. Comparatively, of course, to everything else in this movie.
Yeah, we got anything else on that scene, because there's a lot to say about that scene. Doesn't sound like it. All right.
If Tony to offer Loki a drink. No. If Loki got a drink, would Tony and Loki just be drinking, having a chat?
I mean, I think up until the Chitauri invasion happens, probably, or Thor interrupts the conversation.
Okay.
I think once the Chitauri are here, Tony's going to get his priorities in order.
That's a great what if. What if Loki got drunk?
Oh, that kind of is in a what if episode.
It'd be it'd be a worse version of Black Panther convincing Thanos out of snapping out of half the universe. Be a worse version of that. Stark got him drunk so he didn't invade New York.
Oh. Yeah. Gosh, I forget what episode that was.
Where it was in season 1.
That's where Loki's ice giant party Loki. And Thor fights Captain Marvel.
Oh. Yeah,
it's something like if Thor didn't have a brother or something.
Something. Not good.
But yeah, I guess my last note on the scene is just the dialogue from Stark is really, really well written, and Robert Downey Jr. turns out phenomenal actor. Love to see it.
I love it. No, threatening.
It does bring up the question: what do you think is his worst role?
Doctor Doom. I kid. Robert Downey Jr.'s worst role, huh?
Kiss Bang Bang, maybe?
It'd probably be one of his earlier works, I think.
Yeah. I'd say like Weird Science.
I didn't watch all of it. No, I liked Weird Science. There was the one where he did with Zach Galifianakis. They traveled across the country. I mean, written.
Yeah.
But yes. I forget what it's called, but not a fan of that movie. And I mean, it might be just Zach. I've never really been a fan of his. I did appreciate him in the Hangover movies, but I definitely not a Zach
Due Date
fan. Yeah, Due Date. Yes.
Yeah.
Doolittle. That might be my answer.
I haven't seen Doolittle.
Oh,
I just
know. Saw that?
Yeah.
No, I saw the trailer.
You saw the trailer. That was enough. On Robert Downey Jr.'s acting, I really love the quiet simmering that he has when it's just Fury, him, and Cap sitting at the table, and Stark is just quiet, and Fury is talking mostly to Cap to explain the Avengers Initiative and stuff like that. But Stark is just quietly simmering over the death of Coulson. Good stuff.
Well, there's that, and then he's also sitting knowing the manipulation Fury's doing right now.
Yes.
Not necessarily with the cards, but he knows Fury's working right now.
Yeah, he knows Fury's working on Cap right now. That's also another bit.
Yeah.
Like, Fury doesn't stop working, and it ticks Stark off a little bit.
Okay.
And again, one of my favorite scenes. So I know I should. I'm gonna pass over to somebody else before I just continue. Springs. Point.
I picked it up through something I picked up. I may have picked up before on watches, but Cap's, and this goes to a prop to I think the costume design. Cap's outfit on the Helicarrier changes I think 3 times, 3 or 4 times. He's in his normal. He's in the suit, in the superhero suit, the one he arrives in with the button up and the leather jacket, and then the one you just talked about, writer of the sit down conversation with Fury. He's just kind of like a blue muscle shirt. So Cap does change through outfits, and maybe that's why I pick it up. Tony hasn't changed his Black Sabbath shirt in over 2 days.
Well, he's busy working on solving stuff. So.
Yes, and I just think that's a neat little detail of a comparison of the characters that Tony has not changed his clothes
Yeah, he's
in comparison to Cap, who does.
I don't know if Cap changes outfits necessarily. I view the Cap suit that he wears, like the Star Spangled outfit for this film. I viewed the blue shirt as kind of an undershirt to that.
How Thor will be in his majestic armor. Natasha's going to be in her spy getup because working with S.H.I.E.L.D. Same with Clint. Banner is in his clothes until he transforms, and then he gets new clothes later. So everyone I think lines up, but Cap constantly seems to be like changing looks, and Tony isn't. And I think that's just like a good parallel of costume department usage.
All right, maybe. Crimson got a point.
Yeah, maybe I missed something again, but how did Banner know to be in New York?
He actually saw the location of the tesseract right before the aircraft
Yes.
carrier got
The
bombed. So
95% showed Manhattan or Stark Tower.
Yeah, Stark Tower, and he was about to tell everybody. So he had that whole like "holy crap" face, opened his mouth, and then kaboom.
Yeah, so
he did know where it was.
Yeah, so he knows.
Funny enough, I guess he's kind of the only person in that room at the time who knew where it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Stark figured it out, but Banner knows to come there.
Yes, and also from, if we're going with Incredible Hulk, how it works, he gets fragments of memory from Hulk, but the last thing Banner would have known then before transformation was the location.
And Tony would have known that Bruce knew.
Yeah, well, they all saw Banner look at it. I think Stark just had the faith that Banner would come.
Yes. Because if you remember in the room, the actual computer made an alarm sound stating the fact, they have
yes, but
location.
Yeah,
Crimson, that's a great point actually, because they do find a location and Banner sees it, and the room explodes. But it doesn't seem Tony has an answer until he's talking to Cap about where Loki wants to make this big grand thing, and it cuts to the tower, which plays off that Tony figured out that his tower's in usage then, and not the information prior.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the information Bruce has, I think, was only for him. Well, not only for him, but he's the only one who knows that.
Yeah.
How he found it.
Yeah, he's the only one who knows. Once Stark figures it out, I think he expects Bruce to show up at some point.
Yes.
Maybe. They also, well, yeah, that is true. He is the only one saying, "Tell me when Bruce arrives."
Yeah, because he knows as well that Bruce knows, like more so than anyone else. He seems, because he connected with Bruce a lot. I think I'm fine with him having a little bit of faith in his newfound friend to show up.
Is this something we need proof of, though? Because Banner could still be Hulk right now.
To like Tony's mind, or
yeah, to Tony. Tony doesn't know that he crash landed somewhere. He doesn't have his phone. He was naked. So if we had a scene, or not a scene, but like a line that like Banner called him or something.
little more context on regards to what.
Like
Of him expecting Banner.
Sure, I think that would make it better. I don't need it though, to be honest. I think what would improve it is like just have Banner say to the old man after giving pass, "Hey, can I borrow your phone real quick?" That's all I would need. I wouldn't need anything else.
Take that too.
But as it is, Downs, I also don't really need anything. I think that would make it better, but I think it's fine as it is.
I guess I'm not with you. I don't know if Tony has enough for me to just think he expects Bruce to show up.
Well, Bruce has the information, so I think expecting him to show up is fine.
But Tony doesn't know
Tony
he
gets
has
the same.
that information.
What?
No, I think that's fine of Tony being optimistic that just allowed what happened.
Sorry, I was waiting for you to finish your point. Nothing. Just ignore me.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, finish your point.
I think Tony being optimistic enough to hope that Bruce will show up is fine. It just plays into Banner not wanting the Hulk out at any time to contain it, especially a year without releasing the Hulk, that the conversation with the man was enough to get Bruce to go to New York.
Did Tony say, "Let me know when Banner shows up," or if Banner shows up?
He says, "Let me know when."
I'll hunt. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm not a fan of. It's an affirmative, like he actually knows something. If he said if, I would have no issue.
Well, that would make Tony question.
Because then that's like a faith thing. Like, oh, he hopes he'll show up. But saying when he gets here means he knows he's probably going to be here.
Well, why can't you have
he
affirmative
does,
with your
but
faith? Isn't that the whole point of it?
Yeah. I believe that was the whole point of that little message. Was he was saying he has faith and knows, like people of faith know that this is going to happen. He has faith and he knows that Branagh is going to be there. Yes, there's nothing definitive, but I think it's kind of implied that he has that much faith in his newfound friend that he is not going to leave humanity hanging and be part of the help.
Well, I guess another instance of me not being on the same track.
Yeah, like I don't think it's right for Tony to question with an if.
What do you mean?
Like the line change. Like let
Yeah.
me know if Banner arrives versus let me know when Banner arrives. I think the optimism of when seems more in Tony to just like no, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. But the if plays off that Tony is uncertain, is shaken up, and that doesn't seem fitting.
I feel like I'm just going in circles what I'm saying, but I don't think he is certain. He doesn't know that Bruce is coming.
Internally, sure. Internally to Iron Man, okay. Externally and how he shares it to everyone else, I think when is appropriate to word for usage.
All right. Well, I've said my piece. I don't have any more for it.
Alrighty. Curmudgeon, got a place you want to jump to?
Let's see. So Dr. Selvig and his. I mean, it seemed a lot of conveniences at that point. This is probably to me the most hiccupy area where the staff is 100 feet away down, and he happened to create like the only way to turn off the whole machine. Yeah, we shut the portal. I things are nice and convenient, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
Which I get,
Yeah. I love Stellan Skarsgård as an actor. I just want to preface this. But yes, I agree. It's very convenient how this happened. I was thinking about why he might have included it. Outside of him being enough of himself to want to include that as a disaster thing. And this is not true, so take this as me writing fan fiction for the film, because the film gives us nothing explicit about this. I can believe Loki would want to be able to shut off the Tesseract's portal as a way of betraying Thanos, because he doesn't want to be under Thanos' thumb. But there is nothing supporting that in the film. So.
I mean, I guess it does happen later on when he confronts Thanos in a different movie, but
yeah.
In Endgame?
Yeah. In this, it's kind of implied he's working with them as a means to an end, not necessarily because he's wants to work with them. They're just going to help him rule Earth, and that's what he wants. But I got nothing to go on as far beyond that idea that he might want to betray Thanos, or it's as it is. It's convenient that Dr. Selvig was aware of himself enough to want to put up in a backup plan.
Right. Although I mean, the way Loki's character is, him wanting to betray someone to gain more power is very much, his character. I can't say with anybody be like, oh no, he'd never do that. Like 100% he would. To his advantage, of course he would.
But yeah, as I said, I just don't have any proof of that. So.
Right.
As I'll jump to one of my favorite jokes, which is Cap and the policeman, who have no idea who he is, and Cap kills a few aliens, and they just follow his orders immediately and repeat everything he said, and I enjoy that. It makes me laugh every time.
Yeah, I guess these police officers didn't read a history book.
Yeah, we really don't know the extent of Captain America and history in this timeline, do we? I mean,
we got
because
he was a public figure.
Yeah.
I mean, Hydra and the Nazis were the same thing, but I mean, people knew of Hydra as well.
Well, I feel
like Cap should be up there like Uncle Sam.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, Cap would probably be up there like Uncle Sam. Same with Isaiah Bradley. Wait, that's future stuff.
There's that.
I don't know what records you found on him. Those were wiped.
Yeah.
No advertisements.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm in agreement. I think it's for a joke. I don't have much issue that they don't recognize who Cap is at this moment, because I don't think you're gonna might pass by a comic book someday or some old newspaper with some propaganda with him on it and think that the guy standing in front of you is that guy.
Yeah.
So
dress.
That's true. How big was cosplay in 2012?
Pretty big. Cosplay been steadily growing since Star Wars.
I'm not sure about New York itself, how big it was, but I mean, it definitely is bigger than it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Cosplay's been
bigger now than it was
for a while. Yeah. But it's just been getting steadily bigger and bigger. So.
I did find it kind of odd to have the Hawkeye television show have a cosplay arc on it. That was kind of weird.
Oh, a LARP thing?
Yeah, the LARPs.
I mean, they're trying so hard to connect to people.
I know, and I think it's kind of like what I was alluding to earlier, is just how like they have to have that different type of person in every movie, so someone can connect to someone. A larger artist can connect to someone in your field of view on the movie screen, because now they're more like you. So I don't know if that's just, like I said, it seems like intentional sometimes to me.
Exactly. That's why they have a one-eyed dog, to get all the one-eyed dog viewers in on the show.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's where a lot of it feels like. That's what a lot of it feels like. I mean, not to be.
It's pretty lucky.
not to be blunt about it, but that's what a lot of Falcon and the Winter Soldier is very much an identity thing about people seeing themselves and what's going on. And I think that show does it poorly, obviously, but it's very much the
Are we covering
intent
that show right
behind
now?
it. No, we'll get back to Avengers.
All right, we're giving it too many words.
You got to do better, Springs.
Go. Do you need a moment to throw up, Springs?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I guess to pull us back to Avengers, I'll jump to Cap and Stark's talk in the now empty cage room. I like how twitchy Robert Downey Jr. is playing as Stark, kind of on edge. He's not a soldier. Even if it isn't the first time he technically lost someone, it still very much plays up the... It's the first time he's lost someone since he committed to being Iron Man.
Yeah.
Because I think the only person that I think that affected him this much was probably Yinsen from Iron Man 1. But this is the first person that he was like... someone he could theoretically protect as Iron Man that he lost.
Bill was an idiot. Didn't wait.
Yeah. I love it. It's good stuff. He's covering his, he's covering for his emotions. And I like the avenue and dialogue that Stark took to sympathize with Loki is that they're both big narcissists, and that's kind of one of the reasons he was able to figure out Loki's plan.
It's all
I agree.
incredible writing.
Yeah.
Good setup. I mean, they really did a good job, I think, of really most of this film just really comes into this final point of the big battle. The Chitauri come through, and then it is,
The Avengers have to work for a living.
yeah, they actually have to. They realize, very, very, very quickly that they have to work together, or they're not getting through this.
Yeah, and like I said, it's an arc for Stark that I talked about a little bit earlier, but it's him learning to play with others. He might not be friends with everybody yet, but he can bring himself down to work with them enough, which I think is kind of important for his arc, because for me that leads into what comes later on in the MCU.
I mean, he even deferred his power to Cap for the strategy. Like, that's him not in the driver's seat anymore. He's always in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of a big thing.
Yeah, it's him becoming more of a team player, and he's not, like I said, it's not quite there yet, but he's there enough for this to all work together, and we get the money shot of all of our Avengers standing together in a circle, ready to throw down and save the world.
Sprinks, you brought up the theory with Hulk, like he does this temper tantrum, and then after a while he cools off and becomes more rational. And I was just going through my notes, and like, that's not. I don't think that's really congruent when Banner shows up to the city, because he turns into Hulk, punches the worm, and then just turns around at the group and stands there and just waits for orders from Cap. Very cognitive.
I think punching the Leviathan is still getting his anger out. And then he screams, and it's still a way to get his temper out.
So him like rampaging, chasing Widow, if she just stopped after that and like, hey, you got your rage out, listen to me, you think that would have done something?
I would have liked it, but I don't know. I don't know the timing. And again, it's just an idea. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But this isn't She-Hulk. This isn't just like, I'm big, I'm green. Just, willy-nilly talking.
Oh, did you guys watch that show?
I did.
I saw the last episode by itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're alive. That's all I can promise from that experience. I'll kind of on the teams up scene. Another little fun fact I remember reading. Scarlett Johansson evidently was under the impression the movie was going to be a big box office failure up until that scene where they did the group shot, and that's when it kind of sunk in, like, oh, this is going to be like one of the biggest things ever.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't
I
get how
wonder
that was a failure.
when in order that was. Like if
I
it was
like
an
I said,
early shot or a late shot.
I
Curious.
don't know. Yeah, if it was I feel like it would have been a later shot, but it could have been an earlier one. I don't know Joss Whedon's directing style of how out of order he makes things.
Mhm.
I mean,
Any
Curmudgeon, you want to go?
no, just kind of well, I think seems like we're getting to the end of this, and I'm replaying the fight scenes in my head. Obviously, the collaboration when they finally start really fighting together. One hits something, the other one like that one big scene where Hulk stabs the her sea turtle looking thing, whatever, and then
The floating space worm, yeah.
yeah. And Thor lightning hammers it and it just drops dead. So we get all those great shots and everything else. I'm trying to think of. I did appreciate the humor so from Tony Stark with Jarvis as he's talking with him, and the whole Jonah and the whale. Another role model.
I would have
Man,
considered him a role model, sir.
yes. The computer has really good sense of humor because there are many lines that computer says in this movie and other movies that still make you laugh. I mean, there was a one in I think Iron Man where he's like, "It's so right, it's a was it right refreshing to see you in the tabloids with your clothes on, sir." You know, that's,
Jarvis is a
Yeah,
pretty
Jarvis has gotten far better since the first
yeah,
movie.
yeah, he's
yeah,
pretty powerful AI that Tony Stark keeps working on in the background to get stronger and stronger up until obviously
yeah,
Jarvis will turn into Vision.
yes.
Um,
I mean, go ahead.
yeah, I mean, I'll jump in with some of the action sequences and stuff like that. Pretty much I one that bothered me a little bit is why Thor didn't just keep lightning the portal to keep it
Tiresome.
bottlenecked. Yeah, and because I have to assume that he got tired or Loki shot him off or something to that effect. But I feel like I need an excuse for him to stop. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because I think it's too good of a strategy that I need an explanation as to why he can't keep doing that.
Makes sense.
100%.
Uh, yeah. Let's see. Spring's point.
Yeah. Kudos to credit to Seamus McGarvey, the cinematographer of the film, for lining up at 1 hour 48:11 Hawkeye's head to the flipped over taxi tire to just be framed well in the shot, rather than just keeping the center focus on Hawkeye, but actually having the background work with the foreground.
Yeah, I can agree with
Sure.
that. The only other I think another piece of plot armor for me is Black Widow managing to snag one of the fast-moving speeder bikes going through the city. Uh, I think I would prefer using her grapple and connecting it to her like her belt or something to get on instead of what she actually does, which is just yank it or just grab onto it as it flew by. Uh,
She's got super grip.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not
Yeah.
terrible. I think it would have been better to smooth over like her limitations as just a person if she used a grapple instead.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Maybe.
Um, yeah. Crimson point.
Sure. A little nitpick. The scene where Tony is flying down the street with the space worm following, leading it up to Hulk for him to punch it. There's not a single person anywhere to be seen. Anywhere.
In downtown New York, that doesn't happen.
I know they are trying to evacuate and all, but there was nothing. Not even a body anywhere. Nothing.
They got out of there
Just empty
quick.
cars.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I prefer this to Man of Steel anyway.
Yeah.
Agreed.
At least they make an effort to try and evacuate people.
So, like I said, just nitpick that there's not even a single civilian anywhere.
Yeah, and like, see, the way they cover for that is most of the civilians have gone inside.
Yes.
Which I think is good enough to cover for that fact. They know enough now to stay out of sight, which is kind of what leads
And
into
enough time has passed.
yeah. They've leave enough
We
for
also know civilians. There'd be one guy with a camera or a news crew, or there'd be something happening somewhere.
yeah. I mean, it's just a shame there weren't any on that street in particular. But no, I'm gonna agree with Crimson. There would be stragglers. Not necessarily on this road, but somewhere there would be stragglers. Because I think as for this main street, they do a pretty good job of making sure everybody gets into the buildings. They show that, and that leads into the hostage situation where that Cap gets them out of first later on.
That's a cool scene.
I agree. I like that scene too. Again, the shield teleports, so plot armor for Cap, but I'm okay with it otherwise. The shield doesn't
Where's the
evade a lot of the
shield
physical at all. Oh yeah, he loses the shield at the start of that scene, and it ends up on the ground in the right spot for him to roll back onto it and get blasted out of the building, using it as a protection himself. It teleported back to him.
Oh.
Yeah, because he loses the shield early on in the scene, but it ends up in the exact right spot for him to get it back. I quite like the Iron Man scene with him after Hawkeye tells him to find a tight corner, and we can see him like getting really, really tightened with like close into buildings and stuff like that, and he's kind of still taking them out and working his way through them. Good stuff for Iron Man. I mean, one shot. Kind of already said that at the beginning. I'm in agreement with Joss Whedon on this one. Why are we here without that?
Absolutely.
I would have to say, I mean, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but there's a scene where the fighting, I believe it might be ended, or there's a reprieve, and the Hulk and Thor are standing right next to one another, and they're both, gasping for air, and out of nowhere, the Hulk just punches Thor and right out of the shot, which seemed like, why?
I think
He's upset that he hurt him on the helicarrier.
Yeah, I think that's the best read, is that Hulk is still mad at Thor for their fight on the helicarrier. But obviously, I think that's there for a comedy beat because, let's be honest, that one shot is like an overload of splendor, and like there's so much going on in that tonally you have to wind your audience back down. So I think it's legitimately there just for a pacing moment to let the audience breathe in a different emotion.
Loki gets both of them because he gets to beat up Thor and then makes Loki look like a rag doll.
Yeah,
he does.
Puny God scene.
Yes.
Thoughts on that? We'll go from. I'll just go down the line in the panel here. Crimson.
For the Loki scene?
Puny God scene, yeah.
Yeah. What can I say? But it's iconic. Loki. Do you think he's just loudmouthing him as like a defensive mechanism? Because he knows to be afraid of Hulk at this point. And then obviously he becomes a ragdoll.
A little bit of both. I think he's arrogant enough to believe that he actually could do something about it. He was expecting to get the full speech in, but obviously Sprinks, puny god scene. Thoughts?
I think Loki's too hot-headed to equivalate that he's standing actually in front of the Hulk. And I doubt Loki's done his homework on what the Hulk is, but comparatively to Thor, when the ice giants released that giant beast or whatever out of the ice, Loki didn't turn around and start barking at that thing to stop. So I don't know. I think Loki was just too up in the moment of seizing this so-called throne of New York.
Fair enough. Curmudgeon?
I just kind of saw that all as a circle of life when obviously Tony Stark says we have a Hulk and he's laughing it all off, and it just kind of brings it back to we have a Hulk. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, fair enough. What can I say but agree? I think it's iconic. Probably one of the best moments in the MCU. We didn't talk about it earlier, but I think this is a nice subversion. Like, instead of a boss battle, it's just very one-sided beatdown. In the same way that Cap, Hawkeye, and Black Widow getting onto the Quinjet or a proto Quinjet, and there's a guy asking for clearance, and Cap just interrupts and says, "Son, just don't." Good subversions. I like them. Somehow, see, subverting expectations is a great thing in the hands of a good writer.
Wonder who that's jabbed at.
Yeah, I'm very famous on the podcast, Curmudgeon, for saying Rian Johnson's terrible at what he does.
Let's not bring up Rian Johnson, shall we? It's just that's like another 4 hours of this.
It's another 4-hour nightmare.
Exactly.
And yeah, so really good scene, puny god, love it. I
mean, we don't have to talk about Rian Johnson. We can talk about Michael Waldron if you want.
No. Crimson point.
Figured as much.
Sure. There was something in Act 1 that I forgot to mention, so I'll just bring it up here.
That's a real shame. You forgot about
why
it.
so soon?
Sprinks, why don't you go ahead?
The facility at the beginning where the Tesseract was, I think, was an old S.H.I.E.L.D. facility because it had the old logo on. Because all the other S.H.I.E.L.D. logos we see through this are the updated one that we are familiar with.
Yeah.
Oh, not the one that has the Captain America looking
legs
shield in the center?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was at that facility. So I think that was just an old building.
Yeah, you reminded me
Might
of...
have even been where Howard put the Tesseract, and it's been there the whole time or something. I don't know.
You're funny enough. You reminded me of one of my earlier points, but it's not necessarily pertaining to just the first act. It's the device that they were using to hold the Tesseract in S.H.I.E.L.D., but also the device that we see Dr. Selvig working with. It looks like a proto-arc reactor, which I think is very on brand of what they're trying to do, because it's essentially a very similar element to what Stark is using in his arc reactor, and produces obviously a very similar amount of energy. But I enjoyed the the kind of visual link between that and what's the arc reactor and their kind of proto arc reactor. So,
I mean, could they be one of the same thing? Because it was Howard Stark who, I guess, passed that knowledge on to Tony. And
could be, but I mean, Tony Howard is the one who built the original arc reactor in Stark Industries that gets destroyed at the end of the first film. So it could be similar technology that they weren't able to miniaturize it in the way Tony was. They're still working with the basics that Howard worked with.
I mean, Howard did map out the atom or the element that's inside of there. So I just wondering if, like, maybe another reason why the mind control didn't work on Tony was that he has, like an atom of the arc reactor or the tesseract in his chest. I don't know how much of it he really needs to operate his machine, but I kind of feel like it's either that or a very close synthetic version of that.
Yeah, I mean that's the intent, I think.
Mm.
I'll
I have
jump.
something in Act Two. I forgot.
Man, you're just
You're
finding
a
them all.
fool.
Yeah.
Are you nuts?
I know. Ah, can I bring it up?
Yeah, spit it out. Come on.
Sure. I brought up in Iron Man 2, and I didn't realize I was setting up something. Was his like one-time use laser beam? I was like, I'm going to keep track of all of his gadgets because I don't think they all come back. I didn't realize his one-time laser came back in this movie. He used it to fix the fan blades
Oh
for the
yeah.
helicarrier.
He also used it to try to take out the hide of the Leviathan. But
Yeah.
Jarvis tells him he'll run out of power, showing that it's not a one-time use anymore.
Yeah, showing
The
that
one
he's
he used on the helicarrier was
Yeah,
because
the
it
wo-
had the cartridge that popped out.
yeah, that one's the Mark 6 though, so that makes sense. The Mark 7 obviously is more advanced because it's Stark tech, so he's leveled up, so he doesn't need it's not a one-time use anymore with the Mark 7, which
Doesn't
I
need a
like.
cartridge anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it kind of switch you can see it doesn't pop out. It just kind of switches down into something else.
Neat
Good
detail.
stuff. I
Yeah.
love it when they advance Stark's tech bit just little by bits like that. It's really cool. I will jump to a famous and now really great meme of I recognize the council's made a decision, but given that it's a stupid ass decision, I would like to ignore it. Such a good line.
It is.
It's a pretty solid line, and I just find it that the council members are in the lighting that they're in. I know it sounds like a Springs topic to bring up, but I like to think that they're all in like separate places. They're not in a room, and they just have this like light silhouette, but their faces in shadow. It's just kind of funny to think about.
A little, yeah.
Really, this technology nowadays, like, what is the purpose of lightly showing your face in shadow on a television screen?
Yeah. Makes the council members come off of like the Court of Owls.
They're very very ominous, and obviously that they do away with that by Winter Soldier. But it's kind of
They
helps.
change members.
They also change members. It kind of helps us, I guess, separate S.H.I.E.L.D. from the council, because we're supposed to recognize that S.H.I.E.L.D. is still distinguishedly a good guy right now. That's mostly a good organization.
Yeah. So the main guy on the council, I guess, he's kind of prevalent in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh boy.
Good to know.
What no?
I think that as far as the pacing goes for the film, I think they line up the council's decision to override Fury with the Avengers being kind of pushed to the brink now, like with Cap getting hurt, Stark having taken down one of the Space Worm Leviathans on his own, is on the ground getting surrounded, and Hawkeye getting blasted off his perch.
Yeah.
So they kind of line it up again with a nice little downturn to kind of keep the pacing of the film. It's not all a guarantee still.
Seriously, all well done. I mean, I did like that scene as well. Just it's like you said, tone setting. This has been going on now a while. They're still fighting, and there's still more coming out. There is no end in sight, so they need an end in sight, which conveniently is being sent to them via rocket. Of course.
That's just fair. I do like that Cap is the one that acknowledges, that's a one-way trip on the radio call, and Stark doesn't say anything in
completely ignores him.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah. I don't think he ignores him. I just don't think he responds to that because Jarvis offers to call Pepper, and that takes his priority.
Right.
And then again, a good pacing. I like how that transitions to Pepper watching the news, and then that transitions to the Helicarrier bridge, all listening on the news because there's nothing more they can do now at this point. It's in their hands. Springs, you got a point?
Yes, off of past one of yours, actually, Ryder.
And I went through a bunch.
Bringing up.
So.
Oh yeah, Cap going to rescue the hostages from like the bomb going off, and his shield teleports.
Yeah.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
Did you rewatch it?
I did.
Went back and watched it, Springs. Come on.
Yeah, I mean,
He threw it across the room. It bounced off a guy's face, and it just miraculously landed next to the window.
I thought there's something that comes off of the Chitauri soldier that I thought was the shield's like shadow going off in the distance. Then I'm completely believable that fact of like thinking the shield was that, because then yeah, the shield's across the room and comes back. But upon rewatching, the shield actually goes upwards off the column wall on the left, so its trajectory would bounce behind Cap onto the floor. So where Cap rolls to get it is a place where it could be.
Yeah, no, I'm still sticking with my point. Sorry.
That's fine. I just went with a belief, so I had to go and check.
I'll jump to a kind of it's shot for the cool effect, but Fury's where we have the over the shoulder shot of Fury aiming the rocket at the jet. He would be aiming the rocket in front of the jet, not behind it.
Yes.
It's there for
where it's going, not where it is.
Yeah, it's for the shot of having them all in one frame to know if Fury is aiming at the jet, and it looks cool, but it's still not logistically feasible. Curmudgeon, got a point?
I mean, when Iron Man passes through the Einstein-Rosen bridge and then goes into outer space, I'm very surprised that his suit can accommodate all that. I mean, he was in a Earth atmosphere the entire time and is no longer in Earth atmosphere all the time, and now, I mean,
Yeah,
no concern for oxygen or
I
possibly warming.
I mean, he's shown underneath the water operating in the ocean. I think he has an oxygen supply. And I know he designed the alloy to not freeze in space. So I think there's parts of this that I think are functional, but
I mean, the alloy may not freeze, but I'm pretty sure he will inside that.
Yeah, I think if he was out there for long enough, absolutely.
But you know, it's little tidbits like that. That's interesting. But yeah, it obviously takes away from the gravitas.
What'd you say?
You what?
You got me with the water bit because I was thinking, yeah, is it airtight? But yeah, the water would have made that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think the suit's fine. I don't think it was built for long-term use in space, so I still think he would ultimately he would still die out there. But
yeah, so I think more than 5 or 10 minutes he's toast. With 5 or 10 minutes he should be okay.
Yeah, thereabouts.
I mean, he did lose consciousness, so who knows how much of that was the elements.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I do like that it's important that Stark is the one that goes beyond the wormhole. As much as I hate Iron Man 3 and hate a lot of the BS that it does, I do think that this is the foundation for what drives Tony Stark for a lot of the MCU. He knows what's out there. Like, he sees a glimpse of it. And it's a part of what are the driving beats of his character.
Absolutely.
Must agree.
All right. I am running thin here in the last act. How's everybody else looking?
I think I still have a few.
All right. Sprinks, why don't you go give me a point then?
Sure. How high can Hulk jump?
No, good question.
Tall buildings in a single bound.
He can jump from a rooftop down below to the top of Stark Tower.
Are we counting the 2003 Hulk as actually canon or not canon?
2003, not canon.
Okay, because in that one he can jump like countries. But in this, I mean, I guess he can jump that high.
Okay. Because we saw him jump around like smashing, and how he kind of gets in the way of a bunch of Chitauri bikes and swings to destroy them. But from what we've seen of Stark Tower comparatively to the other buildings, when Hulk gets up to do the puny god bit, he jumps up there. He's not climbing the building to get up.
I think he could jump from another building, though, because Stark Tower is the tallest building in the area, but there are other very tall buildings nearby. So I could see him working through Chitauri on his way up.
Okay.
Crimson, go.
Sure. What the heck are these weapons that Chitauri are using? I say this because Cap
Pulse
got
rifles.
shot in the leg and nothing happened.
We got shot in the hip, but yeah.
The
I
point
think
still
it's also-
stands that there was nothing that happened, really.
What a cool... Well, he's a super soldier. But what a cool transitional combat use. That when Cap goes down, the next fight moves that Thor does is using Mjolnir as a shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose
That was
he
so
does
cool.
that.
Yeah, I probably agree with that because I imagine Cap was shielding Thor for most of the fight up until that point.
Yeah, just I don't know how common. I think it's rare to use a transitional usage in the midst of a combat scene using the choreography of the combat itself.
Probably.
But yeah, I to go with your point, Crimson, their weapons are may as well be useless for our heroes.
Unless you use it against the Chitauri themselves, then they're like one shot.
They fly to pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the people that would be most affected by the weaponry so far is just the normies. So Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Cap will probably be the most affected, but they are pretty good at dodging and weaving.
They do
Yeah,
unleash an armada on Hulk, but Hulk should just
But
get
it's
angrier and get stronger.
It puts Hulk out of the action a little bit for a little while.
Right, yeah. I also like the detail that Hawkeye actually runs out of arrows.
Yeah, that was nice.
It's not
to
just
see.
like an endless supply kind of thing.
Yeah, and I like that we also, and, this is just a little important bit. We also see how the arrows change heads in his quiver to specific like settings and stuff like that. And
Yeah, how you
that's a really cool detail that I appreciate.
the modern technological angle at it versus just pulling the punching glove arrow out.
Yeah, exactly. And while it is cool to see the punching glove arrow, it's I do appreciate the technical stuff like that.
I did like the fact that Tony Hawk called Hawkeye Legolas as he was taking him up to the tower to
Tony Hawk?
call out. Sorry,
Yeah, I heard Tony
Stark.
Hawk.
Yeah.
Stark. Sorry. Hey, we've been doing this for a while now. Tony, yeah, calls him Legolas. So nice little.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Sprinks got another point.
Sure do. I guess it's a nitpick, and I might have this with a lot of like action movies, but there is a lot of visual scrapes and cuts on people, but no one's like bleeding.
I think Black Widow is bleeding from her temple, but I think that's the biggest amount we get.
Okay. Or I guess Selvig.
It's also not an R movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think that goes into the gore aspect too much.
Yeah.
But it just like you get injured and you can show blood, but the wounds are healed too fast.
Yeah, they're not grotesque wounds.
Yeah, they don't need to be grotesque wounds, but unless taken care of, they would like be down. Like Tony in his suit has cut on his forehead. If not tended to somehow in the suit, the blood should be going down like the side of his face.
True.
So just a little nitpick I have there.
Yeah.
Same with Thor getting stabbed in the gut. There's no blood anywhere except on the dagger.
Yeah, I would say the same for Cap getting shot in the hip too. So like I
It
said,
doesn't even go through his clothing. Cap shot.
I thought so. I thought it damaged his outfit.
I'm looking, unless it's a continuity error, I'm looking at it right now of him looming over Iron Man after the fall, and his outfit looks unfazed where he got shot.
No cuts, no scratches.
Yeah, that'd be a
That's funny.
continuity error. Yeah.
So I would say that one of my and it's covered obviously in a lot of memes and stuff. Like how it should have ended. Those scenes where they have Scarlett Johansson's character fighting little pistols that everyone else is,
Pew, pew,
very
yeah.
powerful. Yeah, you got to think like she's getting in a ship, she's flying it towards New York. We're about to be invaded by aliens with advanced, great technology, and Hawkeye brought his complete set of arrows, and she got 2 pistols.
Yeah.
Like maybe you should have brought something else.
Yeah.
I mean, they had Hydra weapons. I would say, well, I think I should grab one of these now.
Oh, the ones that obliterate people in the ash?
Yes.
Yeah. I think those being used against the Chitauri would be fine. I think that could be justified.
Sure.
I would have brought
Just
one.
the tesseract for it.
I do.
I still remember.
It would be cool to see. I know they hold off until Age of Ultron, but seeing Black Widow's
Yeah.
full getup with like the electricity batons and things like that
Right.
from her, her normal kit, I think would have been nice. Beyond just the 2 pistols, would have been nice to see.
Crimson did a gasp.
I did. Captain America's outfit damage is a continuity error.
All right.
Good point.
Sweet. I guess since I'm starting to run low here. Crimson, got another point you want to jump to?
Let's go with the team looming over Loki with the hero portrait. I guess.
Posing a storm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Loki. Well, I'm not a big fan of Tom Hiddleston, but I do think he did a good job here. With the conveying loss, but also just being tired of losing. It seems he's just done.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well done. Satisfying enough and good imagery.
And punchlines till the end.
Can I have a drink?
Yeah, I will say the shawarma scene being or Robert Downey Jr. asking for shawarma being unscripted. Good joke, because funny after credit scene.
Yeah, it sticks
There
with
is.
people.
Yeah. Curmudgeon, any points?
No, I'm pretty much out of points. I think here.
Fair enough. Springs, how are you looking?
Yes. Fine and dandy. Thanks for asking. It's so cool, and I'm glad it gets its own shot of Cap telling they won, and Iron Man going, "Yay, yay, we won!" This is Cap's first experience of winning a war. I thought that was just really impactful for him, since he missed the one he fought for previously.
And I will add on more to that. It's like when I went under, the world was at war. I woke up, they say we won. So it's echoing a previous line in the film where he's like, we won. Like he's saying it out of breath. He gets to be the one to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. but actually go through to the end versus kind of copping out, because that was his whole goal in First Avengers, to serve and be a member, of the military, to be there to serve the country and protect, and even being the little man, still doing that valor he can, and getting kind of copped out, still making the sacrifice of putting the bomb down in the ice, but it still kind of just skipped over knowing the info until he came out. So actually being till the end, I just think is pretty impactful, and I don't think it needed to be really focused on him that much, or get a
Yeah.
scene of someone checking in on him. I think it's enough of just having the solo shot of Cap
saying
out
we
of
won.
breath.
Yeah.
We won. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think that's supported with. I think that's set up in the earlier scene when he's talking with Fury.
Yeah.
Because he's a man at a time, and he's someone who needed direction, and now, unironically, he's been given that direction. That there are very grievous threats to the world that he needs to help address. That's beyond just like a war between nations. Crimson got a point.
Superheroes in New York? Don't believe it.
Stan.
Yeah, Stanley.
Love him.
Got a cameo right there towards the end.
Yeah.
And it was nice doing the whole like pan of the news and how people are taking the Avengers and the events that happen. Getting a nice peek under the hood of the world that we have here.
Yeah, good world building. The heroes actually got to be heroes and saved people. Zach. And I can't. But I guess I appreciate the world building with that aspect. We get a nice view into how the Avengers are perceived. Sprinks.
I'm running very low, but how the device made for Loki and Thor? How did it program the tesseract to take him?
I have no idea.
Well, it was in Captain America where I think it was Red Skull that said the Tesseract was like Odin's prized treasure or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, implying Odin's had possession of it before. So I would think he'd have stuff that would utilize the Tesseract.
Yeah. I think to fix this from being an error is I would have Thor show up with something that would convert the device as it is.
That's a good point. Where did he keep that device this whole time?
Yeah, I assume it's an Asgardian device, not a human device.
Maybe, but I kind of played it off looking like Selvig made it. With how it was shot.
Maybe it could have been repurposed. It could have been the device on top of Stark Tower. Selvig, Stark, and Banner could have repurposed it maybe to make it.
I'd lean more at that, because if it was Asgardian, how the heck did it get here?
Well, I say it would have had to come with Thor, but we obviously don't see Thor with it.
Yeah.
Right. I see he dropped it off in the forest and never went back for it.
True.
Drop it off of Jane's. I don't know.
Yeah, drop it off to
I mean, I'll jump to one of the things that I'm like, it's cool to see Stark and Banner hanging out together. They're driving off in the car together. It'll be cool to see them interact in the next movie.
Well,
that doesn't. You know that doesn't count.
You mean Iron Man 3?
Yeah,
got it. I was going to Ultron, and I'm like, they do.
They do, yeah, but no, they play it off like they're gonna hang out, and he's gonna be a main character going forward, and like wherever Stark ends up. And I was lied to.
No, Ryder, we get Harley, whatever the kid's name is.
Yeah, just don't remind me. I really do try to block out Iron Man 3 quite a bit. It's the movie I always skip in Phase 2.
It's neat seeing the Avengers Tower at the end of here. I really hope it gets used a lot.
Honestly, yeah.
Where everyone has their own room and everything. I'm sure
Right,
it'd be
yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
I mean,
cool.
like I said, the Avengers are all supposed to live together, give a real found family vibe. Can't wait to see it.
Yeah.
Transitioning about future MCU stuff. How are you looking on notes, Crimson?
I'm going to say that I am out.
All right. You said you were running really, really low, Springs. Do you got one more, or are we good?
I think just quickly scanning. I think we are actually good. Oh,
All
well, I guess the last thing is this movie didn't
what?
have any shots of Captain America's ass. Didn't really show it off very well.
Yeah, I mean,
Focused on.
it's not America's ass yet, you know.
No, it is. No, it certainly is. They just hit it very well.
Maybe. uh, well, all right then. We can finally move on to summaries and ratings. And to start us off, why don't we go with Sprinks?
Sweet. I was very curious to see if my objective would change from this whole podcast today, and I can tell you it hasn't. Its score is where it is. So let's see. Acting, I think, is very good across the bar, except Gwyneth Paltrow, but I'll let someone else talk about that. Um, the editing overall is pretty darn well. There are some bits that I think are odd, a little choppy in the editing, but still pretty good. The choreography, I think, is very well done. The humor is well written. I think the character dynamics is well written as well. The costume design, I think, is very good. However, I still do think this is Captain America's like one of his worst suits because the helmet is not a helmet and it's a mask and it looks really ugly. He looks way better when that helmet is not, or sorry, when that mask is not on his head. He looks way better. I think the pacing is very well for like over 2 hour movie. It flows nice. It goes by real good. I think it's really great to introduce a comic book movie with action right out the gate of Loki and the Tesseract and a problem rather than kind of lull you in for a half hour until getting to a point. Um, the action is very good. The lighting, I think, overall is really good. The CGI still holds up very well. Little bits that are here and there, but man, the Iron Man suit looks great. Helicarrier looks great. Hulk looks good. The Chitauri look fine. The blasters and the guns of the war going on, and I think it all looks great. The Leviathan looks great. I think that all looks good. Geez, I always forget to touch on something, but overall, my objective, I have it as an 8.5. I think it's a very well done movie. It's not perfect movie. There are some errors to it, but it is still very good. Subjectively, this movie rules. It's very fun, very entertaining. I've seen it a lot. It's not my favorite MCU movie, but boy, is it up there. I still think this is my second favorite Avengers movie, if we're not including Civil War. And yeah, I have it subjectively at a 9. It's really good.
All right. Let's go with Crimson next.
Sure thing, sure thing. I will start with my subjective first. I haven't made a definitive like MCU tier list or anything, so I don't know exactly where I'd put this, but it would be top 10, I would reckon. Top 5, probably not, but certainly top 10. And I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. It's been years since I've seen this going into the podcast. It might have been on my Endgame marathon, I guess, if I was to guess. Guess.
Back in
So that's a long
2019.
time. And I don't even know I don't even remember if I really did a marathon leading into it. So it could even be longer. I don't remember. It's been a while. But I still enjoy it. Doing this whole like phase 1 thing has made me want to marathon the MCU because it's been a long time since I've actually dived into the old stuff. So I have some nostalgia tied to this now since it's been so long. And it's kind of cool just seeing the origins of all this stuff and knowing where some characters go to a certain point to where I just don't care anymore. But thumbs up for this. I have it an 8.5. Not quite a 9, but I do get quite a lot of enjoyment out of it. Objectively, didn't find too many issues. Most of them stemmed around Loki. I brought up Loki not having any origin to how he came in contact with the Chitauri or Thanos to even become the villain of this film, which I do think is important for this because we don't get any answers. Last we saw him, he floated into space, and then we have an interpretive scene of him with the Doctor, because we all have different views on what happened there. But none of that ever answers how he got into the position he is in this movie, which is, I think, very important. The power of Loki, we talked quite a bit about it, and I think that's indicative of it being an issue. Now we can debate what aspects of it is an issue, and I think for me it's that it's not defined or defined enough to extrapolate, interpret, however you want to put it. It's too gray. It's even, I'd say, white at this point. Nothing to pull off of definitively. So I think that's an issue the movie needed to establish that, because it's an important thing. It caused Phil to die, and I don't know how he got killed. I think that's kind of important as well. The Loki's intelligence was a questionable, with Tony poking the center of his chest, not realizing that's not Tony, and then on the second poke, still poking the same spot instead of a fleshy bit. Also kind of a Tony intelligence thing, because he doesn't know if that would have worked or not, regardless, but he was risking stuff, that's fine. I guess Tony was also lucky that he got checked out of the window instead of getting just murdered right there by getting stabbed or something. Let's see, what else was there? Because I like to go through the negatives before positives. More with Loki. How Thor knew Loki was here. This would have been prime time for them to explain how he cloaks himself from Heimdall, but they don't do that. So it's just weird now, because they don't explain how he's found by Odin, Heimdall, Thor, whoever, because we don't even know who found him. So, issue with that. But other than that, I think everything's really good. The CGI really holds up for the most part. I think the Chitauri designs kind of suck. They're kind of generic aliens. They're not really unique looking, but they serve a purpose, and that's fine. The Leviathans look cool. Those look unique. The action scenes are memorable. I agree with Ryder. I did go back to check the Thor versus Loki like close-up shots that was being described, and yeah, it is pretty messy looking. But everything else looks good. I think the acting's all good. I will say Gwyneth Paltrow is passable, because I haven't seen her other movies. I think I've only seen her as Pepper, so I don't know if she's like that in all of her movies. Because Pepper being stiff, I think, is a contrast to Tony being very loose. So I don't know if it's a direction they told her to go in or not, or if that is actually her acting. I can't say, so I just have it as fine. I agree with the costumes look nice. I don't think Cap looks as bad as Sprinks is. Well, that I'm afraid of that. Phrase that in a weird way. I think it looks fine. His best outfit, not even close. But I don't think it's bad. I think they built up S.H.I.E.L.D. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. survived this movie, I guess is how I'll phrase it. I don't think S.H.I.E.L.D. got damaged by their failing, because I don't think they failed by incompetency, other than Nuke. But that's, I don't know if I count that as S.H.I.E.L.D. or just the council being scared. But Nick Fury has been built up to be a very competent leader, as willing to do what needs to be done, and best of all, he's cool. Because you can have all those qualities and be lame and boring, and I'm glad Nick Fury is not lame or boring. So I'm blabbing a lot. So
It's a long movie.
I also have this at an 8.5.
Alrighty. Curmudgeon, why don't you go next?
Okay. Not going to be as detailed as you guys since this is uh, objective, subjective. I like the movie. I have to rate it. I would give it a 9. Watching superhero movies evolve from the Batman and what the hell's the
Adam West.
first? No, the movie. Well, not the. I did watch the Adam West movie in theaters, and then after that, of course, it was director of the night before Christmas. What's it? Tim
Henry
Burton.
Selick?
Sorry.
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton's Batman
Oh,
and stuff like that, going through
89.
those. Yeah. So obviously, um, we all like Nolan's Batman, but it was great to see this. I fell in love with the MCU because of these movies. Yes, they definitely brought a new dimension to them. I like the way they help some characters, maybe diminish certain versions of characters. I do have an issue with Loki because they don't tell you why he has magic in the first place. Honestly, we learn his parentage is not Asgardian, so why does he have magic? Is it something they can give you? Is it taught?
It is taught, and there is an explanation for that, but it's not in Phase 1.
Yeah,
He didn't
but
learn
I'm
magic from his mom?
He did, but that's not
He-
specified in Phase 1.
right.
Okay.
I mean, I know that, but like, hey, so do all the people of his kind have magic? Because they all seem to be just brute people who hit. They're more Hulk than they are magic users that I saw when we saw when I watched
So can a
the
human learn the Asgardian stuff? Is what you're leaning
right.
towards too?
He's not
Yeah.
human. He's
I know, but other
Ice giant.
species,
other
other than
species.
Asgardians. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have no idea. He just happened to have a knack for it or something. So, but anyways, great movie. Still stands the time. Still makes me laugh. Love it. Definitely a 9.
Alrighty.
Makes me question. I want to see an ice giant at Carmitage.
That would be funny. All right. Well, I guess that leaves me. So, subjectively, I'll start with that. Man, it's great to watch movies, like really good movies, to remind you of what movies are capable of being, and this definitely falls into that category for me, because this movie defined a lot about how I see superheroes, about a lot of what I see as good character drama between other lead characters and heroes, and how they could play off each other and stuff like that. And this was probably my introduction to Joss Whedon as a creative, and I still get very emotional when thinking about this film, and both of its importance to our culture in general, and I guess its importance to me as a person. I I love the banter. I love the humor. I love the build up. I love the payoffs. I just love all the characters involved. This is something I adore to a very, very high degree. I'm probably also at a subjective 9 to match the guest and my other co-host. So objectively, the world building is good. I think the weakest parts of the world building are Loki's limitations with his magic, and I think his connection to getting here to the world. I don't necessarily view that as it's a bit of a plot issue, but I view that as more of a world building issue, I think, as to Loki's involvement with Thanos and just how he's able to rise up and be one of his top generals. I think that S.H.I.E.L.D is very competent. They're not dumbed down, and in that way, because S.H.I.E.L.D is not incompetent, it makes the villains that much more threatening. And it gives the feel of necessity because of how powerful S.H.I.E.L.D is. It adds to the necessity of needing to assemble the Avengers. And I think that's very good world building wise. I think they help up the ante because I think every film prior to this one, outside of maybe Captain America, has been kind of isolated incidents. Like there's nothing that's been happening on the grand scale. There's nothing that's been a global threat necessarily, outside of Hydra in Cap's film. And I think that helps feed into the necessity of this, of upping the ante for stakes. A reason the Avengers need to team up is they're dealing with the threat of an extraterrestrial invasion. So I think that's already good on its face from a pacing wise. I think that the character writing is fantastic all around. I don't necessarily think I have any complaints with the character. I just note that Thor talks differently. I understand the logic and objective reason behind that. I think Coulson's arc over the course of phase 1 is integrally important and pays off here to be the catalyst as to the point where it breaks the film. I think there's an excuse enough for each one of Loki maybe wanting to play with his food with Stark, and that's not a great defense, but it's an aspect to Loki. He loves to play with his food and toy with people. That's something he gets off on. He really enjoys. So there is definitely plot armor, but comparatively to previous films, there's not much of it, I think, and I just, to avoid going on and on and on. Tony Stark goes from being not a team player to being a team player. He's not 100% on the team yet, but he is very much pushed in that direction when he's able to get past his ego and defer to Cap when it comes to tactics. I think Cap, there's a few interesting things way to interpret Cap's arc, which is nothing special. There's nothing special about him. Everything special about him came out of a bottle. I think that's unironically the point of Cap's character, is that he's still that kid from Brooklyn. He doesn't need to be special. He just needs to be a good man. And I think that comes through even despite all his bickerings with Stark over the film. He still is the one to approach Tony Stark at the end to kind of talk to him, because he wants to comfort Stark because Stark is having to deal with a loss that he hasn't dealt with since Jensen. And I think that's very good on Cap's part for adding to why he is, tactically speaking, the team leader, and for the most part. And I think that's just good character work for both of them. And I view those Cap and Tony Stark as my personal favorite characters going into the MCU. And I think Black Widow, Joss Whedon had the task of building up her character, giving out her backstory and fleshing her out beyond just the femme fatale she was in Iron Man 2. He did a good job without it detracting from the film. Hawkeye, I would say the same thing. He's just a cameo in Thor, but here becomes a fleshed out character by the end, and he spends most of the film as a villain, which just speaks to how well and efficient the writing can be. And I think this is probably, for me, the best film objectively in phase 1. And I'm in the ballpark here. And I'm not joking when I say this, I've been bouncing between an 8.5 and a 9 objectively our entire podcast. And I'm going to match you guys. I'm going to say 8.5 on the objective scale. It's a damn solid movie.
Oh, this is a pretty close looking graph, I would imagine, or scale.
Yeah, we're like at an 8.65, 8.75, which will be rounded down to 8.5 probably, but solid, I think. All right, gentlemen. Is there anything else, or shall I read us out?
I think that's it.
All right. Well then, thank you audience for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, GoodPods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you happen to be on our visual side of things, watching our PNG Tubers and slideshow, thank you for watching there on YouTube and Rumble. Please feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks, and with us today for the first time, and hopefully not last, very special guest,
Curmudgeon Critic.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.